At number 2, it's just a masterful display of edge guarding from Adelphi's Davian. Check it out.
That roller is going to be a great opportunity to get in and pass, possibly even just through those arms. Goes for the down throw into forward air, excuse me. A great combo. Could have found some great damage offside, and as that paint just racks up onto this midman, that is more and more damage basically for free. Davion looking for a bottom stage. My goodness, what a stall!
Beautiful edge guard. And England.
And in our top play of this week, have you seen the movie Ratatouille? It has nothing to do with this play, but I think you'll see why we bring it up.
Look at this rat, though. Look at this rat going up long, dude. Oh, he's got another.
I mean, it's Ratatouille. They're just chefing it up. I'm going to go find another. Fozzie, quick trade, though. And they'll stall the push for now, but contain just a little bit here. We got a lot more work to be done. It's out of CT already. Right click is missed!
Oh.
That right click is huge going into this round. It's not going to find anything, but Tomo will. Fozzie with a quick trade.
Oh,
and okay.
stop.
Okay,
Stop
let the rat do it all. Oh, my.
Phew! What a week and what a crazy set of matches we've been seeing so far. Now, with that said, we're just now passing the halfway point in the season, so that playoffs picture is definitely starting to shape up. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date with all of the ECAC action, then definitely give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports. Or, if you guys want to catch all of the matches live, you can find us on Twitch at ECAC_esports. Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Now, as always, a special shout out to our partners over at Esports U for expanding on our broadcast coverage. We definitely want to give them a special thank you for that. But, you know, that's it. That's the show. That's all we've got this week. Come back next week. Hopefully we've got a new host. Hopefully they've stopped bickering and all of that. But in any case, I've been K-Tad. It's been a blast, and I'll see you guys next time.
Hey, what's up? It's Honix back at it again to bring you the sickest clips from ECAC. But listen guys, here's the thing. Overwatch 2 still isn't out, and it's been so long that I understand what's happening in the Valorant clips now. I don't know how I could have let this happen. Anyways, let's check out the action from week 2 of ECAC. First up, we've got Nico Baca, who's got a need for speed.
They have to be careful here. That kick not quite in their favor. Patrick has to be quick to him, and Nico Baca, he's just soaring through the sky with way too much pace.
Yeah, you knew this was coming. When this one lingered up in the air for a bit too long from J-Neil's touch, Patrick tried to go up for this one, but Nico, like we said, he's been the fastest player.
Welcome to the Great Lakes Esports Conference, week number 9. We're getting kind of deep in there. And I'm Trilanus, joining me is Vincent, and we have a wonderful best-of-3 matchup for you today. It's two teams that are looking really good, especially Mount Vernon Nazarene University, or we can go with Mount Vernon for short, up against Baldwin Wallace University, which hasn't had as good of a success rate thus far, but wants to make a change starting now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's no doubt that Baldwin Wallace have had an up and down season, but they are, they've collected wins. They're 3-4, definitely right on the cusp of that 500 win loss. So they're definitely not out of it. Number 9 seed going up against the number 4 seed. It is going to be an uphill battle, no doubt. I'm excited to get things started, Chad. This is going to be a blast.
Yeah, there's definitely enough time still in the season to make that comeback happen. 3-4 isn't like you're out of the race or anything like that sort. And I've seen some big comebacks late in the series because it's collegiate, right? So a lot of these teams are new together. Those first few weeks can be kind of rough for some rosters trying to figure out some things. And once they figure that out, late surgences in the seasons are not so rare that we can't expect it or anything of that sort. This is a best of 3 as well, so I want to jump into the map pick and bans in just a moment as soon as we get that slide up. Because we have some interesting map picks, especially the third one, but that's a little bit of a spoiler if we jump into that later. We still got our first Icebox Haven band away. Some of the more common maps taken away right off the way. And we go to Ascent, which is still a common map. Can't ban them all out. But then we go to Breeze for the second, at least as the guaranteed maps are underway.
Yeah, listen, I'm clapping because Icebox. I've seen so much Icebox. Ascent is, common. But hey, listen, it's fine. like you said, we got to have some of them. I don't mind Ascent all that much. I think it's a lot of fun, and it's a good measuring stick. As a map, it's a good place to start as we get to see it, because most teams play it. So you get to kind of see where a team is sitting, not necessarily at even footing, but on similar footing at the very least. And as you mentioned, a little bit of a spoiler earlier, Pearl is going to be our final map should we need it. I'm excited should we need to get to that direction. But Baldwin Wallace are going to have to put on a strong showing to force a third.
For sure. And Fracture was taken away as well. Pearl and Fracture being like kind of the two new maps, especially New Fracture feels like an entirely new map with how many changes happen, especially towards that A site. So I definitely am excited to cast those just because it's fresh for me. I've been casting for a while. I know you feel that same way, Vincent. We've both been in the game for a while. But I mean, Ascent is, like you said, a really awesome map to start off with because a lot of players, teams, everything, fans even like to see Ascent as like that true test of how strong your team is, because it's the most standardized map. It's very straightforward mid lane control, very straightforward executes for the two sites A and B. So there's no shenanigans to deal with, no like teleporters, no like 4-site execute paths like Fracture, things like that. It's very straightforward. This is a tactical shooter FPS map, and let's just figure out which team can perform best on this situation. So this will be that big first test for Baldwin Wallace right out the gate of have they improved enough to be able to take down a team like Mount Vernon themselves.
Yeah, and the cool thing, I think, as we look to head in towards this map, is that you can really play this in a couple of different ways. This is fine to go like ultra specific and get very deep into the strategy. That's effective. But it's also very effective. We've seen it many a times, you and I, just teams running it down and winning by aim. That can happen too. And so it really is ultimately just can you stop something like that? And well, are you able to use some of those strategies to your advantage? We're into the agent select, and this is looking pretty meta to me on the Mount Vernon side. What are you thinking?
Yeah. It's still a little strange to me considering meta to be triple initiator, no duelist, but it is definitely meta. I say that strange just because I'm so used to like the old days of like I saw teams like TSM running triple duelist on this map, and that was meta way back then, and slowly it's been less duelists and more initiators becoming more meta on this map. And it really is because of such as the thin walls. That's like the like shtick of this map. That's like this little specialty for this, since every map kind of has a little bit of a specialty. The thin walls, Fade, KO, and Sova. Fade and Sova especially can really abuse those thin walls. You see them all over the map, especially that B site entry is very popular with that Odin for Sova. So I'm expecting to have a Fade on one site, Sova on the other, and really try to work those that magic. Arena might be locked in from Baldwin Wallace. That is not a pick I'm personally a fan of if it's the solo duelist. I think Reyna is a fantastic pick as a follow-up fragger, that secondary fragger, the one that could work lurks, things like that. But the solo duelists, you don't have the speed to go with. The Leers are very strong, but you don't have any other utility to work with. So it's one of those situations where I have to wonder why not just go with a KO or another initiator to support alongside the Fade instead.
Yeah, I think there is weaknesses there, but I am a big proponent in the collegiate space as well of playing where you're comfortable and not necessarily being a meta slave, even though, because, I mean, you and I both are on the same page. We see sort of all those meta picks at the very highest level, and we just tend to think that as those as best. And, that's not always the case when it comes down to collegiate. If you're comfy on something, I tend to say go for it if it's something reasonable. And so in that way, I feel like Reyna a little bit reasonable here, though definitely is just a little bit outside of the norm. The other thing that I noticed is, and this kind of continues that discussion of the triple initiator, Sentinels used to be so strong here, particularly the Killjoy, and we're seeing the Killjoy come back. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think the Killjoy is going to find value here or no?
Yeah, it's tough to say because that changes with a KO. That can just like really go through walls with that fragment. It's tough to find those like traditional spots, but I've been seeing teams be a little creative and just honestly, really, if you just position that lockdown slightly different positioning, then it's not that big of a deal because KOs is typically expected to be in certain locations. You can stay on the map, but you can find spots where you can't just get that fragment through the wall kind of situation. It will leave some more gaps. So what I'm really curious about is players that find success on Killjoy competitively these days also have really good lineup options. So you can notice that there are going to be those gaps, line up those nanoswarms, and really just trap them to where if they go in that one gap of that safety, in like wine or something of that sort, when you're trying to like drop that lockdown for the retake B site, or A site, I mean, then they are going to be dead in that corner kind of situation. So do they have lineups for those nanoswarms, or will it be a little standard play and therefore far less effective killjoy? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, and I think that correctly sets up a little bit of a dichotomy here in the setups that we're going to be seeing. Something a little bit more traditionally meta in that initiator setup that we were discussing, and then something that, you know, to call it old school maybe is somewhat fair, but is just maybe not seen as much in the killjoy as well as that Reyna. So we'll see if Baldwin Wallace can use this slightly altered setup to find success. And well, they do start out on the defensive side, which of course will give Vespid her most success with regard to this killjoy typically.
Yeah, I think defensive side as well. We talked about how this is like the true big test for Baldwin Wallace, and also for this composition, I think their defensive side is going to be significantly stronger than offense as well. So straight out the gate, we are like put to the test for this defensive team.
Good point. Now we see whether or not they can step up to the task. Staten and Loki going to be finding an opening there. Both chambers rendezvousing out of the situation. They elect to disengage. We got a moving forward. It's Kyle trying desperately to find something, but the defense falters, collapsing at A.
Yeah, definitely a rough start thus far. This spike has already been planted, and Baldwin Wallace has to deal with all these crossfire angles as well. Looking at this Sova, especially over towards Tree, is going to make this cut off happen. Finds the kill already. It's all down to just one. Just that killjoy left alone. And on a pistol round, not a lot of utility to work with. There's no lockdown to talk about on this round. And even spotted out by the fade. Just a little bit damage off. The rotation from E-Gunner is good. And the timing read from Vespin simply was a little bit too slow.
Yeah, and a triple kill as well from that KO. Really doing a good job finding entry onto the A site and was able to defend the re-aggression that we saw in towards Tree. So everything working well for the attackers in this round. And, you know, losing out the pistol, it's not the biggest of deals, but you definitely have to be on notice if you are Baldwin Wallace. As we mentioned, you are going to tend to be a little bit stronger on the defensive compositionally, so got to keep that in mind as we lean into things here. It's going to be the second round, anti-eco round, pretty standard affair. It's a significant group moving in towards B for Mount Vernon.
3 players already here for Baldwin Wallace, but the weaponry is not going to be great, nor will the utility. And already running through is E-Gunner. Seeing that, I want to say Edge Runner because of a completely different franchise than Valorant, but E-Gunner going straight through, running and gunning, works well enough to at least set up a trade. Top G does get that frag, and following up those mystery masks. Nami makes it final man standing, make that 0 as they follow up to get killed on Sandy Loki as well. 3 alive to keep those guns into this bonus for Mount Vernon.
Pretty solid when it comes to the anti-eco round. You don't want to lose more than 2, but losing 2, it's all right. I think everybody sort of walks away somewhat happy, you know? Yeah. It's like, defense did okay, offense did okay. It's now that things really start to heat up, and that's because it's a bonus round. If Mount Vernon can pick up a round like this one, they're going to be on their way to massive success. So it's very important for Baldwin Wallace to ensure that they take victory.
Yeah, you'll need a healthy dose of copium just to keep rooting for Baldwin Wallace. Should they lose this round, considering everything we set up earlier on story-wise. The Killjoy, though, we talked about that, but it's now that they're going to finally start getting that utility really set up, and you see them lone over towards B site, which means it's going to be a lot more than usual over towards A, and that's going to find success for them already. As Kyle, alongside the ally, gets the first 2 kills of the round, and Mount Vernon stopped in the tracks at A main. Can't get past the choke point just yet.
Defensive setup there for Kyle, trading out with the player on the generator, ensuring that there's no problem on the entry. 3 players remain, though. Mount Vernon, what do you do here? You don't have any map control left, and with 40 seconds on the clock, it's going to take a miracle for you to get out of here and back onto a site. Once I say that, though, they're going to do what they can. It'll be Ranster to try and sell the idea that this is actually still an A hit.
Ranster invested into the Phantom as well for this bonus, so investing a rifle for a bonus round makes it sting actually pretty painfully if you do lose the round. At least try and make some presence towards A, and that's actually selling really well, as Vernon will be able to get the spike planted to B site. But the question really is, can they defend it?
Yeah, this is most important. Leparuni going to be able to connect and even get out of there. No! That's incredible. Mystery Max goes aggressive, trying to play with their teammate, but unfortunately goes down for the trouble. 1-on-4. First kill moves the way of Leparuni, and low HP on a couple of players, but that haunt is going to make things nigh impossible, giving away the positions as Epic going to close things out. So a little bit close at the end of the day, but a victory nonetheless for Baldwin Wallace.
Really big that Kyle was able to get that kill over towards Tiles, flick around and find the head. If that didn't go that way, if Rancer was able to get that kill instead, have presence over towards B main to try to support top G, maybe they could have actually been able to pull off that post-plant defense, but it just wasn't in the cards for that round. And life in the lungs for Baldwin Wallace. They won the bonus round as they needed to do so, and this game feels basically tied up right now.
Yeah, pretty much. But that being said, you look at the actual investments here, I'm a little bit concerned.
Yeah.
Syntax not actually buying up. Could have invested in like a Spectre. I think even had enough for a Bulldog, but didn't go for it. So that in and of itself is a little bit concerning, but I guess we'll see if that will matter long term. There is a Hunter's Fury up top if you look at it. Aggression denied. Loki trying to find some sort of timing in mid, and it is read like a book.
Yeah, great awareness by members, Rancer as well. Realizing there's a gap in the smoke, and we check that. It's all down to Epic on the site, and they can't do anything with that hold. It's going to be a 5 versus 2 situation, and like you said, that buy wasn't the greatest for Baldwin Wallace. Decided not to really reinvest into this, and it's all down to Kyle. Vandals in hands, and Rain a comfort pick. Can they pop off well enough to be able to pull off this post-play and retake? It's 1 versus 4 with crossfires and firing squads to deal with. It's going to be a little tough, and no more Lears to work with either, but they start whittling down those members of Mount Vernon. The door's closed, and this might be a timing swing here. There it is by Nami. Good reload situation, recognizing you have to reload after the spam as well. A bit of a checkmate. Keeps growing the lead for Mount Vernon.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good if you're Kyle to get some of those exits, sure, but I'll be honest, I think I would have preferred to see a save, even when they had those 2 players. Like 2v4 retake towards A, when you have no control at all of the entirety of the A area, it's going to be tough no matter what. And if you don't get something early, it is nigh impossible, but ultimately they go for it, they do what they can, and you know, what's crazy about that is because of their lack of investment, is they kind of are okay. Baldwin Wallace have enough money to buy on just about everybody. I think there's only 1 player lacking in a rifle. So a little bit non-traditional, but I guess if it works, I can't be mad.
Well, the Hunter's Fury, fairly close range. It's a little tough to pull it off, honestly. Doesn't find anything with it. So good by Baldwin Wallace. The fancy feet from Kyle. The exit frags last round, making the economy a little bit more checked.
I have the spike.
And forcing the failure of an ultimate as well to start off this round. But we'll need to do a little bit more than that if they want to continue that success rate and get the victory on this round.
Oh my goodness. Rare that you walk into another player's crosshair and walk away with your life still intact. Leparuni does that. A little bit of jitter swinging there. Not quite investing fully. Timing pretty critical on the take here. 2 players and the spike over towards A. They're going to be pushing forward. Syntax is going to hear what's going on. Information will come in a little bit late. Syntax has lots of other players to deal with, pushing up catwalk. A little bit of a labored spray, but Leparuni will eventually walk away. And it's another 2-on-4. Chad, this is getting out of hand.
Last player standing.
even further so. I feel like it's dropped fully on the floor at this point. Nami gets another kill, and it's all down to Vespid, who had all that set up to a B site to no avail. The swing by Nami is really good too. Nami doing a great job on timings and swings so far this game.
Leading the entirety of the Mount Vernon squad as well. So, you know, frags don't mean everything, but when you're sitting at 7-1, you do have to give credit where it's due, hey?
Yeah, I mean, gotta praise the people who deserve the praise in the lobby, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, Kyle trying their best to be able to get those frags to the team, do the Reyna thing of just fragging out to find success, and I'd say they're doing the job for Kyle for the most part. The problem comes down to the setups, the reads not being quite there for Baldwin Wallace, and their responses to what Mount Vernon is trying and approaches to these sites haven't been efficient enough to really stall them out, except that one time in A main.
Yeah, and of course you got to understand that was around where they had rifles versus mostly Spectres, a Marshall, and a couple of pistols. So the firepower advantage was significant there. So we get into this round. It's sort of just a walk aggression towards Catwalk, and Tree Room now taking over. So it's understandable when you look at the investments and how limited they are, but Nightfall going to follow up. It's going to clear out the entirety of site. The reality is nobody's there. Oh no.
The timing and the frenzy is not going to be good enough. Maybe if his rifle in hand, it could be a different story, but it is the last to save round for Baldwin Wallace. And can Kyle save a gun at the end of this round? Can they get a kill onto Nami? No. They run away just in time, and they're going to have to deal with Sova on the ramps, who's weak enough for the leg shot to be good enough. This could be a good eco if they're able to go and get that rifle and save within. They'll be able to buy it next time either. But yeah, if they get some more extra frags, go work too. I feel like I would have personally gone for that Phantom, but maybe it was a trap set up by the enemy.
Well, yeah, it's hard to know. 5 rounds now for the attackers, and as we mentioned, let's check in on that conversation we were having initially, Chad, because I think it's important. We were discussing how it's actually a very defensive setup when it comes to the composition chosen by Baldwin Wallace, and how concerned are you about their lack of success in the early stages of this first half on the defense?
I mean, in their early parts of rounds, I wouldn't expect them to have a whole lot of success because you only have like that explosivity from like a Jet or a Raze trying to like go for aggressive things. They don't have like a KO, flash, like they don't have any hard flashes on the team even. It's all nearsightedness. It's a little tough to really be aggressive around corners and swing challenge for like A main and stuff like that. So they have all this set up from Killjoy, which is really like the big stand is we need to have good reads, we need to have good responses, and considering composition, it's going to be a lot on phase hand, honestly. So we'll get those early reads. Otherwise, they have to do dry peeks like Syntex just tried, but didn't find any success with it.
Well, I'm losing out the paranoia in the process. It's another big hit to the economy and to the flash utility available to the rest of the team. The Tour de Force has invested already into this round, and the duel from Epic is not so successful. Finally, Loki moving into position with that Tour de Force, but that's only for a moment as the 0 point says goodbye to that Tour de Force temporarily.
Teleport's ready.
Nice shot from Loki to at least equalize things, and nearly hits another one that could have been the ticket rotation towards B, and the long run for Vespid. She will do what she can.
Yeah, no utility to use at all. It's going to be just straight aim dueling, which... Oh, just narrowly didn't find the head. Just some collarbone shots, which would kill a normal man, but Omen's not a normal man. It's a Void monster, Void being essentially, at this point, as far as I know the lore, but... The Dark Cover is going to make it basically impossible to push through that. Why would you? It's kind of crazy. And realizing now there's no time, all I have to do is go for exit frags. That's good for one at the very least. The top G shuts Vespid down. Mount Vernon continues extending the lead and continues building that economy.
By the way, speaking of anime, which is what you were doing prior to this, I would love to see an anime just about like Omen and like whatever the origin story or something is, or just generally like a day in the life of Omen. What does that look like?
A day in the life of Omen.
What?
Does he eat?
Who knows?
Who knows?
Answers to those questions and more. Coming
I did
right
read that book
2024.
when I was a kid. Everybody poops does Omen though.
Let's play.
That's a good question.
What's his apartment look like? Is there even a bathroom? There's a one-room studio.
Messy? I don't know.
Does he sleep?
See, this is why we need the anime.
Yeah.
Right, please make it happen.
Please. Perhaps he just drops one dark cover and just sleeps in that.
That's true. I'm sure that would do well to watch.
Perches on a rooftop.
Ooh, an easy entry for the Omen. Onto Omen. Ranster has found success in this area time and time again. The not
Whoa.
He committed pretty heavy commitment on a round such
Bold.
as this, but a nice shot to follow it up, and maybe this is looking better.
This is a tag. Can't really punish that. You don't have tree coverage at all, so like you kind of just send this utility, but can't actually follow up on it at all. Ooh, the TP out by Omen. Nami getting a frag as well. Omen realizing there's a lot of people are A-site, but it's all going to be coming down to Vespid trying to punish and not let them get their planted. That could happen. This could be big. Push through. Oh, it's just a classic. No, if that was a sheriff, it could be a different story. There's not much for Vespid to do. Just trying to stall for time, but the timer on the clock. It's a little bit too alive. Too much to work with for Mount Vernon. So we'll go down eventually. It's all down to Kyle. Couldn't do 1v5 earlier, but 1v3 maybe. That's a good start.
Yeah, definitely a lot more doable. That's for sure. The real problem is the Hunter Shuri that's over here. And it's outrageous to see them just playing inside of the dark cover. Now Kyle has to be aware of that. And there's the paranoia. It's all she wrote. NT, as the kids say. Baldwin Wallace unable to do much against the attackers. Even when they're looking good, these rotations that haven't really been necessary for Mount Vernon, they come in and it's suddenly things fall apart. Definitely a tough look. But by the way, can you actually span through that with the classic? I don't think you can.
Not really. Not to the point that would actually matter.
I think you can a little bit with the Ghost, but not the classic.
So I think you could do very minimal damage with it, but would you really get a kill on it?
Yeah. Maybe if they're low. That's about it.
Yeah. Because the damage reduction is so significant that you're just shooting peas. Okay. Well, follows rendezvous. Maybe. Better on the second and third shots. The Mystery Max able to do some chip damage. Could be on to fruition later on, but that's still an operator in hand for that chamber. Still able to hold mid if they choose to do so. That's exactly what they'll do. Distraction. By attacking Omen, trying to make happen over towards Talos, but not falling for that is Baldwin Wallace members as he dropped the lockdown to A-site as well, completely stalling out the A-site attack and hit attempt. That's operator still watching for top mid as well, and Syntix is providing some support.
Oh, that's a brilliant shot from Ranster. Though I will say that the utility from the fade, that haunt to follow up the lockdown, was good to confirm that there's still two players, and where they were moving to, they were stalling out up there at A, or
30 seconds left
was the rotation, but 3 on 4. The duel taken by Mystery Masks and Vesper. They're pulling that out. There's 2 surviving, but Epic gone down. Vespid now has to adjust. The advantage is significant. But still, Vespid coming away with more than probably could have hoped for. Time not on the side of the offense. As finally, we're back to winning ways for Baldwin Wallace. It took a miracle, but they were able to pull it back.
Yeah, Mount Vernon honestly got stalled out so heavily there that they kind of just had a little bit of a clash of mental, maybe, of just what do we do, and maybe conflicting. I want to hear what the comments were there from Mount Vernon of, is the IGL calling for one thing, but somebody else calling for something different, and they're just clashing suddenly? And I don't know. They just didn't have really good answers on the situation, and it allowed a situation where Kyle, who we've seen be able to pop off the kills in situations when they're allowed to, did that exactly the same thing again, as well as that operator hold in mid, providing a lot of confidence for the team of Baldwin Wallace. Still a fight up for Mount Vernon, though, and with that KO, the old command popped up. They're able to just run straight into the site, but Vespid's good for 2 before that exact thing happens. Epic able to get one of their own as well. And it's essentially a 3v2 on the field.
Yeah, but is there time to recover? No. This KO is going to fall. That's sticking alive. So Loki gone down. This one, another 1-on-3. The attempt, though, from Mount Vernon, spotted out by Kyle, is going to get away. Problem being Spike. Could use, yeah, from the shadows. Select this Spike for free.
Ooh, but
try to head towards B.
The problem with using it so early is they still know, like, either committed to either on A site or canceled, and it's in between them. So they know he's still not going to be over towards B site. Because Omen is still A side, which is why they're still hovering. They're just regrouping from Baldwin Wallace, and this is still going to be a very tough round for Rance to pull off. One dark cover to work with, 25 seconds from another shrouded step.
30 seconds left.
There is a world that they can pull off some shenanigans and creativity and win this out as an Omen, but it's certainly going to be a little tough. I'm interested in seeing if Kyle has another Lear left or not. That could be a huge entry option for them. No, they don't.
That dark cover is huge.
Yeah.
It makes it so difficult to walk forward. They're going to go together, though, which is something that I like from Baldwin Wallace. They've done well here by playing this as together as they can. Swinging out, Rancer spots them both. Another dark cover for no real reason, and gonna get caught trying to use the shrouded step. Not quite creative enough. There'll be another round for Baldwin Wallace. 2 in a row, Chad.
Yeah. I like the dark cover option there because they have a shroud step. They use that audio cue to make it try to fake like maybe they're going to go into hell because the dark cover would cover for that. And maybe buy them up time and separate the members of Baldwin Wallace enough to be able to find a couple of 1v1s. But at the same time, Staten Loki is like, hey, you know what? I'm going to swing through here because based on timing, if you are here still, then I'm going to get you. And that's exactly what they did. So I like the idea, but it was a little bit too slow, and the bluff was called. So yeah, life given by Baldwin Wallace. They have 3 rounds now. That's enough for at least the curse. That's a little bit enough for like breathing room going into the next half. So they reach that minimum and make this still a winnable map, but definitely still a little far down that mountain.
No doubt about it. Yeah, definitely a good first step. First couple of steps, really. And Kyle, another opening pick. That's something we really hadn't seen previously from Baldwin Wallace. Is they struggle to find opening picks in many of these situations, and they've done it once again here. They did last round with Vespid. So.
It's honestly a little bit of a tough look for Mount Vernon until E Gunner just gets 2 kills from the swings. Mystery Mass finds Vespid as well, who couldn't figure out which target to shoot at as all these members of Mount Vernon start swarming on site, which I hate. Who do I shoot at? And I end up shooting nobody. It happens to me all the time, so I feel that for Vespid. But it's going to be a 4 versus 2 situation, largely in favor for Mount Vernon, but Kyle is one still alive. Loki as well, and we've seen these 2 work magic before.
Yeah, real chance defensively, though, for the attackers. Nightfall available in that box. Going to give information further. Nightfall to follow it up. The Empress will be enough. 1-for-1 trade is now, it's up to Kyle. Doing what they can, but Ranster is there to close the deal. 8-3, and the real possibility of the accursed scoreline. We are getting close to the October 31st, so it makes some sense. Big spook.
Spooky, big spooks. Yeah, right there's that Nightfall is a great time to hit both members of Baldwin Wallace, and they didn't even clear hell yet, so they're just thinking like they could pop out from anywhere. We have no audio cues, and with that as well, it allowed Rancer to be just full sprint and wrap around for that flank at the very end from heaven. Last place they'd expect is last place they'd expect is for the Omen to peek out from where they just came from.
Fast, moving at a speed of knots. Kyle jumping away. Vespid has been magical as she finally does come back for another double kill. Tries to go for the confirmation on that KO. The wrong decision will ultimately fall. All the good work she'd done previously undone as the last round of this half unfolds in blindingly fast fashion.
Yeah, and they saw that judge in hand for Syntax as well. So you know there's a judge coming in, especially now that they shot through. The Nightfall's underway. This is the last round of the house, so you have to commit it. But the weaponry is not good enough, and the crossfires and all the members on site is a little bit too strong, too much to deal with. Mount Vernon going to that 9-3 half.
And it is indeed going to be the curse. We'll see, though. I mean, are you a typical curse believer or no?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I got the feeling. You and I are on the logical side, so.
So what is special about the 9-3 is like, yes, that is a dominant score. You have 3 times the rounds of the opponent, right? So like, you feel like surely this is a bag, of course. But if you win the pistol here and you get that conversion to the anti-eco, suddenly it's 5-9. They'll become like a 5-10, and at that point you need 3 really solid rounds to be able to close out the half. And sure, you'll eventually get these big build-ups of ultimates like that, but will you be able to get 3 of those? You're not. It's just on that like crest of like not quite a done deal for the team yet. Is why 9-3 seems to be the curse.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of teams. I feel like a lot of teams are like, we've understood the curse reference enough and we get it that we don't just relax thinking that we are at full momentum going in. It's new half, we gotta get that momentum back again, refocus, so that hubris and that overconfidence isn't quite there for teams these days.
They're doing it, Chad. This is the pistol round on attack side of Ascent that every college team ever does. It's walk up mid, go market to B. Like every time.
One enemy remaining.
Unfortunately for Baldwin Wallace, they took a little bit of time to get into that position. And that's why Vestman is now looking down the barrel of a 1-on-3. But yeah, it's something I've seen across like 6 different leagues and every team at every level. It's just the play to do on the pistol round on your attack side of the Ascent.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's somewhat effective, but you can see what happens when you wait a little bit too long.
Yeah, I mean, Nami just instantly ran through Gelato, got to top mid, and just had the headhunter long range, so there's no damage fall off there. Let's just go and take some shots and find some kills. Opens up that round for Mount Vernon. And I do like going for an A main or B main primary attack angle for pistol round, because yes, mid control is huge for this map, and attacking through mid is a very good strategy. But if every collegiate team does it like you said, then every collegiate team is ready for it, just like Nami was.
Yeah.
And just push right through it.
And that's why I mentioned it. It's because I've actually seen a lot of collegiate teams fully anti-stratting that because of how common it is. Just to give like an idea, over, I don't know, 10 matches on Ascent, I've seen it maybe 7 times.
Wow, the fact that Nami found the second kill was actually a little bit miraculous after missing that first shot. Wanted the chamber up high. Good that they did if you're a Mount Vernon fan. So they have a player advantage and the round advantage for sure. This is the anti-eco for them as well. And with Nami falling like that as well as a chamber, that's not donating any guns the way of Baldwin Wallace. That's still just a pistol on the ground.
Yeah, a good point to make and to consider whenever you're playing aggressive on these sort of anti-eco type rounds.
Player standing.
Nice swing. Great little trade out, right? One player swings, the next player swings forward, just trying to make sure that you can't look both directions, as I learned the hard way. Nice to see the plant, though, for Epic. It isn't going to be anything further, but just a little bit of extra cash flow is always a positive.
Yeah, 300 credits for everybody. A little point for yourself. I'd say getting the spike planted on the eco second round of the half is kind of like that threshold of it being a worth eco. It's a solid one. Getting a kill or 2 is pretty nice too, but all things considered, you're not going to win that round most of the time anyway. Things are going really bad for you, so getting the spike plant at the very end is good enough. They will have a bite here though. We saw them win the bonus, or the anti-bonus really, in the first half, but they're going to need to do a lot more than that in the second half to really come back in this map. I'm looking at Kyle, of course, being the person who stepped up a lot for that first half to get the frags, and on offense, Nazarene need to pop off here. Oh, that's going to be an Ares!
Not quite the damage that I was expecting, but...
Yeah, me neither, actually.
Little chip damage doesn't hurt nobody. Well, I mean, it does hurt Kyle, but from Mount Vernon's perspective, it doesn't hurt nobody.
Stubbing your toe hurts a lot.
Yeah. And listen, I'm no expert, but I think bullets hurt more than a stubbed toe. Probably.
What if it's just a bullet to your toe?
I feel like that also hurts more than a stubbed toe.
Oh, yes.
So,
but for
yes.
reference to like 10 HP worth of damage, maybe a bullet to the toe, that could be it.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. Oh, Kyle. Not quite on target, but ultimately isn't going to matter. Epic swings around, is there for the double swing, but it's an instant trade. Rooney on range of the Spectre, seemingly outrageously strong with it. 4 on 2.
One enemy remaining.
This is a bonus.
Wow.
30 seconds left.
Oh, and Statistics is completely surrounded. He doesn't know where to look. Who's going to challenge first? And it's going to be Ranster with the headshot as well. And honestly, like, I give credit to Top G in that round. Like, getting 2 kills the way they did with the Spectre was massive. They took down the forward member of Kyle. They kept Epic stuck over towards Lever. Long enough to where I thought maybe Mr. Master was going to be able to get the kill with the Ares going through the wall once they got contact from Top G's vision, but it still was Top G getting the kill there as well. And then pressures for the very end. That was a massive round for that fade from Mount Vernon, and that's going to make it a match point for map number 1 of this best of 3 series.
I gotta be honest, doesn't seem like it's going to be showing any signs of stopping right now. The only positive news to take away there from Baldwin Wallace is that they're not entirely broke. They have weapons to shoot back with. Of course, there was a shot, Nami. To be able to take one out. Aggression. No real exit strategy from Leperuni, but 1 for 1, already having the advantage. That's still a good trade.
Yeah, it's a struggle of going for something like that when you don't have a duelist in your team. No dashes, no dismisses as arena, and nothing like that. And the Chamber's already getting a crack at the rolling elsewhere for the rendezvous plays. It's going to be 4v3 in what could be the final round of this map. That no command is available as well for Mount Vernon. Not the best of weaponry for Baldwin Wallace to deal with either. So right now, just completely stuck in mid, and honestly, there's no like good calls of where to go in this situation. We see on the map that maybe it'll be a site, but there's just no information for Baldwin Wallace to work with right now.
30 seconds left.
Well, when there's no good options, you just take what you got. Paranoia, though, is going to add insult to injury. Rancer looking for another wide swing, though. Low-key, at least connected something. A missed shot on the operators. Now the no command moves forward. Plant. Nope, it's a collateral to close out this game. 13-3. What a in-stone to put on this one.
Yeah, we talked about how Baldwin Wallace's team composition was a lot better on defense, and we kind of saw that. They didn't really have any good answers on how to get to sites and really dictate the pacing themselves on offense. And on defense, the team composition for Mount Vernon was really solid. It was great for offense. A little bit slow because no duelists like that, but a lot of utility to work with to really create some openings for themselves. And because they have all that utility, their defense naturally is going to look really good as well. So there's a dominant second half after an already pretty dominant first for Mount Vernon, looking really good on Baldwin Wallace's map pick as well.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of that coming down to just all the individuals showing up as well. You know, that definitely had a factor. We saw Nami there at the very end picking up the collateral, but had a good game throughout on that chamber role. So the lack of a duelist really wasn't felt because everybody was showing up when necessary. Chad, with that being said, that was Mount Vernon's pick. So, you know, all things being even, there's still a chance for Baldwin Wallace to bring this in back, and that would be on Breeze, which is our next map. But that will be right after this break. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Just a friendly reminder that fireworks always add pizzazz to your points.
Of this series.
Good read there by Chalk. Because if he didn't place down that block, that would have been a really early stock lead that he would have gotten. And wow, that nade.
Absolutely sniped out of midair.
Everyone is in flux when Mount St. Mary's is on the point.
That piece, and that is the bulk of your healing if you're Emery and Henry. Now you're coming in with both DPS ults and the Shatter, but again, a massive Gravitic Flux comes out from Mount St. Mary's, stops them in their tracks before they can even get started.
Yeah, the Tac Vines are gonna deal the final blows to several members of Emery and Henry.
Eve has got beef with BSU and wants everyone to know it.
One situation left to clutch it out.
Oh, no.
I'm a little bit afraid here that the wide swing's gonna come out, but Ian's waiting. Ian is being a little bit patient here. Eve is not going to be able to get the first one, and maybe if Ian was able to wait there a little bit longer, Eve would not have been able to get that free.
Someone, not me, is going to have to tell Talo Halo that sharing isn't always caring.
Gonna feed it because right now Halo is feeding into it 59% before they have been touched for even 0.1% in this counting. There is Arsene, but he may disappear just as quickly as he has up here. Oh my goodness, Kilomiles, that is a 0 to death if I have ever seen one. Talo Halo.
Don't let your guard down. You never know when Rhino will come charging in.
Is all the way back. That just goes to show how much they're not wanting to make it, but Rhino with all the control gets the one on the board.
Talk about getting one in there. That he actually picks it up initially from a mini pass to himself. That an expert is expecting an expert to do something expertly, right? That is just about as simple as it gets, right? Just literally boiling it down to more basic Rocket League right there. Oh my God! And again, Rhino does it twice in about 30 seconds after no scores.
We're bringing it around town with Chowan University.
Big fights out short. Town, though, just gets the better of it. Great spray control. Takes 2 down with him, and already Chowan is looking at a 2-0 right now. Going to try an entry onto the site with quickness. Not willing to take his foot off the pedal, and Town's got a third. The last 2 coming from CT, and Town wants to put the nail in the coffin right here, right now. One is there. He's going to hear them both. He has a head in front of him. 4 before he goes down, and all it takes is Dusty to finish this one off.
Last but certainly not least, Big J5 coming in hot with a big 5K.
And Kentucky, they may get the second point for free.
Oh,
great
that
shot from
headshot.
Big J.
The second
another
headshot?
one!
What?
He's got another dragon already.
A third?
Wait, he finds 3! Big J, he's looking for a 4th! Oh my God, he finds it! He is single-handedly destroying Kentucky right now. Oh my goodness! 4 eliminations, 1 Hanzo, and a brand new Dragons Online. The question...
Wow, I miss these awesome clips, and it's only week 2, so make sure to keep up with the action on Twitch at ECAC_esports, Mondays and Tuesdays at 8, and Wednesdays at 7. And make sure to follow their Twitter at ECAC_esports. And thank you to our partner Esports U and to you for hanging out with me today. See you next time!
Hi everyone, my name is Heather Garozzo, also known as Sapphire. I'm so excited to join you here today. This is an initiative that means a lot to me. I've been involved in esports now for a little more than I want to admit, but about 20 years in many different facets. And when I started, I was often the only woman in the room. There were no women competitions. There were no other women on co-ed teams or women's teams.
Map number 2 is about to begin for this best of 3 from Mount Vernon, Nazarene University up against Baldwin Wallace University. And Mount Vernon definitely looked really good in that very first map. And going into the next map pick, at the very least, it will be Baldwin Wallace's map pick, so maybe it's going to be a lot closer of a fight, especially going to Breeze, completely different ball game. It's a lot more aim duels, not as much map-based strategy.
Yeah, but I mean, I'll give it a buck, Chad. I didn't particularly feel like the map strategy was all of that crazy different with regard to Mount Vernon. Yeah, there was some of the basic stuff that Mount Vernon were doing a lot better, but Baldwin, they struggled overall. It was... even in the duels that they had some trouble. So I don't know that they'll be doing all that much better. I hope so, but I am definitely a little bit scared. But as you mentioned, Breeze is coming up. We're into the Agent Select, and I feel like I feel like there's a pretty set in stone way to play this map. What do you think?
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, just Viper setting up for walls for really strong B holds, good executes for A site, and kind of the vice versa, like executes for B site and strong A holds as well. If you want to go with a slightly less meta, but still strong, just mix it up a little bit here and there. Sova's great for big wide open info. The Hollow Drone can see everything for a lot of these sites. Jet Chamber, very commonly seen because wide open maps, great for operators, of course. Last agent from Syntax, I usually would see like a KO, which like how MVNU just went ahead and picked up. Other than KO, sometimes we go with like a fade or the go with the sky. But I really want to see a hard flash option. Something that Baldwin Wallace really lacked from last map is a hard flash. They couldn't really like hard challenge. There's all these near side options. Therefore, they couldn't really challenge corners really strongly, things like that. So if they can pick up like a KO here for Syntax, would be huge. And I really want to see Kyle start popping off on that Jet.
I'd be cool. Yeah, well, we aren't going to see the KO. I was going to say I'd be cool just to see, like, Sky even. I think that would have been fine, too. But, yeah, KO definitely is the more meta pick in this engagement, and on Pre specifically. So, pretty much similar. But one thing that I did notice there, Chad, is a swap. Mount Vernon has said goodbye to E-Gunner for now and has swapped in Knight. And as you and I were discussing, that swap is certainly a bad news for Baldwin Wallace, as Knight is a heavy hitter for this team.
Yeah, Knight really is. I mean, E-Gunner also performed really well last game, too. Had multiple rounds, the guy double kill and open up into a site, things like that. So if they're swapping to another player who on paper typically performs a little better, then, man, this is going to be a tough test for Baldwin Wallace after it already was tough to pass. There's no bell curve here. You got to pass or not.
Nope.
So going into this map, going to be mirror compositions as well. So we'll have to see how things go. The KO pick as well, talking about that a little bit. One of the main reasons why KO is so strong, I mean, hard flashes are awesome. Scouting options, the fragment could be good for clearing out corners safely. That null command is really good for entering sites or at least stalling site executes from enemy teams as well. But also just the suppression against Chamber specifically is huge, and against Jet. So this is a very strong Jet Chamber map, and both those agents, if they get suppressed, they lose that eco weapon of the Blades for Jet, the Headhunter and Tour de Force for Chamber. And that's kind of the big reasons why people pick up these agents. And if those are shut down by your one utility piece for that agent, one agent countering two, really strong pickup.
Yeah, well, not only that, but, the positionings that both Chamber and Jet tend to take on this map are ultra aggressive because they can use their abilities to get out, whether that be the rendezvous or the dash. Those are canceled out, and you can see Nami forced to use the rendezvous there because the 0 point comes in. So exactly what you're talking about coming to fruition almost instantaneously.
Here. The dash through this wall went up just in the time that Nami was not able to quite get the headshot angle he wanted. Shock bolts will go off. Will not find much, a little bit of chip damage for the Jet. That's about it. So Kyle's not going to be sitting very happy and pretty, but it's going to be even less so now if they're down. It's going to be 3v5 as the pressure comes through. The Sheriff will maybe be good. No, it's not going to be fun to kill at all. Knight, we talked about, but it might have been a cast of curse. Everything's going wrong for Mount Vernon. Baldwin Wallace able to hold on strongly, but as the Viper finally goes down, just a lone Ranger. So the Viper goes down to the Poison Cloud as went down. The Lone Ranger of Viper couldn't fight in the fights, the shots in long range. Still will go Mount Vernon's way, and that round looked like it might not have. The tides were turning.
Yeah, definitely a sort of problem moment for Knight. It comes around the corner and everyone's just has their head in their hands trying to hit that shot. But we've all been there, to be honest, and it's not fun. So I'm sure we'll see something a little better moving forward. The real difficulty I feel like on this map, if you're playing with pistols, is how do you close the distance? You look at what's been purchased. It's Guardian, a couple of Marshals, and then, Rancer going to be playing close range on B with the Judge. Like, closing the distance towards some of these Marshals is just so difficult if you don't have rifles in hand.
Yeah, I think this is the hardest map to win a bad buy on or a bonus on ecos, just because of the wide open areas. And naturally, because of that, it's better weaponry will typically reign supreme. Let's see Marshall buy up. It's kind of like the eco weapon that works out really well for a lot of people. The Judge close corners for a Viper works really well on top of it. For the Marshall close quarters, not the best. Not the best.
Yeah, I think Knight dashed into that position. Definitely a little bit of a questionable decision in my opinion, but hey, still coming away on top. But that's the problem. You give Syntax a possibility. He's going to take away another frag, and now it's relatively even. 2 players pretty low. 1 on either side, and a 2-on-2 ensuing. Mystery Masks going to have to move in, try to find something here. Nami on the flank, and I don't know that they're anticipating Nami's position. The longer that things go down, the more that this will become a possibility. It's all about timing here. Nice shot. The Judge connecting, but long range is just not where the Judge is going to be good. Nami will clutch things up, but definitely a scary round for Mount Vernon. It feels like the clean game that we saw last map is just not the same as we've seen this first 2 rounds.
Yeah, and player I'm going to look at a lot right now is Knight. Somebody that we might have passed a curse, could be coming in here with a little bit of hubris, perhaps, because the positioning has been very bold. With the Sheriff swinging through the toxic screen on the first round of the Sheriff and just spamming all the shots, missing them out. And then the second round, just going straight up close quarters with a Marshall right around the corner. It's been very confident positioning that is just not working out for them. So I want to see Knight start showing up, taking this fight a little bit more seriously. If that's the case, I think Mount Vernon is going to be a lot cleaner on these rounds. However, going into this next one might be a little tough to pull that off, really, because Baldwin Wallace, they're the ones that have what is essentially an anti-eco at this point.
I always say be who you can afford to be, you know?
Yeah.
And Knight clearly believing that he can afford to be somebody that he was not in those last couple of rounds. That could change, though. Epic certainly making an adjustment. Knight will find 1 kill. Pretty long range on that as well. It's 4v4, but only for a moment. It's Loki moving forward, trying to deny Ranster. I love this Judge. It's so great.
And I'm looking at Knight. They did get that kill in mid with a Singer from a flank option. It's very aggressively done, and now with a Vandal in hand, found another 1 kill on sight. Makes a numerical advantage for Mount Vernon. And while Vespin has these lineups, there's so much time to burn. These lineups are not going to be everything. With this forward positioning, Knight knows exactly where they're coming from, lines it up, takes them down. It's going to be a round win for Mount Vernon. And that's their bonus win that felt like an eco for the start of that round.
Yeah, I know. It's so crazy how this has come through. And, I mean, the crazy part is the game thinks it's thrifty. We know, because we're watching, that they just had those weapons already. But a bit of a ridiculous engagement situation overall. But at the end of the day, the outcome is the same. Baldwin Wallace get smacked in the face with just a bonus round victory. And that's not good. That's definitely going to hurt their confidence as they move into this. And you can see what they've bought up here, Chad. They're going for, I mean, this is how you win thrifty rounds if you do win on this map. It's 3 Marshals.
A whole bunch of Marshals. This is pretty much the only time you'll ever see more than 1 Marshal bottom line team threes. The Knight's already off to the races, has a Vandal in hand, and we saw in the last round how crisp that aim was. So while the positioning was a little bold in those first 2 rounds, on that third we definitely saw why Knight has good track record and why that player was hyped up going into this map.
Enemy remaining.
And everybody else on Mount Vernon, man. Be all rifles in hand. It's just so tough for members of Baldwin Wallace to really find success. They have to be so good with this martial aim. And Loki, no spike in hand, completely surrounded on the map. Hard to really deal with the opposition here. Mount Vernon playing it nice and safe, not taking any unnecessary risks as they're holding the angles and slowly encroaching on the enemy.
I love the statement, not taking any risks when they're like literally in the spawn of the attackers. But yeah, you're right. Didn't overpeak there. They realized they lost a couple of players, didn't want to give any additional weapons away. Valid as ever. And well, already a double op. This feels aggressive to say the least. I mean, double op on this map, don't get me wrong, very good in general, but this early, that's a big investment. That's a lot of cash.
I think their economy can afford it. Like, even if they lose this round and lose all their members, they still will be able to buy up rifles for 4 of their members, and also Nami will have tour de force next round as well. So, like, there really isn't much of a risk here, and also double op, like you said, it is actually good on this map as well. And Knight has a Bladestorm available, so even if they get pressured for one of these ops, they still have that option for a retake or deal with up for pressure. Top G positioned in a way that their shoulder will be exposed to a person who they won't be able to see themselves, so that was very interesting. Rancer, big kills, especially on Kyle, who was able to just pressure over towards Knight's angle. So if Rancer didn't get that kill, it could have been a site opened up and 2 kills going away Baldwin's instead. So massive step up from the Viper.
Yeah, Knight would have been in big trouble there had Rancer not been in the position.
No way.
Great little dodge. If you're Syntax there, you are molding out of control.
Oh.
Those solid flash dodged just by the one area that Nami could be in. Oh, man.
Man, yeah, that's a bummer, dude. Like, I can't blame Syntax for challenging that either. Like, how often did that really happen?
You did everything right.
Yeah, I mean, like, Nami, like, you see this come out, like, he's already moving towards it. So, like, oh, man, that's just unlucky, honestly.
Yeah.
Viper's pits are online, so we'll probably see that get popped over towards B site, especially since Rancer is left all alone right now. Knight's in the vicinity, but this will be a vibe round for DW on top of this. So I'm surprised it wasn't popped right away. But I guess good that they didn't, because A site's going to be the one that Baldwin Wallace will attack towards. The Viper's pit early might be a little shallow for a good hold for the site, though.
Certainly does feel that way, and the push continuing. Yeah, look at this. The actual spike plant not going to be defended via that pit. And so you see the orb come out in position, and the only good news out of this is that the man advantage is there for the attackers.
The trademark is a little shallow as well, so it's not going to really see mystery masks coming around the corner until the last second. It was spotted, was shot out. The swing through is good for Loki.
I don't think he saw that. I don't think he swatted the leg there. That's the only thing that makes sense. Nami trying to get out. Nicely done. Quickly adjusting to find that frag. Is going to try and get something further, but all players exiting the other direction. And it is a round of investments, but a round of victory nonetheless for Baldwin Wallace.
One of those operators was saved. They have a tour de force as well, so they can still donate that overnight and have Nami use the tour de force, have a double op again, or just buy 2 physical operators. Yeah, they sold that away. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. If you're gonna go double op, you might as well use the ultimate. But maybe they go single. I think the single operator, even though double operator is viable in this map, I still prefer single op because double op, once you have to get into a forced retake situation, having 2 operators retake a site, it just feels so bad.
I definitely also think it matters a lot who you have on your roster and how comfortable they are in those situations. But couldn't agree more. Knight, aggressive as ever, is going to be punished, though, going that 1-for-1. And that's a lot less positive for the defense, realistically. You've thinned things out. How is that not a collat?
Oh, it looked like it was going to be. I was waiting for it, man. Perhaps unlucky for Nami. Maybe if they waited another millisecond or 2, it could have been. I don't know. But it's the way of the road. Viper's Pit still available for Mount Vernon, but that Null Command and Hunter's Fury makes it a little bit tough for Mount Vernon to really pull it off properly. So hopefully for Mount Vernon, they'll be able to burn some of that utility, at least one of those ultimates, before popping their own.
As I was saying before, but before we got robbed of that collateral, these 1v1 or 1-for-1 trades really actually aren't positive for the defense overall.
No, you're right.
Because now they have 3 places to defend and only 1 member per area, and they cannot rely on the teammates who are now dead. So it's going to be an A attack here, and Baldwin Wallace are going to walk into just a single defender.
Ooh, Top G knocking a spot out. Too far away for that recon bolts to see them. That shot did not go Top G's way either. That's towards doors. So this stuff no idea Top G is here. The peek out. Now they do know. And Mr. Mass getting the frags in and out. Push and pulls from these 2 members was so good. And takes out the 3 members. Baldwin Wallace, just the 2 of them. They'll be able to get a spike defused, certainly, and that's going to be another round win for Mount Vernon.
That is an outrageous run of kills from Mystery Masked, right? Like, just walks in the door, one shot missed on the op, but even then, finds both of the kills on the players defending the spike planter, and then the spike planter down as well. Just brilliant work. As we get down to it, we're going to see that one more time, though, and let's see. How close was this to a collat? That was collat on my screen. I'm
like,
just saying.
just a handful of milliseconds. If you waited, then maybe it's like a server thing, you know? Like, oh, it's so close.
I mean, what we see on our screen isn't necessarily what the server sees, but what we saw looked like a collat.
Ooh, saw that arm. Nami. Can rendezvous out of here. But now waiting this long has Gamble. Will they come all to the other side? But they have Top G watching for aiming as well, so.
Oh, Nami. Felt like that one was close. Just over exerting just a little bit. Wow, what confidence from Kyle to take that duel after just hearing the fact that this is an operator here. And Nami just taking names. It will be one player to fall down as Syntax comes up through the tube, applying the additional pressure, but still, the man advantage clearly in the hands of Mount Vernon. It's down to a lonely Loki.
Wallace, nice shot by Loki. One of the players that really stepped up for Baldwin Wallace last map on Descent, but couldn't quite do a 1v4 clutch this round, which is quite the task to expect somebody to do, with the Marshall too. They'll be able to buy up now. There's still enough time to be able to get that breathing room for that half that we talked about last map. But it really feels like they need to do a lot more, because the breathing room of 3, which is kind of like that minimum, wasn't enough on Ascent. And I feel like that it's probably going to be the same story on Breeze.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It does feel like just everything is going the way of Mount Vernon right now. There's just not been, any of those close moments have just not gone Baldwin Wallace's way. Even that 3v3 as we were talking about.
Well, the timing?
Me?
I love this angle. You can only really use it once per map.
Yeah.
But it's easy to get punished on it. But it's so fun to pull off if you can do it properly. And Nami now is looking towards Vesper's way. As somebody who tries this angle a lot and gets punished more often than not, I'm so happy that it works now for Nami. But Baldwin Wallace certainly is not excited about it. Very cheesy spot to be sitting in. And that was a 2v5.
That's a spot where after you die to it, you just throw your hands up in the air, maybe slam your desk a little bit. What am I supposed to do? That's that spot. Yeah, that's that in a nutshell. Nice try once again, but another good little flank there from Ranster. 8-1, and somehow, some way, this is even more dominant.
Yeah, this is Baldwin Wallace's map pick, and we've had a rough go so far. Knight, enjoying the view of just admiring cobblestone architecture, and now, nature's beauty.
Night
just the bright skies.
The view of day. That's what I enjoy here. Listen, they did a great job of modeling.
This is a big moment for Knight right here. So many members of Baldwin Wallace right here in the face of the operator wielder. There they go. They fall. Another challenge from Nami as well. Can Rendezvous put out? No, they're pushed too far forward. They won't be able to teleport out there. So an operator doing it over, and Baldwin Wallace wants it, but positioning they're in, operator is not going to be very useful on attack.
Oh man, up over the top. That was such a fast decision from Knight. Mystery Mask just comes around the corner. That elbow position, seeing a lot of action. Is Loki once again lonely, as I said before. His 1v2 has the shots connected. Knight falls down. This is winnable.
Members of Mount Vernon absolutely sending it. And Baldwin Wallace says, yes, thank you. Do more of this, please.
Feed me.
Feed me. Feed me.
Oh, Ranster's going the right direction, though. I feel like no matter
30
what,
seconds left.
Ranster's position here is
Spike
going to be
planted.
unexpected. Okay, maybe not.
Well, Ranster was in this spot at the end of the last round as well, which is why they're kind of thinking maybe they'll expect me to go for a flank, and that's exactly what Loki immediately looked to check. It's actually a good like mind games read by Ranster overall.
Yeah. I forgot that Ranster was in that position. You're absolutely right. Could throw out a Viper Spit here, just to troll, but it's just going to put down the toxic screen for now. Tap on the spike. Got the information.
Is there time? There's no time.
Doesn't even try for it either.
Have they not?
Clutch.
Unfortunate time to lose out via the time for Mount Vernon, but hey, Baldwin Wallace, the best they've looked thus far, 2 out of the last 5 rounds has been theirs. And whilst as a win rate, that's not that great, but you know, it's much better than the prior 5 rounds.
Yeah, 40% is better than 0. You can't argue with math.
Though many have tried.
Yeah, many have tried, but if you're a collegiate player, you gotta respect it. That's a big
right.
part of college.
Definitely.
Speaking of math, Baldwin Wallace, after winning that round, still is on a save round because the economy is so poor. And Mount Vernon's one to be able to fully buy up as well. And now with Top G pushing up in a way that they haven't done so yet, could be a big surprise factor for Baldwin Wallace if he plays his timing right.
Oh man, Knight.
One enemy remaining.
Just waiting. Another Knight for the quad. Everything lining up perfectly for quick frags and another flawless victory. We have yet to really see in either map number 1 or map number 2 this Baldwin Wallace team be able to put together multiple rounds in a row. Like I think they had 2 rounds back to back over on a set one time, but it was certainly not consistent. And you got to find those consistent victories if you want to build any sort of economy.
Yeah. Last round and a half. The economy sees us with 7 ultimates on the field. All those are going to have to fly. That's been was short last time. I think that's going to be short again.
It will be.
It's interesting that they're going for that multiple times. There is like a little bit of a peak. If they plant this backwards, yeah, they'll at least actually get the spike somewhat in the pit.
No,
so they can
no,
see.
it doesn't matter.
They fall though.
That's the danger. No command as well. From the flank. Nope. Denial. That no command making it difficult to use other options. Has the Hunter's Fury in the back lines. You're gonna have to confirm that kill eventually.
One enemy remaining.
One player remain. The Hunter's Fury and nothing to be found out of it. It is 10 rounds now, double digits in the first half, Chad.
Switching sides.
We saw a lot of ultimates there. A little tough to keep track of the action, but honestly, Rancer played that perfectly, realizing they were just on the edge of that null commit or the fragment. So they're not taking full damage, so they're able to stick the defuse to halfway at the very least. Fall off it on the perfect timing. As soon as that tunnel vision happened because they got pinged by the recon bolt, that's exactly when the rest of the members of Mount Vernon were striking back as those Baldwin Wallace members were trying to punish the diffuser of Ranster. So perfect situational response by all these members of Mount Vernon, just as a unit playing that majestically and just shut it down. And it was getting a little close to the wire on the timing, but it was still firmly in their hands. So 3 away from closing out this entire series is Mount Vernon now, going into the second half.
Domination, that's what we see in Vespid. He's going to have to stand tall here. Loki on the other side, a crossfire set up and prepared for the defense, Baldwin Wallace. What can be done, though? That 0 point. Losing out in the rendezvous away as Loki finds the opener. That's actually huge. Mount Vernon, they have been the architects of those opening picks more often than not. And to pick one up on on their own is massive.
Yeah, finding Nami as well. So the duelist and pseudo duelists are gone inside of Mount Vernon. No easy entry, no Luxo sponging anymore. Just gotta deal with straight gun battles because their utility across these two initiators and controllers is gonna be pretty weak as well, considering it's a pistol round. So numbers are definitely going to be quite the advantage for Baldwin Wallace, and it's a situation where man.
Rancer, a shot
30 seconds
needed
left.
even more so. No utility. Already used that toxic screen over at A. At least the plant of this spike will come through. So small victories are abounding. Nice shot, close range. Syntax gonna take the other player out, which means it's 1-on-4, and yeah, 2 bullets in the chamber. Gonna have to reload that. HP though does make this a little bit more doable. Body shot needed, necessary, and called in. 2 players remaining. Jump being abounding. All he knows, or at least one more is. The shots are connecting and upgrading over to the Ghost.
So weak.
Playing Ring Around the Rosie. Just a singular bullet required, but the time is simply not on Baldwin Wallace's side. Loki will get the frag, but the frag is irrelevant because you win rounds based on that swipe.
What a round by Ranster. Already the player that I was praising and having really good situational awareness and playing things perfectly by small windows of opportunity that they find. And right there, the members were, so to be fair, there's weak members, just one shot to the body is good enough, so it was the easier shots, but so you gotta give credit to the rest of the team there, but Rancer still finding those little moments of peak shot, back cover, just in and out, dodging and weaving, using that cover and just kind of guerrilla warfare moment by Rancer. Pulling it out and playing the time at the very end as well is beautiful.
1v4 in total there. And huge mistakes for Baldwin Wallace. Just allowing that to even be a possibility. Would not have gotten checked, I don't believe, but she still hits a brilliant shot. Left Rooney down and out. The shock darts, though, they are going to be her demise. Epic collecting something and maybe doubling down on it there. The Viper's Pit now pulled out on A, but in a 2-on-2 and a flank coming through. This is maybe not so true.
This Viper's Pit is far better than we saw on the other side of things. Kyle, though, with great timing, but can't find the kills. No way a Stinger doesn't get a kill there. Rancer shuts it down again. It is all down to a 1 versus 2 situation. Epic with just a Marshall in hand. Will not get lucky on the right click on a Ranster. Has so much information to guess through and cannot find either of the two of Mount Vernon. It's going to be 12-2 scoreline. Match in serious point right now.
Are you kidding me? I genuinely thought that Stinger got the kill. Like I heard the headshots and I'm like, oh, dead, right? No. So frustrating. Losing out in such a ridiculous fashion. 12-2, and Mount Vernon on the cusp of making this an even more dominant scoreline than Ascent was, which is saying something. Last chance saloon now for Baldwin Wallace as they head into this one. Nami, not like this. Double kill to open the proceedings. Also made this look easy, simple, and finally will be stopped. Velspid, who's been quite consistent over these 2 maps, is at least going to stop that bleeding.
Oh, what a shot from Mystery Mask as well. And now with the Stinger up close. That time it works. It's just the bane of Kyle's existence, apparently. Doesn't work for them, works for the enemy. What's up with that? All down to Loki, the last one I'm in, alive. Does find a nice headshot there. This is a winnable situation, though it is certainly dire. Loki, Sanity Loki, needs to win this to keep their chances alive in this series. It is not going to be the story to be told this day. 13-2, an even more dominant game than the first. Mount Vernon wins the series 2-0.
Yeah, and I gotta be honest, Chad, I didn't think there was any way it would have been more dominant, especially considering that Baldwin Wallace elected to head towards Breeze. But I think that our thought process there was that, maybe if we get something a little bit different, there'll be a little bit more chances to succeed. I think that the aim difference, especially when you chalk up that 1v4, really did come to the forefront, in addition to the fact that if you win a 1v4, props to you. But there's definitely an aspect of that where the other team misplayed the situation, and I think that definitely came into the fray as well.
Yeah, on the opposite side of any good play is a bad play. That's just the nature of how things work. And overall, Mount Vernon has had far more good plays this series.
Yeah.
Baldwin Wallace. Another terminology, phrase I like to use is you either win or you learn. And I think Baldwin Wallace did a lot of learning this series. Hopefully they can take those lessons, review the VOD a little bit, and come back stronger next time around. But simply today, Mount Vernon just showed up big and showed to be the better team.
Yeah, and you know what? Listen, it was a number 9 seed against the number 4 seed as well. In this conference, Great Lakes, it is definitely still anyone's game with regard to being able to pick up some speed here at the very end of the season and make sure that you're able to jump into those playoffs. So, well, with that being said, I am excited to see more from this Mount Vernon team as we move forward. But we will be looking for an interview for Mount Vernon. We're going to head to a short break, though, to get that set up. So Chad and I will be back with our interviewee in just a few minutes.
Obviously has changed drastically over the most recent couple of years. Initiatives like this are so meaningful to getting more women involved and giving them a stepping stone to join those Tier 1 leagues, to join co-ed teams, mixed teams, and hopefully become the best in the world. So I came to join today to just tell you a little bit about my journey, hopefully inspire you. Whether you want to go down the path of being a professional gamer or a content creator, or you want to work in the industry, there's so many different options. And I wanted to share a little bit about my story with you. So first off, I'm actually at Valorant Champions in Istanbul right now. The match is happening like just behind the door from me. So you might even hear some of the crowd noise going hype. The crowd is obviously cheering for Fnatic. Actually, I just heard a loud cheer right now, so something epic might have just happened. But so apologies if you hear that background noise, but it's all part of the vibe. It's all part of just being in esports, living and breathing esports. My journey actually started just as a player. I was a multi-sport varsity athlete in high school, tore my MCL, was out on an injury. And then I found esports. My brother would have his friends over, and I didn't want my brother to be better than me than anything, and I just started playing. And this was actually Counter-Strike. Valorant wasn't out at the time, of course. And turns out that I was pretty decent at it, and so started playing more and more and more. Found some teammates, traveled down to the CPL, which is like the top tournament at the time. Thought after winning a bunch of tournaments in the Milwaukee area that we would come in and do really well. Turns out we were terrible, and we finished dead last, lost to a Finnish team that was one of the best in the world. But it only motivated me to be a better player. So I kept competing. Eventually, I made it on to some of the top teams. I was in co-ed teams, played in ESCAAE Invite, which is now the equivalent of ESL Pro League. And also played on some co-ed teams, played with teammates like Miss Harvey, Potter, who is now the coach of Evil Geniuses, Alice Liu that played with Complexity's Valorant team. Some of the things that I learned in my competing journey, it's not just about my physical skill in the game, not just how quick you could react to something. But communication, teamwork, these things are so important. At Valorant Champions right now, I get the opportunity to listen into the teams and listen to their communication. It's amazing how they refine their craft and refine how they communicate with their teammates. It's something so fascinating. So I encourage you, one of the things I like to tell up-and-coming players is record your team's comms and listen back. Did you give the right calls? Could you have done better calls? Those calls have been shorter and more precise? Those are some of the things I learned as a player. Throughout that playing journey, one of the highlights was in 2012 when I traveled to Paris and competed in the Esports World Cup, which was the top tournament for women at the time. And we came in and we won the World Championship, which was so exciting. It's so amazing to play in front of crowds of thousands of people. They were cheering against us because we were playing against a European team and we were an American team. But that feeling is just like unlike anything else when you can raise that trophy and they play the national anthem of your country. I hope many of you playing in this competition will get to experience some of that one day. It's truly an honor. Some of the other things besides competing and winning trophies, I played in 250 tournaments over the years. I believe that's the most for any woman. It's hard to keep track in the early days, but beyond competing, I work in the industry. So I'm the vice president at Dignitas. It's one of the oldest operating esports teams. We had for many years one of the top women's teams in the world. I also founded a women's initiative called Radiant and operate women's esports tournaments just like this. And I've realized how important that is. A lot of people will ask, why do the women need their own tournament? Why can't they just play with the guys? And my response back is, if you look at a game like Valorant, there's a reason why there are so many women competing in this game compared to other esports titles. It's because these women's initiatives exist, and they give women something to work towards, something to get started. It gives them a more safe environment, a harassment-free environment to kick off their careers. And I hope one day we don't need women's tournaments. That's the end goal, is because more women are competing and more women are going to start to shine.
And we are back. We're going to round out this best of three from the Great Lakes Esports Conference from a winner's interview. A member from Mount Vernon Nazarene University, now going up to a 6-2 score line. It's going to be Nami, who is the chamber extraordinaire for that series. Nami, thank you so much for joining us. We have audio only, but thank you so much for being here. Talking about that game, I mean, you guys definitely were off to a great start, seem to have confidence all the way through. And this is kind of like what you expected going into this, or is this kind of like what you're looking at moving forward in the rest of the season as well?
Yeah, the games went pretty well. The first map, Ascent, is one of our stronger maps. We tried a slightly different comp because one of our players weren't here, but it seemed to work pretty well. Yeah, Chamber it's pretty broken, I'm not gonna lie. So, but yeah, the whole team played really well together. It was a good victory for sure.
Well, let's kind of dig a little bit deeper into you guys as a team, and talk about the season as a whole. You're doing well now, jumping up to 6-2 as you were 5-2 coming into this. Who do you feel like is the most difficult opposition within this conference?
Right now, it's looking like Ohio Northern seems to be the top dogs. Definitely beatable, as we saw Mount Union actually take them down. So them and Tiffin, really good team as well. There's kind of a few powerhouses that I think could all pull upsets on any team any day. So I think it'll be really fun during playoffs for sure.
Well, and so just to kind of dig deeper on that, I assume that you feel that you guys are one of those teams that can pick up some of those upsets, or do you think that you're looking at for those playoffs? Are you looking to potentially be able to win it all, or what are the expectations?
Yeah. We are our strongest in playoffs. I'll tell you that much. So teams may look down on us going in, but I'm sure we'll give them a little surprise there in playoffs. Definitely think we have the skill to take it all. It's a matter of, can we get our cohesion fully down? Been changing up a lot of stuff. So once we get that down, I think definitely a team to have a chance to win it all. I'm not going to lie.
It definitely seemed like every member of your team was enabled and capable of just being able to pop off for any round and make any round winnable. A lot of times that seemed to be the case. And a lot of times it seems like you guys were kind of just sending it to see if you can end it faster, perhaps get to dinner or some of that sort. So if that case, what's on the menu for the celebration dinner tonight?
I don't know. I might go ask some guys if they want to get some Buffalo Wild Wings. That'd be nice. It is Thursday, so get those boneless wings, you know.
Boneless? I was gonna ask bone or boneless. Okay.
I gotta be boneless. I'm sorry. I know there's some haters out there, but
not on this
it's
desk.
easier to eat.
Oh, let's
I
go.
enjoy it personally. What sauce do you get though?
Honey barbecue.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I like
my
it.
boy,
All right.
my boy Rancer said lemon pepper. I disagree, but
Yeah, I do as well, but I'm not going to rock against lemon pepper. It's just not a preference. You know? But yeah, I just want to open the floor as well as rounding up this interview of what you want to say out there. Shout outs, thanks, or any kind of words for the opponents out there might be listening as well.
oh yeah, shout outs to Baldwin, of course, for the fun game. They definitely did some really good things. I don't want them to be discouraged by that loss. And shout out to my team. They back me up as much as possible, so it's fun playing with them. And then shout out to Mount Vernon for allowing us to be able to have this opportunity to play. And my mom.
Awesome.
Hi, Mom.
Hey, gotta get
Let's
the mom
go.
shout out in there for sure. I love the sportsmanship as well. Definitely shout out to Baldwin Wallace. It's not a match unless both teams show up, and Baldwin definitely has some good looks for sure. They just got to learn some lessons and move forward, and hopefully they can improve there.
Yep.
All right, Odami, thank you so much for joining us for this interview. I really
thank
appreciate
you.
that.
Thank you.
Good luck out there for future matches. Enjoy the wings tonight. And everybody out there watching at home, we are going to have more Valorant action, more best of threes tonight on this stream. It's just going to be a break, and we're going to come back. The next match is scheduled to be at 7 o'clock Eastern time, which is, you can see the clock in the bottom there. It's going to be roughly 30 minutes from now. It's just a short break, but when we come back, it's going to be the NJCAAE weeks number 4. It's going to be Suffolk Community College versus Westchester Community College. It's going to be fantastic. Best of 3 to watch. We'll see you there.
/twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close. Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis and I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. This guy right here, he's got his keyboard off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down to the far end who has his keyboard all the way at a horizontal. That's really cool. They're going to be at that table right over there. Public information? Oh, I don't know. But this isn't live, so it doesn't matter. It's not live, but you and I know. Yeah, we know. I'm not going to tweet it. Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game. Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them?
No.
Is it them a second time? No. Okay. All right. Oh, is it one of the links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try? Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god! Oh my.
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give away your strategies. It's over-under?
What do you mean over-under?
Like, do we think we're going to podium? Do we think we're going to come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place?
Certainly not last.
What about, 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place?
Third place.
That's where things get dicey?
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my god. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my god. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never play Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's going to hold that against you. Now, who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
the Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow, I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazi.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah. It's maybe.
This is a death match, and I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your KD?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's third, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do you think we're doing so far?
You know, it could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well, you know.
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude. It's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco! Oh my god, I don't think anyone is gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
It's Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, not cast, interview. Change your mindset, change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good, that was good. Anything from you?
How are you doing, Polly?
Awesome, thank you so much for your time.
Welcome to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. This is Rod, your favorite host, back at it again with more stellar plays from collegiate esports. Special thanks to our partners at Esports U for the additional coverage. Let's hop straight into it. Starting off this week at number 8, we have Torchy showing aerial dominance. They show that you're going to have to work a little bit harder if you want to get back on their stage.
Tiny bit here. Now you got to mix up your timings getting back onto the stage. Torchy is looking for something, able to still find the jab, and the foiler is going to be.
Next up, we have Cabinus, showing us what impact on a support player really looks like. With the timing of a Lucio God, they come in to claim the play of the game.
Player just going to deny anyone an attempt to hit the objective, and I mean, at this point in time, you got to expect those rollouts to be as quick as they are.
Moving on to Rocket League, we have Swax, showing why they own the airspace with a nice self-follow-up, netting WSC the goal.
As we are going to try to find out that little nugget of information, Swax is going to drop this one down and give us a tie game here in game number 2. Gets that nice little touch over the defender, Peter.
As an Astra main myself, nothing brings me more joy than watching Zeno hold it down on the C site with a nice 4K to secure the second round of the half.
Fine, there's a 50-50 angle. They're checking a beautiful spray down onto 3. Players come in for the rotate from the rest of the map control, and a beautifully played round by FSE, capped off by a nice one.
Now at the number 4 spot, we see that luck is a skill when Post gets 2 back-to-back kickoff goals. All it took was 6 seconds to go from a deficit to the lead. That is comeback potential.
Other ways.
I don't... What? Okay, so Warda actually messed up their kickoff. They 100% did not mean to land like that and then just happened to get a wave dash into it. Hey, listen, fortune favors the bold, and sometimes it's better to have dumb luck than to not be lucky at all. So we'll take it 100%, especially if they get another one. Kabuki to tally it on, and they're proving it isn't just luck.
Coming back into Smash, we have Bryce showing a ledge guard of the gods. It took a couple Gordos to nail it, but this clip truly ended in perfection.
Nope, not a footstool in sight, unfortunately.
I'm just going to be looking for some sort of an edge guard here now. That Gordo is right in the way, and Bryce going to be able to get the...
Conrad came into this round swinging. They really showed what happens when you combine the skill of a great player and the blessing of the RGX Vandal.
It worked out so well. I mean, just a double kill already in their favor. Which so far the Sheriff, I mean, has been truly impressive. But unfortunately, he has not been there to follow up. Conrad now looking for the ace, already able to get 3, looking for 2 more. There's the 4th, and it's up to the tail to save the day. Conrad goes in deep. Oh, they're able to find it. Conrad.
Finally, at the number 1 spot this week, Frosty lays down the law with a stunning barrage. What a way to tell the enemy to get off my point.
Frosty to move
open, unabated, unhindered. Here comes the rocket barrage, and it's lighting up the scene with 4.
Well, that wraps it up for me. This has been another fantastic week of ECAC Top Plays of the Week. As always, follow us on Twitter and catch us live on Twitch at ECAC_esports. You can find us live on Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. EST or Wednesdays at 7. Thanks again to our partners at Esports U for providing all the additional coverage for us to show you. This has been Rod, the best host of this season. I'm just saying. And I'm signing off.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out, how do we replicate what you guys are doing? How do we, how do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more. I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. My question, I really want, I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville, and why a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with Immortals, with the academy team, and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist that's very unique to NA and esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection, because unlike traditional sports, in esports, players, they don't start training under a structure or a system or a coach from a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players, they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams. They have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank on the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally to do the same things and try to replicate the B house environment or what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West has a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, when that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when Clerky pitched his vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for development in the NA ecosystem for esports.
Oh, right on. And I think, well, maybe let's follow up on that a little bit then. Because Dan, okay, so Dan, you pick up Jensen, you've got this going. I think that's going to be my question then is, or to any other schools that want to be competitive like you guys on that level, is this something that we should be expecting to see in the future, right? Is this now, the standard that you guys, Jensen, you and Dan, do you guys feel that this, if every college across the nation starts doing this, if they start, recruiting coaches like Jensen and trying to build this atmosphere, is this going to be the next standard, or is this something that's very successful that, obviously it's proven to work, but is it sustainable? Is it possible for everyone, or maybe not everyone, but right, the greater sense of the industry and the ecosystem? How do you guys feel about that?
It's a dream of mine, obviously, to get to a point in the future where every university has an esports team that's taken seriously, and every day they report to practice. It's an improvement-driven mindset across the whole program. I think for me, though, like, the reason isn't necessarily like to see like a March Madness with millions of dollars flowing through it. For me, it's a little bit more simpler than that. The reason why this is my vision is just because it's best for player development and just players in general. What we see in tier 2 ecosystems almost across the industry, that's like below academy, I would say, like right before you, I would consider academy professional, because you're making a salary, higher salary than exists in a lot of semi-pro sports actually. But in the tier 2 ecosystem, you kind of go from like your parents' bedroom making no money on a Discord server with a coach that hasn't been certified by any national body, to playing academy, and that's horrifying to me. So while I don't see collegiate as being, or maybe it does end up being this way, but it doesn't have to be the definitive path to pro. I want it to at least be an option, like a parallel option, similar to how you can go through the Canadian hockey system, where you can choose to spend a couple extra years developing and maturing physically and emotionally in the NCAA model before you go to the show in the NHL. I'd like to see that reality in esports. This isn't something where there's a century of history to the competition. So it's a very powerful tool, especially when you're trying to convince your parents that this is a worthwhile pursuit, that you can get a college degree. And it's one of those things where, at least in America, with how expensive college is, getting scholarships after your first, after your 18 to 20-year-old years is usually harder academically. You usually get the majority of your scholarships going into school when you're an 18-year-old freshman, and the way that the current path to pro is set up, a lot of players are foregoing that span of time to try to go pro for no pay. And so for me, it's more about like a health of a pipeline, health of the ecosystem, health of kind of the player experience of pursuing this, and that's the big thing for me. And obvious it's a dream. I want Maryville to serve as like a case study and a model for that. We want to show results. We want to eventually be competing to win proving grounds, to show that this can be a functional alternative to the traditional tier 2 within esports, and that's what we strive for every year.
And I can add to that a little bit, just from a business perspective. I think, we're very fortunate to have Jensen and Dan here at Maryville, but I think if you're a university looking at, just adding a coach, maybe not to the magnitude of Jensen, but I think you have to look at the metrics. I think if you look at what the ROI and the business case of adding relevant esports within your university, what that means to your student life and all those different things, all those things that they try to check boxes within higher ed. I think having a relevant esports program or a relevant system within esports, every university should be looking at it, because their baseball players and their basketball players and football players are all playing gaming. And a lot of these esports, figureheads and coaches, etc., are the relevant people in digital media. And it helps the school with a brand perspective. And I think just having any sort of relevant and adding bodies within the esports ecosystem at universities, you have 2 or 3 basketball coaches, you have 2 or 3 soccer coaches, both on male and female. I think having relevancy within esports, it has probably a 15 to 25x, return versus like traditional sports. And I can say that with my background and everything like that, and just knowing how we look at it. But at the same time, if you're not looking at esports as a relevant, not even revenue stream, but relevant digital eyeball within your sports and student life perspective, I think you are sort of behind the times.
Hello, hello, hello. Happy New Year's, everyone, and welcome back to the ECAC Esports channel. As always, my name is Kyler Tando, and I once again have the privilege of introducing you all to some of the best collegiate esports plays. Now, I know when we left off last year, I teased a little bit about some big news on the horizon, but that news is finally ready to break. Now, this year, in partnership with CSMG and their newly launched Esports U network, we will now be able to bring you guys double the amount of ECAC matches. So, with double the matches comes double the highlights. And with that said, I mean, obviously, right, do the math here. It means that we get to take this series of videos to a weekly top 8 instead of just the top 4 like we did in the past. But anyways, that's enough out of me. I'm sure you guys are ready for some hype plays and crazy moments. So without further ado, here you go. In our season opening clip, we have Ghost and Nox with a devastating 1-2 combo that just breaks SLU at the knees. Or is it boosters?
Can't fall through. Nice bounce, but a nice goal! Right past the defender. Ox makes it look easy.
I'm so surprised because I couldn't.
At number 7, Rawfam pounds his chest and decrees that he is the strongest in the jungle with this sick 3K to flip the point.
The arms and keeps everyone alive through that. Amplification Matrix came through, but we didn't get the same benefit we saw last time with the Amplified Fire Strike. Instead is Angry Monkey time from the fan with a 3K. Call that the Primal Blade.
As our first Smash play of the year, it's the clean 9 stock from Hydra to lock down New Jersey City's 2-0 win against Husson.
As they go for that kill confirm again, it's not going to connect this time, but there it is, just waiting on the platform for the spike. NJCU cleaning up in their signature style, Hydra leading the charge all the way home.
Next up, it's every shorty player's dream, and what's going to be a nightmare for University at Albany.
Up close and personal. This is the one player who's got a chance with his read. How about timing here? So step forward now into the angle. Certainly good for one.
Yikes.
There's the one. No one's reswung. He's reloaded. This never happens to a shorty player. Nebula's up now as well.
In our next clip, who needs teammates when you've got a wall? Grim surely doesn't.
Snaps and passes. They tried their best, and that is an open goal. But unfortunately, out the top, it's going to be the header in. Tit for tat. Grim takes it in on their own.
Ooh, spicy little double tap right there. You saw him looking for it, but that's not an easy read.
Rounding out our top 3, it wouldn't be a highlight video without our first ace of the season. D. DeRocco, this one's for you. Enjoy.
Cake out GSB.
A great shot there. Oh,
I know
deep push coming for an ace. Rocco looking for one of their own. There's going to be a 4K already coming through. Now a 2v1. The hard rotate through. And the kill!
Ace!
Rocco picking up the ace early and securing a true single-player dominance.
In our runner-up spot, AZ Tropical has a bunch of things to do in this clip. The SD into... Well, he's got a lot. Just take a look.
But all right, 2 stocks to 6 for the Fanshawe team. Starting off strong, 45%, 54 uncontested. Let's see what Andy has to offer, because right now he's getting duffed by the Street Fighter.
Ooh, very good option coverage with those up tilts, but you're going to get jabbed once, and there's the uppercut right there, sent straight off the top. AZ Tropical now battling it out on Yoshi's story. It's looking kind of tough.
And as I was saying, if a character is going to start steamrolling, it's definitely a character with so much crazy zero death potential as we've seen in Kin, because wow, only 19% so far. And this isn't just any character, this is against Fire Mithra. Oh my god! Getting dared right in the face. AZ Tropical only 2 stocks away from tying his entire...
And in our number 1 spot in the you hate to see it category, what's higher than a high noon? Well, Becomix has the answer.
Trade out Leo Leon here, however, Key Universe making important and inexorable progress. Leo Rafam taking a lot of damage, and it's Becomix finding 3 on the way down! Down goes Duck, and this is looking like an absolute rout for Keene University. Muskingum University just found lacking in points.
Man, after seeing all of that, doesn't that just make you want to say, wow? I mean, for me, I'm definitely speechless and so excited to continue bringing you guys these plays and all of this collegiate esports content. Now, if you want to check out more of the buzz on social media, definitely give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports. Or, if you just want to check out the action live, be sure to tune in on our Twitch channel at ECAC_esports. With that said, I do want to give out a shout out to our partners at EsportsU for not only helping to us expand our content, but really also to help bring all of you guys more of this great collegiate esports action. Now, thank you all so much for watching, and feel free to let me know, what types of matchups or moments you'd like to see next. As always, I've been KTAD, and I'll see you all later. Have a good one. Hey guys, KTAD here, and welcome back to the ECAC Top Plays of the Week video. We're in week number 7, and trust me when I tell you, things have only been heating up. These teams are fighting for a chance to make it into the playoffs, and because of that, I mean, there's so much crazy action to get into, and, you know, don't take my word for it. Let's check out the plays. Starting us off, it's a play that'll have you asking yourself, how did he do that? As Melee juggles and ping-pongs blighted right off the stage.
Because the projectiles are so ever-present, that reflector right there that you just saw is going to be in the back of Melee's mind throughout this set. But right now, Melee's doing a good job of getting around it, has the percent lead, and make it 64 right now on blighted stock. It's still being worked away at the combo setup.
At number 7, Red Ninja is just cleaning up the West as he gets this nice 3K to cap off the series.
Had a lot of fun with it too.
How does that win?
I don't know.
How does that, in any world, how does that possibly win?
Here's what I can say, right? You have Big J5 running around in the back line on Roadhog just trying to cause havoc, right? You have a Symmetra teleporting all over the place. You have
Up next, there might just be a 4th member on the squad of RPI as the corner comes in clutch to take them to game number 5.
It's about as good as you're going to see for a team play off the corner wall, and RPI takes a 3-goal lead.
And with that, we have the fastest goal in this matchup so far. We started off with the quickest goal, the least amount of time.
Okay, spoiler-free intro this time. Someone gets a 4K clutch in this round. You just have to guess who.
I feel like the first time we see the A side, now it's going to be Wukian with an immediate elimination onto Relay, making it a 5-4. But Hanzo might be able to, will find the elimination onto Louis, tying things back up. Not for long. Wukian with that operator takes out Safari, a real powerhouse player, has to kiss this round goodbye. UK, they're 3 rounds away, winning their 3rd round and almost tying us back up. What a shot from Wukian there. It is going to be the Blade Storm taken offline, and by that KO, 0-point Blade. Even without that Blade Storm, they may be able to win this one. Brown Baller with the 3. Can he find the 4? Jag? No, it's the right click. That puts him in. Wukian with a 4K of his own. Win Kentucky's.
In our top half, it's Sonics in his attempt to 9-stock NJCAAE that gives us this next play and this beautiful edge guard.
Things will go swimmingly for themselves as of right now. See Hydra playing at a massive disadvantage, already at 109, but 92 on Sonics. This was where we saw them actually take that stock against them. It was just a small little upbeat.
Way.
One hit is all it takes.
No, Rabbit!
Way.
Rabbit! Oh my! Sonics is too clean with it!
For number 3, Shrusi's got some things to say as he just pops off for King.
So much to bear, and well, too much to bear. Shrusi, why take on 1 defenders when you can take on 2, maybe even all of them?
Why get a hat trick when you can get 5 goals instead? 30 seconds to go. Literally every goal of this game has been from Shrusi, and you would go to think, oh, obviously he's got a million shots. That's why he's just been putting on the pressure. Not really. He's 5 for 7. He's really accurate with what he's doing here. Not wasting his time because shots like this, they don't come every day. But for Shrusi, it's another walk in the park. Give him the time in the air and he will do things like this.
Somebody call it. Somebody call it. This is unfair.
And in 2nd place this week, it's the perfectly timed EMP into self-destruct combo that completely wipes out Wichita State in the opening map against Johnson and Wynn.
Self-destruct is there. Gentalian and Rogue combining for a massive fight win right there. 95%.
And in our number 1 spot, it's a tour de force that some would say is almost excessive from Nagwin as he shuts the door onto Delaware.
On the right side of the kill feed. Nagwen playing C-Long and doing a great job at it. Oh my goodness, even better! Trying to turn 2 into 3, not able to line it up yet, but there it is. That tour de force is a tour de force to be reckoned with. Nagwen taking out 4 to win the 7th round for UK.
All right, and that is it. Now, I mean, what did I tell you guys? Things are only getting crazier and crazier, and with this wrapping up, that means there's only one more of these videos left to make. That means there's only 4 more weeks of playoffs left on the table that's going to be starting up in just a little bit. And I mean, what a crazy season it's been, and what a crazy season it's shaping up to be. Special thank you again to our partners at Esports U for providing us that extra broadcast coverage. But if you guys want to stay up to date, I mean, you already know where to go. But hey, if you haven't, if you don't know yet, you want to give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports. And you want to make sure you tune into the action live at twitch.tv/ECAC_esports. We are live on Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Trust me, you guys want to be there. We've only got so much action left in the season. And then, hey, before you know it, we'll be back again right around the corner for fall semester. But once again, I've been K-Tad. Thank you guys for joining me, and I'll see you next time. Hey guys, K-Tad here, and as spring break is upon us, we too need a break every once in a while. But with that said, you know we've still got some great collegiate esports action for you, and playoffs is around the corner, so you know that these teams are doing everything they can to make the cut. Let's get into it. Starting us off, it's a POTG for POST as Hiveder spins to win and keeps his team alive in their series against the Colonels.
Because they needed that victory, they needed to know that the reverse if it's going to take place. Passes started with the best.
At number 7, Floppy's got a show to put on for us as he juggles Sen around the stage.
Off stage, how will they make it back on? Just immediately opting to go for ledge, eating an uphill, and totally not going to be dying quite yet. He is quite a hefty boy, but what a follow-up.
Yeah, ping pong with his...
It's overtime out the gate for our number 6 clip, and eBest Drew hangs it us a little to the left to clutch it up for Farmingdale.
Gets it over one, has Indemnity to work through now to flick over him. Chance, it's top of the box for St. Drew. That's a goal, game 1 winner for Farmingdale.
Yeah, that's eBest Drew right here. Fantastic shot reception, or that pass reception, I should say. After Otto puts this across the top right here.
Up next is Curious George with the Cura Ace to clutch up the round for Keen. And yes, the editors came up with the name of this clip, not me.
Behind it, and now you're going to be talking about a bolstered close flank here. It would probably be in the best interest of Keen to go ahead and just save their weapon. Not exactly sure how their guns are looking, how their economy is looking, excuse me. But this just seems so unfavorable for them. They're sort of making it work, mind you. Curious George, he's going ahead and giving it the old college try. He's going to make it an ace, but does he have the time behind the snake bite? He can go ahead and stick on it. And by God, again! Keen just cannot keep getting away with it. They're disjointed, they're scrappy as all hell.
It's Ye Old Faithful in our number 4 spot as Putnut and Kofe toss out a huge Grav Dragons to flip the point and secure a map number 1 for Nickel State.
I think they're going to have to bait out this immortality. First, we're going to see that committed on the back of the Grav, but the Dragon Strike is massive. A 4-shot for Kofe. And with that, the Colonels will take control of the point once again.
Now this might only be our number 3 clip of this week, but you guys have to check out this play from Not Leopard as he pulls off these ridiculous moves to juggle the ball right past the defenders of Central Missouri and into the net.
It's possible, setting up a counter-attack potential, but Fan Shui here, Not Leopard, what? Oh, Not Leopard! They have families, stop it, they beat all 3 defenders.
I finally figured out why it's not Leopard. It's not Leopard because it's Messi. Messi with the dime, the dish, the left to the right.
At number 2, this is probably one of the smartest plays we've seen in a while. Now UNM's Wicked Pro after finding the spike on A, decides to ult and immediately rotate out after getting the info that the rest of the attackers are mid. What happens next? We'll just watch.
A bit frustrated about that one.
Oh, and this is a great play going around from the smoke from the belt. They have the perfect opportunity, and once that falls, everyone will be revealed. They'll be hit with the decay. This could be huge. Yes, Fisher Row, caught on the zip line. Wicked gets 2.
Another 4K for Wicked, who is playing out of their mind. The 500 IQ play. You knew that it was a weird angle to have that Viper spit. You knew that they were going to check everywhere inside. And
Alright, number 1, let me break this down for you. Series 3, last man standing. The anchor in Atata, as he somehow manages to bring Illinois Wesleyan back from being in a 1v3 for this series.
Big lead here for Wayne State, but we'll see. You know, Atata's not out of the count just yet, and they might be looking, I mean, they're definitely looking to take this away with the 3 stock, but they can't play too risky. Okay, we see the PK flash there. They're going to make it back to ledge. We also saw a pretty Hail Mary forward smash there at low percent at that. The risk reward on that is a little skewed. Ooh, look at this jab reset into the forward smash. What a beautiful combo.
They just feel confident in their team, and there's nothing more that I love with that. But the mess is already trying to make a statement saying that you should have brought the person who could take the stocks first.
That is amazing right there. We saw the PK fire, multi-hits goes for the downer. There's an off-stage air dodge. Suddenly, this is looking very bad for Younglink and potentially Wayne State as a whole.
Side, don't let them grab you. You still got to be careful. Ness is a threat no matter where they are on the stage.
Nice rising fair to kind of even that out. Good blade beam to catch the PK fire. Maybe the PK fire is in reaction. There's a climb hazard. This is Ness's time. That forward tilt takes it. And IWU, Illinois Wesleyan Titans, takes it over Wayne State College 2-1 across the set. The final game going 2 stocks to Atata over Chef Louis 0 stocks. Oh my goodness, what a heart wrencher.
Well, there you have it. What a crazy week it was, and honestly, I know it's only going to get even crazier as we move on. Now, the competition is fierce not only just in Division A, but even some of these open division matches are going the distance and coming down to the wire. Now, as always, if you want to stay up to date on everything, give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports, or if you guys want to check out the matches live, we broadcast Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Once again, a special shout out to our partners at Esports U for providing additional coverage of our matches on their network. But I mean, that's it. That's all I've got for you guys this week. We're only 2 more weeks out after this, and I mean, I'm really curious to see how the playoffs shakes out this year. But don't go anywhere, guys. Come back right here every week, every time. Same day, same time. You guys know how it runs. And don't go anywhere. I'll see you guys next time. Hey guys, KTAD here, and welcome back to another ECAC Top Plays of the Week video. Now, normally I know we like to switch the hosts out every week, and I know there's a roster that we want to bring up to you guys, and don't worry, we've got that coming with some returning faces from last season, as well as hopefully some new ones this time out. But again, you guys got me for 1 more week. It'll be okay. I'll see you guys at the end anyways. Now, in any case, as per the usual, we've got a bunch of incredible collegiate esports action coming at you, with some of the coverage brought to you in partnership by Esports U. So, huge shout out to them. But, I know you guys don't want to hear me talk about it anymore. It's okay. Let's just jump straight into the action. Here you go. Starting us off this week, we've got Gorilla as he power slams the ball into the net.
Don't have a goal to show for it. It means almost nothing, especially when Grand Valley has a response like that. Gorilla solo play, and how do they get this with power?
At number 7, it's a play of the game from Shiz that has him jumping fearlessly into the enemy team to secure the second map for Savannah College.
So rare to see these, especially in a map like this one, where there's a lot of potential opportunities, but that means willing to make a complete change if necessary, and we didn't really see that for the side of
Shh. We've got to be a bit sneaky here, as Matthew's got the huge flank to get the 3K and secure the
As I was muted, we are now fully live and ready to go, and I appreciate your patience as we're going into this NJCAAE best of 3 match between Suffolk Community College versus Westchester Community College. The two community colleges, but which community will come strongest today?
Well, and it is an interesting matchup because both of these teams are these colleges are part of the State University of New York system as well. So it's going to be interesting, a homegrown matchup, if you will, between Suffolk and Westchester. But I'm excited to get things started. Both of these teams are undefeated as well, which is going to add to the tension, I think, as we look to get things started. Where are we headed, though, Chad?
We're going to be heading to a wonderful new place. So it feels like a new map, essentially, at this point. It's not Pearl. It is New Fracture. And also Haven, my favorite map in the whole game, always has been, and maybe always will be, because the map just seems so perfect. We're talking about the green room. But anyway, Staten was taken away. Pearl's taken away. Icebox and Breeze as well. So it brings us to Bind. So a little bit of a new look for this best of 3 matchup if we go the full distance for Bind, but especially to start things off on New Fracture.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, we were kind of talking about the consistency with which we see Icebox and Ascent, very much away from that, which I think is going to be interesting. And Fracture specifically is a pick that I feel like if you can get away with a Fracture, and like if you have a good Fracture, you are, especially in collegiate, in a place where you should win a lot of series automatically, because Fracture is just not something that people tend to play. And because so many people don't play it, I get the feeling that a lot of smart in-game leaders just don't ban it initially because of the fact that so few teams are willing to pick it outright. So I think there's a lot to think about there, and I think we're already seeing the fact that this Suffolk team not so familiar with Fracture based on their picks.
I'm going to have to do my best to fight against bias, because as a fellow Chad on the side of Suffolk Community College, so you see them lock it in already. And Astra, honestly, on Fracture is a very new look. That is not something you see very commonly. If you see controllers, it's very commonly Brimstone, as you see over towards Westchester. Omen sometimes gets played instead. Sometimes people try to throw the curveball with the Viper as well, but Astra, that is a very surprising pickup.
Yeah, and I think that Fade's so good right now, there's no question whether or not that's a good pick. But I also think that realistically, Energy going towards the Rays is also, I mean, not unheard of, but definitely not the norm. Much more common to see, like we're seeing Janet go for the Neon. So, as I mentioned, this is Westchester's pick, and it's clear to me that there was a lot of thought put into the agent select on their side, whereas Suffolk, maybe this is just, their brand of Fracture, which, I'm readily willing to admit, but it definitely is a little different on the outset.
Yeah, this is Westchester's map pick, and it's Suffolk going with a very unorthodox non-meta pickup. So usually that mentality of like, oh, this is crazy, not meta, that means that their map pick and they had some like crazy plan concoct. But no, Suffolk was just ready for this, or at least like have a read on New Fracture, because Fracture with those recent changes, like I said earlier, feels almost like a new map, especially over towards Dish. It got closed in as just basically one lane over there instead. So I think that might be a big part of why they go with Astra, because you can use the stars for that more choke point location. There's not 2 areas to wrap around that Dish anymore. So maybe that could be one of the reasons why that they went with the new Astra.
Yeah, I think for me, it comes down to, number one, not necessarily having a great plan here, probably. And number two, I think we're seeing a situation where this is just not something they expect to be playing. But we're fast and quick onto the B side. Hate's going to take the first, the defensive frags. And it will be Westchester moving their way into the site. They have control now. They're looking to play defense 4-on-4.
Reaver, it's just 3. The plant was so fast, it's hard to miss it if you blinked, or hard to catch it if you blink, I should say. Easy to miss. Other way around, Alpha, though, being quite the Alpha alongside Sopa. Fresh Prince as well. Everybody doing the part in that post playing, getting the frags for themselves as Westchester on the map pick off to a fantastic and extremely fast-paced start.
Very fast indeed. The initial engagements there were fine. We saw Hate find a 1-for-1. All right, but the control that Westchester had on the backside of that was just too overwhelming. The B-site retake not so successful for Suffolk Community College, and I think, well, we're gonna have to point our eyes that direction one more time, because I think you see what I'm seeing, Jad. This is a look towards B once again. Just run it down and just overwhelm.
Lenar, though, answering right back, saying, no, you can't have your way up that dish, but that was all just the fake. It's going to be a long journey for the other 2 members of Suffolk to capitalize off that first pick, because the spike was already planted. It's a 4v2 on site. That time is already ticking.
A little bit of damage done from Nar already. 2 bullets prepared in the Headhunter. Problem is that nobody on Westchester's interested in giving this Headhunter the chances to claim an additional kill. A little bit of info gathering done, and yeah, pretty much standard fare. Love this from Westchester. Don't need to overcommit, and later on take these fights together, exit as a squad.
Suffolk members trying to get those exit frags and find their way out. Still successful for Westchester. Nar actually might not be able to make it.
No.
Oh no! Tragedy on B side post round, even as Nar couldn't even get the death there. So at this point, we'll have to buy just a stinger because of that survival penalty.
Yeah, and to explain further about why that's such a big deal, if you're not so familiar, it's because if you don't go down and you save on the defense, you don't get any additional death or credits for it. So
it's just the 1,000.
You're just kind of, yeah, you're just stuck with that 1,000. So massive.
It could have been 2,900 and gets 1,000 less. So 1,900 credits penalty there for Nar essentially, and forced into a stinger. I mean, it's not the end of the world because they can still get armor. So if they have first contact frags get traded out, they can get a rifle off the ground anyway, especially with Hake getting a double kill on the side, realizing Westchester's MO is fast and furious. So getting them down the angles on the way in and falling off to the next rotations has worked out so far, but we still see a spike be planted immediately for Westchester, but the odds are so much more in favor for Suffolk this time around.
1 enemy remaining.
It's a long way home for Westchester, and they're unfortunately not even going to make the first step in the right direction with a clean bit of utility coming through. Nar placing that nanostorm effectively, and Hate will pick up the defuse after picking up two frags on the fallback there. Took that initial fight up towards tower, and then even found the additional fight towards Fresh Prince. So everything looking good in that round. Yeah, bonus round. As we discussed last map, it's a situation where you're typically going to find yourself at odds. But I think that at this point now, Westchester going to swap things up just a wee smidge, because it has gotten a little bit easy to read.
Yeah, I understand that that was your bonus as well. So coming out of the gates fast, throw them off, shake them up. Second round, you're anti-eco, you have the advantage anyway. Cool. Third round is a bonus, so you're probably not going to win it anyway. So I understand if you just keep rinsing and repeating the same strategy. But now this round matters a lot more. This is a big 5 round, so slowing it down here so far, I like to see that from Westchester, not just completely sending it every round, but it's still going to be a beat take nevertheless. It just might be just a slightly slower.
Yeah,
slightly.
Look at this read as well from Suffolk. The orbital strike comes through over towards tower, but nobody's there this time. For the first time this game, actually, Westchester, they had found players from Suffolk in tower 3 times over. Not this time, realizing that the orbital strike was coming forward. Very forward position, speaking of, from Imdems. going to get punished for that endeavor. Now 5-on-4 with the man advantage firmly in the hands of Suffolk.
Ooh, almost a kill for Janik, who by Nard to be able to stick out there, but Energy was not able to punish the positioning. Jesse, Chad Tones trying to answer back, keeps it into a 2 versus 2 situation as Sopa, but Hate keeping the odds in their favor is all down to 1 versus 1 situation. The Headhunter doesn't find the head to be clicked. Sopa is the one to find the frag, the spray down the Phantom. And this could be another round win for Westchester yet again at that B site.
Yeah, and listen, Suffolk do a great job of taking that round where they had the advantage in the weapons, but you gotta be able to win those rounds out when you are in even stead. That just doesn't come to fruition this time. Though, in fairness, where did Suffolk gather all this money from? They're so rich.
So rich.
I mean, I guess they had 4 survive in that one round, but still.
Yeah, I think a lot of it was early rounds. Their bonus was very healthy going into it as well. Their anti-eco was very healthy before live at the end of it. And there's on offense as well, so they're getting a spike planted every single round. That's bonus credits for everybody. Right now, though, it's the offense from the defense, essentially, as Nari is good for 2. But no more flashes of work with a swing and through is not good enough to finish the round, but it makes it a 2 versus 1 for the team. And Suffolk members trying to regroup. Chad Tones tracking the audio, using that nebula, make it a little bit scary for Soap to go through, but Westchester's MO. They are not going to hesitate. They are going to push through. Spike will go planted again, but the gun will not be ready in time. Chad Tones positioned perfectly for that. Will be able to win another round for Suffolk.
Yeah, and I think that you got to give credit where it's due. Suffolk doing a great job of answering that that B hit with some ultra aggression towards the B main position. That was the right call to be made, and they were able to trade effectively into an advantageous position. So, beautiful work into the next round, though. Now it's time to start to wonder about the economy. Westchester, it's going to be stingers across the board. They have enough to invest a little bit, but they can't fully move forward with it. So, stingers. Alongside maybe one Spectre, going to be the best they could offer.
That lockdown position, yeah, that Aftershock not being used either to stop it. Fresh Prince falls in the meantime as well. 3 members left in Westchester. All stagnated right here. The Stingers in hand, though, they have a fighting chance. Stinger definitely was recently buffed and was not a bad spot before the buff either. There's only one last member at the spike. This could actually be bad if Energy gets taken down.
Last player standing.
Alone. I have retrieved the Energy, they're going to fall. But the damage is done. 19 health remaining. No thought to use that neural theft, which understandable considering the investment into this round from Westchester, but a 1-on-3, now just 2 remain. That will be it. 3 frags for your counterpart on the server. And 3-3. Nice adjustment here from Suffolk. I mean, yeah, they started out losing that pistol, but they have recovered nicely.
I should play some Astro.
Proud to be a Chad these last 2 rounds, that's for sure, Vincent. Chad Tones positioning perfectly for the post plant. The round before. Gets a 4K here. Comes through, winning the fights. It's going to be a buyout for Moe's. Dims couldn't quite cut it. Sniper utility is still pretty expensive, so if you're investing into full utility every round and also dying off a lot, then it's really tough to keep up.
Well, that's a swift attempt with the showstopper. No frags coming off the back of that. So investment, I mean, not useless. Here, the walk straight into Jesse. Hello with the tour de force. Flash to push them out in the rendezvous to answer, but into an even odder off angle. Swatting over the top, but a brilliant shot from Fresh Prince, and he's doubled down. Outrageous. Might fall as he's tagged up, but gets away in time. Fresh Prince, a victory here would be on his shoulders.
One more body could be a really big opportunity for Westchester there from that Marshall. Couldn't quite connect the second one. Fresh Prince already doing so much work for the team. And only 21 HP to work with now. That'll keep them off the spike, make it a little tough to punish this Nebula, but still a Marshall having to just spam through. The spam from Nar is even better against a weakened Fresh Prince. So if that Nebula wasn't there, the aftershock could have been massive, but that smoke alone was just too much.
I love explosions.
It's tragic to see Fresh Prince do so much good work, only for it to fall by the wayside in the end. Nonetheless, solid play from Suffolk to stop what was a onslaught from Fresh Prince and the breach utility. We are down, though, into a position where leading initially, now down by a round. Westchester back to the save.
I'm really curious about how this Cosmic Divide's going to go as well. I don't ever see Astra on Fracture, dude. Like, my mind is like, what do you do with this ultimate here?
Yeah.
So I kind of want to just wait to see. You know, like, it's so unique. They know exactly where Soba is from that Prowler as well. A bad buy for Westchester. It's tough for them to hold any lines here, and full speed ahead. The aggression from Suffolk worked earlier on in the rounds, pushing up from B lane, and now working out as well from Dish. Narg working in the cutoff. It's gonna be a 5 versus 2 retake for A site.
So I'm gonna keep it a buck, chat. I don't feel like I'm watching Valorant right now. This looks like I'm watching over.
One enemy remaining.
Like Suffolk are walking around in like a death ball. That's what it feels like. They're playing Brawl at the moment. And it's working. It's working very well.
I like that their response to Westchester being super aggressive earlier on was, let's just hold the line, gun them down. Okay, it's working a little bit, but not the best. All right, let's just try playing their game. And then we'll just be aggressive against them, play it out, force through. And Westchester's like, whoa, I don't like that. Is that what it feels like? That doesn't feel good at all.
Well, stop that. And it's forced to time out. Look at this.
Yeah.
Time for the coach to get a moment to conversate and notice some interesting strats. And honestly, I think there's a lot to communicate here for Westchester, because Suffolk have just opted out of that aggression, as you were alluding to. All right, well, I mean, you know, if you want to W key on to B, we'll just push A and get all of the map control, and then retake and win.
Nara has been popping off a lot with the shots, finding the cutoffs a lot of times too. So has done a really good job of being there for the site, for the team, and using the utility for Killjoy to really slow down that aggression from Westchester. That's actually huge that they actually grab the Killjoy, but also working those flanks and those angles, working those cutoffs. We just saw him finding Janik a round before that. It's working so well for the team. Aim's been on point, everything like that. So lockdowns available again. 2 lockdowns in 8 rounds.
That's huge.
Pretty snazzy.
Yeah. Nar, by the way, the in-game leader as well of this squad. Leading from the very front, by the looks of it. 10 kills, leading the entire server as well.
Yeah.
So, with the timeout now over, it's going to be that lockdown, as you just mentioned.
Instant. Wow.
Very much so. And it's gonna indulge. Boy!
Wow. Check the PC. Check it.
That's not normally.
Causing Divide to try to cut off that spike location. So cutting off the spike, isolating, use the Nightfall, pressuring the corner and sandwich onto Sofa. Gets a kill there, forces everybody else back. Pushing through. There's nowhere for this breach to even flash, but the bullets run out. Is Fresh Prince good for 3? Chad Tones pushes through, but doesn't realize there's only 1 bullet left to work with. It only does a little damage to the body. It's all up to Nara, the player that we hyped up just now, having to win a 1 versus 1, 53 seconds on the clock. It's all the time in the world for Fresh Prince to get the spike plan and make the play happen on either site. The turret on one side, alarm bot towards A. It's going to be Nara almost forced to hold this middle ground.
The good news is they will get the information. Wait. Was for a moment going the wrong direction. All good though. 150 health. Nar started this with an opening pick, a blinder through the smoke. Just needs an additional 33 damage. Two swarms, wrong place. Not gonna take it. No, my goodness. Fresh Prince swings at the perfect time. Nar down and out. The clutch 1v4. Second one we've seen tonight. And I'd argue a fantastic one for Westchester.
Yeah, Fresh Prince was the one that made one of those rounds earlier look really winnable with really clutch double kills. Unfortunately, couldn't quite close it out. There's still too many people alive, but this time around, finds the frags. Man, what a moment for Fresh Prince on this breach. And what an interesting game as well. Hyper aggression for both teams at certain points. The IGL Killjoy topping the frag for one team, and the breach topping frags for the other. You do not see either of those things often.
Right there. No, I mean, you can definitely frag from an initiator position at times, but breach especially, it's so important to be that player following up. Not on this team. The clutch. As the entirety of the Rolling Thunder moves forward, we're seeing this, it's like deja vu, I think they say. Two players, though, through that smoke, and it is a blindingly fast tank, but even quicker on the defense.
Last player standing.
What a rough spot for Alpha, completely stuck in default back there. So the place that they plant a lot, so you can see the energy was ready for it with that paint shell shot. Sopa completely stuck as well. The Boombot confirms the location. Despite coverage by Suffolk. Gotta give a lot of credit for Hate this round, just dominating out of tower, shutting down those two members from Arcade alone. So Westchester is going to have to Hate dealing with Hate every round in tower hold.
Has really been a nuisance up there, 100%. It's looking like time is going to be the problem with feeling infinite stars. Chad's going to be able to push back Sopa.
10 seconds left.
And it'll be a save into the next round. All of those heroics done in the last, entirely inconsequential now.
What an exciting match we have here, Vincent. This new fracture, hyper aggression from both teams.
It's fun.
And not only is it just like, it's not just hyper aggression of both teams just throwing themselves at each other. You can clearly see the adaptation from Suffolk especially has been so good to respond to that aggression, not just crumble under that strength and power that Westchester was initially showing on this first half, but they responded and adapted in a way where it feels firmly in the grasp of Suffolk even after Westchester took a timeout.
Yeah, and here's what I think actually worries me for Westchester, despite the fact that they picked this map and that they look very prepared, is that they haven't seemed to realize the problems with that ridiculously fast B hit. Like, they've been punished 3 times now, like in a row, in that when they go to that position, and they only won that previous round because of Fresh Prince and the ridiculous clutch that he provided. So Westchester, they need to do some adjusting of their own, and it seems maybe they have. They're headed towards a change of pace, you could say.
Clustered up in A, waiting to explode. That seems to be their go-to is explosion gameplay. With a breach, brimstone, fade, neon composition. Certainly gameplay that works really well. They answer back. Stop down first. The showstopper underway. They gain the frag to the distraction. Jesse takes advantage of it. Nora as well. And suddenly it's just 2 left alive on the site for Westchester. All down to 1 as them Dems with a frenzy in hand. It can find one almost magically. But it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, like, no matter how much good work you're doing with the frenzy there, with the weaponry, the distance at play, and no place to hide, you're just not going to get much more than that.
In the half.
Suffolk, it feels like they were outplayed, outpaced in the first 4 rounds. And now they have shown that they can play at the same pace and more that Westchester is willing to offer, and it's Westchester now who's getting outpaced despite playing on the attack, which is crazy. You don't usually think about the high pace of a defense.
Yeah. Very unusual. Yeah, when a team comes out strong, first game of the series too, being very aggressive on offense, it does statistically work really well. Because teams are like, oh, we gotta warm up, we gotta adapt and acclimate to this, we gotta calibrate to that speed.
And they don't they didn't make changes and don't play as they normally would, and it makes it difficult.
They're all there, but they all get mowed down. They line straight up for Soap and Fresh Prince. I think the fact that they got one and nobody checked the ropes was in itself miraculous for them. And suddenly it's now 2 versus 4 for the last round of this half, Benson.
Oh my goodness, Soap continuing a devastating timing to lose out on the Prowler. Continuing. I don't know how that Prowler didn't see him, but Imdims has the connection anyway. 7-5. And pro tip, Chad. That's why you just don't have 3 players on the zip line at any time.
Yeah, we saw that at Champions.
Like,
how that goes bad.
It's a no-go. No-go.
At the very least, Suffolk didn't send 5 people in the zip line to give up an ace.
It could
we
have
weren't
been
quite
worse.
on that level.
But watch this.
Yeah, just that's so risky.
Nobody even has their gun out, and it's still enough time.
So risky because coming off the rope, you're all going to be in the same spot. They just kept gunned down that one spot, and you didn't have good hard information of exactly where the enemy is yet. So I know they want to go for like a fast flank option. I get it, but that reward definitely comes with a massive risk, and they did not get to capitalize on it. Did not cash in.
Cool to see them try that though.
Yes.
Definitely a no-go situation.
It would have been sick if it worked.
Yeah, exactly. It would have been clip of the week, 100%. But either way, I mean, Suffolk, they turned things around from a 3-1 scoreline, or 4-1 scoreline actually, into a victory in that half. So I think a lot of credit deserved as they head towards this attack side.
Yeah, I think overall, I mean, clearly they're ahead on the rounds, but especially with the way that they had to respond to those early rounds, I think Suffolk definitely showed to be a little better on that half. But we'll have to see how things change as this tripwire ruins the day of Gnar, but Energy's right there for the answer back. And a fast plan of their own for Suffolk Community College. So they have to deal with a player disadvantage as it's 3 versus 4 on the site.
Riding on this. Need to hit it, but
what
a shot. Adjustment from Alpha was perfection. Chad trying to bring this back. Uses the gravity well, and then the flashpoint to follow up. Trying to adjust, desperately connecting, but it's just not enough. And Westchester might have taken a quick way into this game, or back into this game, rather. 6-7 with the pistol victory.
And we'll have to see how this goes, because all this tells me so far is that Westchester is the better pistol team. But we're still seeing what Suffolk can do once they get rifles in hand, and once they start adapting to the play style of the opponents. So
I like that pinch that Suffolk did to get onto the site. I thought that was really neat. But they just lost too many numbers in attempting to get to that position.
Stacked up for A. Sitting back and forth. Gotta get that spike. There it is. Gonna be a little late for Dish, but better late than never, I suppose. It's all good. The team's trying to figure out where the utility is. And honestly, Cypher might be a really big issue for Suffolk going into this half. So much info for this camera, and not shooting is so huge for the team. Just holding that. It's like camera trigger discipline. Oh, now he gets the information that 4 people are here because he's waiting. And they're still here. Everybody move over. They're not moving. They're not leaving. Just stack up the site. This is their anti-eco too. Oh,
I think this is inexperience on this map talking right now here. Because, I mean, obviously this is a little bit new as well, but not looking out for this position is just something they can't do. Hey, they're here, guys. Come rotate.
Yeah, because SMG's hand versus the pistol really dropped down as well. Gnar finally finds the camera. Now they realize, oh, that's why there's so many people here.
Yeah.
But it's too little too late for this round at least.
They were knowers.
I will say,
30 seconds left.
if you're going to learn the lesson of where this cheeky camera placement is, it would be on the eco round coming off of the pistol
True.
loss.
You have
That's
5
the best
classics.
time.
That is the round. Absolutely
Yeah,
fair.
all good. We're probably going to lose one anyway. Now we learned the lesson.
Yeah, what if there's anybody in?
Whoa!
No, please. That is illegal. Can you like red flag? Is there a foul? Can we call? I don't know, man.
Foul on the play. That's a
That
penalty
was
on the
absolutely
field.
unreasonable. If I'm ever like, that's a free gun, by the way, chat. It's a free gun. Well, we're all tied up though.
Stuff like that hurts the economy. What is problematic for Suffolk is they were not able to get the spike planted, so all that bonus money gone. We're seeing also MDM is going for that same camera placement as well. So I'm curious to see if there will be more camera placements. Remember, this is Westchester's map pick. So if that's part of the big pick is like we have this chamber camera placement, but no other creative placements, that could be an option that Suffolk can respond to well. We clearly have seen that Suffolk's good at adapting.
Yeah, I think that's what makes me not so worried, even after those 2 rounds for Suffolk, is that they are adaptable, as we saw. Here they come, straight up in towards spawn area, but stopping that in its tracks. Hate, what a timing. Still down a player. Double swing, love that. Lesser. It's moving forward. It's Jesse finding at least one. Hate on the trade, and it's been equalized to the Rolling Thunder. That's swung out and taken advantage of a 1-on-2 energy. They need it bad.
Yeah, this could be very tragic, and it's looking really rough right now because the weapon upgrades have already gone through for Westchester, at least for Sopa. So now, yeah, Phantom's in hand for both of them. Energy needs to click a couple of heads here. Nightfall's available, but Aftershock was already suspended this round. I don't think Nightfall will be used unless the timer runs low enough that energy is going to be forced hand and kind of checkmate a situation. We'll see on timing.
Oh, they do, but it's just so difficult. I mean, it would have required a very impressive 180 shot there from energy.
Yeah. The crouch off
that.
angle, that's so rough to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. If it was more of a traditional angle, you know, you have the muscle memory, but no muscle memory to fall back on. And do you see what I see? I like these aggressive purchases on the like you lose out on that gun round, you go for the very aggressive stinger play with enough money to buy into the next, but maybe lacking a little bit.
I'm a big fan of Stinger Supremacy. Very big advocate of it. There have been many rounds that people have been very annoyed by me running down with the Stinger.
A man of culture.
That's before the buff recently too. I was like, what? This is getting buffed?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's clear that these stinger plays are a direct result of that buff. At least for me, I think.
So we were rotation back. Sopa already finding another frag, who's quietly been having a stellar performance. We're talking about Fresh Prince and Gnar earlier, but Sopa, we saw on the scoreboard as this round started, as top of the boards now, having a wonderful showing.
You want to play?
Part of why this team's in the lead now, and gets all these stingers. But the Tour de Force being the big one. There's no more smokes alive either, so it's gonna be hard to push that Tour de Force back. The fast lane at least will be able to do enough of a job from now. So much utility still available.
It's overwhelming. It really is. Tower position. They're just not allowed to be here, and I didn't even hear the defuse. I'll keep it a buck. I don't think Suffolk heard it either, at all. Only positive is, I mean, Energy's gonna walk away with a Vandal, so that's good.
20-9 for Sopa. Whew.
Really? Dang.
Yeah. What a showing.
That is impressive. Same timing on this timeout here, though far less success than in that previous half.
Yeah. It definitely seems like Westchester's desire to make this the map pick comes more so on the defensive side. That Cypher locking it down a site alone has been so rough that Suffolk has just gone towards B site entirely ever since. But then It's been a stack of Westchester since then, and now with Suffolk not finding any success B either, it's a little bit of a read of maybe they might mix it up. So we're going to do it the same. Cypher over towards B site set up instead now, and stacking towards A is going to be Westchester's call.
I wonder what the conversation point is for Suffolk, because it feels like Westchester have just had the better of the utility overall. And on a round like the previous, where you're working with limited weaponry and limited utility, that's understandable. But as mentioned previously, the sheer value from that single camera that MDems was able to find was simply outrageous.
Simply, truly outrageous.
Smoke's
down. Old line for any League fans out there. The gems are truly outrageous. Going towards Arcade will be Suffolk's decision here. And you said before they had a good pinch over to B-side, and they're going to try to work something somewhat similar. Clearing the traps with a Prowler, I like that change.
Ooh, very nice with Sopa. Brilliant hold. The fade standing tall and very consistent. MDems taking one away as well, and certainly going to be hating this situation. I would.
Yeah.
It's like, guys. Oh! What? Goodbye. Janik will get a free pass back to Swan.
Winnable? Okay.
Not so much. Fresh Prince saying, listen, that's my job. You can calm down. I'm the only one to 1v4.
Man, I like the idea of Suffolk trying to challenge from Arcade, cut off sight, and then just push into the spawn of Westchester to cut off anybody who might be rotating in the moment, but they just ran to the brick wall of Sopa. Alpha taking the first point as well and getting a frag before he goes down, and Sopa just drilling down the remaining members of Suffolk on the way in. They try being aggressive and swing through, but a laser beam with bullets from the Phantom is just too strong to deal with. All these ultimates online right now, Vincent. So many opportunities, so many possibilities.
You know, and previously what they did was they had somebody playing the other side of that. And so it was truly a pinch. Instead, this was more of a one-sided attempt last round. So I think that too has a factor. But as mentioned, ultimates do indeed abound, 8 of them between the entirety of the server. Fresh Prince doesn't need it, though, to find the opening. And that's Gnar, the heaviest hitter for the Suffolk squad to go down. It's a heavy cost, sure, but they do have Tower off the back of it.
Showstopper ready to go.
But who? Who do you shoot at?
Yeah, this is just for space at this point. They'll shoot the last second, which dodged away as Westchester, and all of these ultimates available. The Cosmic Divide's up, but will that really stop the Nightfall pushing through? Smokes the fast lane as well, couldn't have vision. What a grenade. That was a huge grenade to stall him out.
Look at the damage as well. But Orbital Strike goes in towards Tower, forcing players wide. 3 players remain for Suffolk as they move forward. The Aftershock as well, and Chad comes alive with a double. Energy the same as Suffolk finally are able to stop the bleeding. The Crossfire too perfect as that actual pinch works out.
That paint shell from Energy was everything in that last moment, because that's stalling all the 3 members towards Canteen, also doing a lot of damage to make it easy for the kills later on as well. And because of that, the timing was disjointed. They couldn't explode out with the Nightfall like they wanted to. And also, the Cosmic Divide making it to where, okay, they won't hear where we move either. So we can't hear them from the Nightfall, but they can't hear us on the other side of this Cosmic Divide. So they're just completely spaced out, spread out, and Energy getting that angle down the line. Chad Tones coming from Arcade. All the angles worked out so beautifully for Suffolk at the very end there. But that momentum getting shut down as soon as Westchester possibly can do it. Instantly in the round, getting frag.
They're not done. MDems once more. A little aggressive if you ask me, but we'll just hold back, calm it down, and wait for more information. But I think that almost puts Westchester in an even worse spot, because now MDEMS at any point can just decide, oh yeah, it's aggression time. I'm gonna be pushing.
Still posturing for B side is Suffolk. Try to see if Westchester goes aggressive and try to catch them out on bad timing and bad positioning, bad angle to take. But they're taking on the zip line. They're covering for each other this time around as well. Hate does not care. Full audio. Let's just go.
we're running it. And that they are. The push, the Fresh Prince. They aren't to stall things out. Spike. The top position. The Rolling Thunder to stop it. And oh no.
Oh.
He's going to get tagged up. There's not a lot of time. 15 seconds and counting.
10 seconds left.
I think they've lost. They've lost on time. And they have.
I think saving is not a bad call here. Westchester's at 11, so it's not going to be match points. And you force them to burn the Rolling Thunder. So that all happening, plus you get to save your weapons going into the next round. You can even buy it for Gnar.
1 second, peeps.
I think that was a good call.
Well, I agree, but I think, to be fair, that's if you look at it from the perspective of we weren't winning that round anyway. I think Suffolk wanted to win that round, and they just got timed out. Great decision, you're right. Gnar making the call, hey, let's not just walk in and die for free. So many teams do that, and a great point there.
The lockdown's available, but you have to kind of read where the breach is. So you don't want to just be aftershocked right away. That's why we don't really see Killjoys often these days on Fracture. So we talked about the Astra pick coming in, being very odd and strange. Killjoy equally so. Finds the spot where breach is anyway. Try to put it in a very unorthodox position, and breach is there anyway. That's so unlucky. But what is good for Suffolk is that they were able to get that first frag by Energy, taking out those smokes as well. So the retake's going to be significantly weaker at this point in time. So this post plant should be fairly strong.
See, he's just barely missing hate. Not that it really would have been easy to follow up on anyway. Westchester, a win here would be a massive advantage. Down player already. Have the overdrive available. Not going to be used. Not denial. Once again, though, Prowlers go out for both sides, and MDEMS has found the entry. It's Chad to play a crossfire on the site. Despite the other player going down, it is up to Sopa. And the 1-on-2 with blast back. Trying to move forward, but oh man, in the low HP scenario, the bot actually does damage.
Woohoo! That would have been bummer if Energy died to that. When they could have ran away earlier on, but not even close, baby. They knew exactly the timing, positioning. Calculated, surely.
Well, listen, Suffolk, they won the round. That's the key. They have enough to buy in, albeit a little light there on Jesse, but that's no problem. The real problem is a double up. Is that what I saw?
See that, but what isn't seen is a kill from one of the ops. Janik. The turret was shot out by the rifle as well, just to hide the fact that the operator was there, but the swing was so wide and aggressive, they weren't ready for it. But Sopa is alpha as well, swinging through to support their ally, and that's the spike dropped. The plans for Suffolk diminished and ruined, foiled immediately.
Devastated, one could say. 12-9, the scoreline for Westchester. And it's their defense that has been indomitable this whole time. Just 2 rounds for Suffolk Community College thus far in this half. And they've rebought it! After the tragedy that Janik befell, they won it back.
Wow. I feel like double up, like,
Not
clearly it would technically work because they won the round there, but yeah, I still don't agree with it. I think.
I mean, it could be effective, I guess, but it's.
You have an operator in Fade's hands, and even Neon is not the best op wielder. They're not going to the chamber or the jet.
Might be some confidence going on, I'm not sure, but what I do know is that's a Nightfall.
They just get it. That one haunts, that recharges, allows them to get the orb for an ult.
Good trade.
Suffolk, it kind of seems like they're out of ideas. They're just kind of defaulting over towards green side and just saying, can we get a pick? Let's see if we can wiggle one person over here towards dish. And nope. Fell at drop. Now I guess we'll go slowly over towards B side. But they're going to run into a Cypher and a Faye that can drop a Nightfall as well as slow everything down. A lot of times the rotation to happen.
This would be a miracle to come in with this
You
one.
are divided.
Divide online. It's really not going to cut off anyone of note from the site. Energy, though, that's a nice opening. MDem's trying to play behind the cage. Will get punished after just one. So the plant for Chad Tones down on the site. 3-on-3 now. Showstopper is another tool at the disposal of Suffolk.
I think seeing Energy fall back towards B main is a really good call. It's worked out well in the past. Doing it yet again. Showstopper could retake and just challenge that default position if he needs for later. But Alpha wins the fight anyway. It's all down just an Odin-wielding chamber to try to keep them alive in this map, and they're not going to be able to do it because the stun comes through. Fresh Prince able to close it out and maintain the Fracture Kingdom of Westchester.
And the victory on their own map pick as well. And I gotta say, the fact that it was so weird on that attack side from Westchester, it shook my confidence in them, in all honesty. But then they were able to come back and simply show that they had all of the preparation done for this map. It made a lot more sense on the defense, and I think props to them. They showed off the reason why Fracture is their map.
Yeah, they may have a Fresh Prince on the team, but Sopo was the king of that server for sure, especially on that defensive side. It didn't seem like a round went by that they didn't get a double kill. The last round, funny enough, was the one round that they didn't really have massive success on. It's because they got swarmed around a corner when they have an operator in hand, which that alone I feel like was maybe a little bit of a hubris by it. But nevertheless, the round before that, they got double killed the operator. So like, it's tough to really say it wasn't the right call, but I will say it wasn't the right call. But they still win nevertheless because they just simply were a great team that was in map pick. They seemed a lot more comfortable on it, especially on the defensive side. And they just shut down Suffolk in a way that Suffolk didn't seem to have any answers at all anymore. The playbook just kind of ran empty. And like you said at the top of this cast, if you, and collegiate scene especially, if you have good strats on Fracture or Pearl, one of the two newer maps, then it really seems like you get a free win because a lot of teams don't seem to practice it a whole lot, and it does seem like Suffolk needs to do a little bit more of that.
Yeah, I think this was a really winnable game for Suffolk, which does make me excited for the rest of the series because I think that Suffolk on Haven could be a really interesting team. That will be next, though. We're headed to a break for now. It'll be just a few moments before we return. Don't go too far.
Frag. They know Jet is heaven. Smokes are going to come down. Bomb is down in that corner of heaven. And now Nova's in a very tricky situation. She's going to ult out. Doesn't have a great amount of visibility as she plays back now. Oh, Matthew with a 3K. That game, that round itself was on the brink of defeat for LC.
Don't get turned around here as his Spaniard pulls the will over Michael's eyes to send him right off the stage.
This is a very dangerous opportunity here. We're gonna see.
Looking for the guard, a beautiful sky smash, and I mean, no, what a beautiful, what a beautiful reflector! Stopping the recovery from being able to come back on, forcing this into one sock, and we've seen what is.
In our top half, it's Mr. Nene as he whips and does the dance with 3 different members of LIU to clutch up the round.
He's the last alive, granted. He's got a Vandal. He makes the trade, now a one-on-one. Can he find it? Doesn't have the intel. If he does heaven, he might understand that he's hell. First shock dart will come out. He knows he's there now. First shot's coming out. He still doesn't have all the intel. He looks to peek.
He gets the kill.
Third kill, Mr. Nene. Gonna close out that round for LC.
You can never count out James Madison so long as Impulse is lurking in the wings with this crazy Death Blossom.
We're going to deny the Deadeye. Unfortunately, they just missed the timing on that defense matrix. And now Georgia State once again in control here.
Oh, but Impulse comes in
beautiful
with
ultimate
the Death
from Reaper,
Blossom.
including the hack from Sombra to get a wrist.
In our runner-up, Bryce, in a disadvantage, finds a way to just dunk on pace to take St. Joseph's to the final series.
What a play there. Great usage of that quarter. We've seen it so effective thus far. Bryce really wants to take this to game number 3. Great roll. Oh, great usage.
You know, I can't even believe that we were not believing in this DDD.
Yeah, oh my god, yeah, I take it all back.
This is exactly the pick they needed.
Oh man, huge. Oh my goodness, this is massive.
He could win this right here.
Oh
He spikes him!
Oh, Bryce!
And at number 1, it's Captain Insano off the top rope to suplex Grand Valley onto the map.
Oh my word, more than just a chance. They're going to give themselves a goal. Monstrous 50-50 in the air. Wayne State will be the first to strike.
I lost track of the amount of times he...
All right, and that is it. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but the action this season is really heating up, and it has me super excited to see how these teams shape up come playoffs. Now, if you guys want to catch all of the action live, make sure to follow us on Twitch at ECAC_esports. We stream Monday through Wednesday, either on 8 p.m. or 7 p.m. Eastern. Or if you want to stay up to date with everything that's going on with collegiate esports, give us a follow on Twitter as well at ECAC_esports. Trust me, guys, we've been posting a lot more this season as to when we go live, what the matchup is, how we're looking, and all of that. You don't want to miss it. But if you also want to give our partner a shout out, if you want to show them some love, make sure to follow them on Twitch at twitch.tv/esportsu. As always, it's been a blast, but I'm sure we'll have even more to talk about next week with a new set of plays, a new host, and all of that that comes with these videos. But as I said, guys, I've been KTAD. Thanks for joining me, and we'll see you next time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup. I am Septilence, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from E United. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, I mean, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in the passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in the epicenter of the passion pit, seeing Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash, just it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E United?
Yeah, E United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey.
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now, what is...
Alrighty, we have returned, and map number 2 is coming up. I'll be honest, that was a great map 1, definitely competitive, and that excites me for Suffolk's pick over on Haven.
Yeah, because both teams show that they're willing to be aggressive out the gate for the start of rounds. And if that's the case on Fracture, Haven is the map that you have a lot more success doing that more than any other map right now, which is part of why I love the map, because you can find success being aggressive because the defensive side of the field is naturally going to be spread out because you have essentially 5 lanes to work with. 5 defenders, you kind of have 1-on-1. So we'll see what the situation is going to be, but I do expect to be a lot more high velocity gameplay, perhaps even more so than what we just saw in Fracture.
Yeah, and just to kind of continue your point, you are forced to be aggressive defensively if you want to be able to hold everything, because, well, you have to take space, and that is a key. So that defensive aggression is absolutely a huge factor at play on this map. So with that being said, I think that for coming into here, Westchester, obviously they were able to take the victory, but Suffolk, they were right there. I mean, they were right there with them, and it looks like they're going to play the same comp as well, which makes a lot more sense over here on Haven.
Yeah, just got that raise there. Energy is out. Sasaga is in. Still the raise, though. Levi's in here for that chamber. I think this composition's better on Haven than Fracture.
Oh, yeah.
Chaton is running the Astra. I did not we saw kind of a Cosmic Divide worked out a little bit on post plan because the Energy was able to take a good space and have a perfect timed paint shell blind on prediction through the Cosmic Divide.
Yeah.
But besides that, I don't think the Cosmic Divide really provided much value, and a lot of those stars didn't really play a lot either. So maybe go with something else like a Brimstone Omen or even Viper. Literally any other controller on Fracture. But on Haven, I think Astra has more value for sure. Other side of the field, Westchester, MDIM's picking up a Cypher again. Something I was going to wonder of. If you go Cypher on Fracture, then you probably would want to go Cypher on Haven as well, because like you said, a lot of defensive teams especially wanted to aggressively take space. A lot of people push through mid and go through that window and try to rotate through C lobby, A lobby, get the back space. But if you have something like a Cypher, a lot of people just use a trademark from Chamber, but Cypher is a lot better at just doing anti-flank strats. So especially on this offensive side, we're going to be seeing a lot of that from MDIM. So placing his traps and allowing that backside to be completely covered. Hopefully not in bait ways where they can just hop over or something of that sort. We'll see if that could be the case, but possibly. Like, the Rays could blast back over maybe, or you can just jump over the stairs here. The garden, we see that sometimes. But I trust MDMs do better than that.
Yeah, well, and listen, sometimes with the blast back, of course, that's going to happen, but it is audio cue, so it's not like you're losing out entirely. What I will say, I'm not the biggest fan of Killjoy on Haven. I think that it's not egregious, but I find that the lockdown is very difficult to use effectively. Like, I'd say the majority of the time, it's not getting much value. It's just forcing 1 or 2 cooldowns at most. But hey, that's just me. Suffolk, we saw them get good value, and Nar played incredibly on this agent as well. So, as I mentioned in our previous matchup, if you're comfy, go for it.
My biggest concern with Suffolk's team composition, something that was a little bit of a concern last map as well, is just no hard flashes. In fact, your only even near sight is from those Prowlers of the Fade. So it's really hard to just command and force space to be taken for yourself straight forward front. So they're going to have to do a lot of map work and movement for corner work and macro reads to really find a lot more success this map, I should say.
Well, it's also a lot easier with the Jet, I think, to be like the tip of the spear than with the Rays. But speaking of being the tip of the spear, the Jet dash into the position. Chad, though, doing some good work to deny a couple of players. A 3-on-3 ensues as the Westchester side gets their plant in as well as set up. Wolf really introduced into the lineup, able to move forward. That dash was effective. Poor Fresh Prince is like, dude, I didn't even do anything. Why am I dead?
That made this round pretty winnable for Hate, honestly. I mean, still can be 1 tap to the head from the Ghost, but 1 tap to the body for Wolf, 1 maybe 2 to the body for the Breach. It's all Hate would need, so it's still a tough spot, though. You can't say this is advantaged for them at all, especially with this angle from Sopa. And we saw what Sopa can do last map. And they're already back to the good strengths this time around.
Yeah, some brilliant work in that last map for sure. Wolf, though, player like we just mentioned, just coming in, already showing themselves to be very much strong, picking up the pistol. And this is currently Westchester 3-0 in pistol rounds, I believe.
Yeah, it is.
So, I mean, listen, I'm not one of those people who, like, pistol rounds are the entire game, but, I mean, they definitely give you a significant advantage. You get a couple of rounds for free if you play it right.
Yeah, if you're straight up pistols, so you get 4 rounds of the 13 you need, you're a third of the way there. Just by being good at pistols.
Not insignificant by any means.
And what's also not insignificant is the bulldog in the hands of anti-eco, getting that first frag in the middle, and then rotating the C side is left completely open because Suffolk's attempt to death ball down mid was stopped in its tracks firmly. So it's going to be a 5v4 post play, an anti-eco situation. So many advantages the way of Westchester, especially since they're already looking the way of Suffolk's approach.
Here. The only good news is that there is a player on the prowl trying to flank around, but the flanker's getting flanked. What? So Chad reads it. Brilliant maneuvers as Chad Tones finds the frag. Unfortunately, that's the only bit of success available to Suffolk into this. He was going to be last alive. Additional kill would have been nice, but it will be denied. Fresh Prince, that bulldog you mentioned, is incredibly strong. That burst as well against unarmored opponents is outrageously good.
You can one type of burst against armored opponents, so it's need
fair.
more precision to the head and stuff for sure. But it's definitely way easier when they don't have armor. And it's very strong to a point where you wonder why people don't buy bulldogs more often. I feel like
I'm with you. Like buying a bulldog second round as opposed to like a phantom or a vandal. I love that.
Yep.
Save a little cash. Make sure that if you lose it, it's not that big a deal, but still have good damage.
You can, because with the bulldog, you can get better utility armor, all that kind of stuff too. It's not forced into light armor.
That's right.
Basically, no utility.
The big brains for Westchester. Unfortunately, Condemns
too big of a brain.
Head. Yeah, I mean his whole head.
Too big of a hitbox. Too big of a brain.
Down by one player early on. Not ideal, but not the worst either. They can come back from this.
I want to say lasagna.
Here. I know.
I'm also hungry. Is the Saga? Off to a good start for this one, yeah. Wolf, though, trying to answer back. This is the bonus for Westchester. Statistically, should be loss of a round, but we've seen the win bonuses last map, so see if they can pull off some magic here. But now they're rotating into this giant stockpile of Killjoy utility with an asterisk and pop stars on contact. The trademark in garage as well. It's going to be so tough to even
30
get to the
seconds
site.
left.
Chad just kind of holding back and
one enemy remaining.
That's a mistake for sure. Is Wolf the only one to come away with anything? Rotate. One sheriff is just not enough. And it will be a nice round for Suffolk.
I'll say Wolf has been a really good look for Westchester. I mean, I think Jarek was doing a pretty good job last map, but Wolf has so far been very good. Fantastic performance, even though that they lost that round was the one that gained the kills, and it got 2 body shots on the Gnar there. Almost got the kill. So definitely a player that's caught my eye. I'll be continue watching throughout the rest of this map. The Nightfall is available for Fresh Prince. Interestingly enough, Sopo and Fresh Prince swapped agents.
Yeah, they did. I do think that was a little bit weird, but clearly it's about being in the right positions. And
it might be a lineups thing.
Could
you
be.
You don't need to learn lineups for a breach, but for a fade, just you learn lineups for Fracture. I learn lineups for Haven.
Good way to split up the heavy work. Not easy. Wolf is dash forward, but I was about to say there's still a player there, but that player is going to rendezvous. Get out. It is dangerous making any sort of audio cue into that position. Wolf, though, through dark cover, if I'm not mistaken, towards this Saga. And this is looking better and better for Westchester. Only now they lost players, it's Gnar and Hate to move forward, but Nightfall, Rolling Thunder, both of these available to the defense of this spike.
One enemy remaining.
On the flank as well, Fresh Prince. That is what we call free in the business. Sopa's going to clean it up. And great round there on the bonus, but Suffolk immediately get answered back.
Yeah, great rotation around by Fresh Prince there. You do not, as Nar, expect the enemy be coming right from where you just came from just moments ago. The timing was very good. So the bonus looks shaky, but ever since, otherwise, it's been very much dominant by Westchester, I'd say. Early in the map, though, and there's two substitutes as well for Suffolk. Fresh blood come in. Maybe they just need to warm up a bit. Okay.
That's totally
Wolf.
fair.
On the other hand, Wolf did not need to warm up. They're off to the races.
They've been in the DMs the whole time. All of the last map. Didn't even watch it. Just been warming it up. Don't know that. I'm entirely guessing, but the performance, now the Blade Storm, has certainly told the tale. Just so. Trying to get him to fall back. That trademark was perfection. Nar catches the timing, and the blades are no more.
That's unlucky, really. Wolf trying to be a good duelist and create space for the team, and just was not allowed to play Valorant in that moment. Pushed up is the fade from Suffolk's side. Hates. Good for one. Has to reload because of just stinger things. You're generally good for one before you have to reload. Just ready to get that second one. His timing on Nar, though, was not ready as Sopa. Nar's right click is so good. And suddenly we see a thrifty round win.
That is a free gun. I just, for the record, everybody, free gun, by the way. Those right clicks are just so strong. Been nerfed infinitesimally, but still good. Nar, but the consistency with which Nar has been able to find value is impressive. In-game leader once again doing the heavy lifting for the team with a triple kill on an eco round, of all things.
And it's kind of similar to last map. We saw Nar and Shadtones both having a really good start on defense for the map. It was on offense that they started kind of struggling a little bit, so something to monitor as the map goes on. But it's good to see at the very least a consistent on the defensive side. But it's also, it seems to be consistent, is how often Suffolk gets a free C sites. MDim's at least able to get a trade. It's going to be 4v4 post-plant situation.
Westchester's still in a good spot, though. Here comes that retake maneuver. Many players through this position. Wolf. Oh, he's not going to get checked. Needs to get aggressive, though, right now. Otherwise, it's going to be too late. Levi moving forward. He's going to find the nightfall from the offense as they find that push. Now Wolf chimes in. There's a single player surviving. It's Shadtones with the Cosmic Divide trying to swing desperately. Fresh Prince, what are you doing? Takes the knife out. Might have thrown this round away, but fortunately, Wolf and Westchester come away with it. Fresh Prince, my friend, that was ridiculous.
If Shadtones hit that headshot, there was not enough time anyway, but that could have been nutty. Nevertheless, like one bullet, find the frag, Fresh Prince, trying to style a little bit. The player had a fantastic last game. Feeling it, that's for sure.
Too hard.
Rather ambitious with the knife out.
Yes, good word. Look at all the focus.
I didn't clear
this,
Hate. Hate was not cleared.
Oh, you're right. And that frag is going to give them a false sense of security. Saga had that first, but Hate will only come away with one. 4 on 3 now. The plant going to go down.
Spike planted.
Nothing really interesting into this setup other than just run it down. Maybe a lockdown for Nar, but where do you place that where you're gonna get max value, especially when the shadow's available?
Wolf good for one. Still a 3v2 advantage for Westchester in this post plant. Swarming on the side, the lockdown's available, but is there really time for it at this point? I don't think there is. And so much utility, and angle is not cleared yet. Westchester, an unforced error by Gnar, swiftly punished by Westchester's in their post plants. Oh man, they're gonna be feeling that in the future rounds.
Yeah, that one hurts, and I think that kind of goes to show what I was talking about in the pregame, though, about how difficult it is to use that lockdown on this map. Like, there's just no good, like, on the go, it's very hard. And there's just not a lot of obvious places, and the ones that are obvious are not all that amazing, so...
Yeah.
Regardless, I think that also means, though, Chad, that isn't necessarily the largest loss.
Off your feet!
Lockdown is tough to lose, for sure. Could be used right now. Buy time for your team to rotate through. Make it retake a little bit better. But they do get the kill on mid. Take down MDims. This is a buy round for them at Suffolk. And there's Nightfall coming through as well. They do need to address long. There's no smoke until now. And they're getting the frags for the team. Site is being cleared. Pushed back. You see Long or Westchester's last two remaining members. They don't have good utility to really work with the situation. So many members alive as Suffolk. Good for one is all that Westchester could be done. And another round win for Suffolk, answering back very well after the blunder of the last round.
I mean, yeah, absolutely impressive to say the least. It all starts in that mid lurk, like you talked about, right? The Killjoy in that position, Gnar able to find the opener, and then the two players over towards Long were entirely denied via that Nebula. Chad Tones puts it in the right place, and nobody can really follow that up. I did think it was smart for Westchester to get aggressive when the Nightfall comes out, because, you know, long enough time scale, you're gonna lose because they know where you are, but still. Nothing successful off the back of that.
Long combo.
Our favorite.
Alright, maybe practice a little bit more.
Get out of here.
Okay. That looked very casual. Saga walking forward, gonna have the entry. But at the cost of this A plant, to be fair. Showstopper available for the defense as they move forward with the man advantage as well.
Levi shutting down Alpha. I'm the Alpha now. The shots for Wolf. Hello. Blazestorm activated. Blind member gets the reset but can't connect to Levi. It's now down to Soap in a 1 vs 2 situation. Both members are very weak. The aftershocks going in. The angling wasn't quite there to kill Hate. Footsies were better. The shutdown there was able to get Suffolk another round win.
Save the day.
Yeah, I don't think that there was actually enough space for that aftershock to connect. I don't think. It was just a little bit too far forward. But if imagine if it was. Oh my goodness. And I gotta be honest, I'm typically very critical of quote-unquote wasting ultimates in rounds like that. I loved what Wolf did there. Just smelled blood in the water and thought, you know what? This is winnable. I'm going to make this my round, and gave it a damn good shot.
Yeah, those last knives were narrowly missing Levi's head. If those connected, pop-off moment, that would have been a clip. And also, I would argue, is the best option in that situation to make that round winnable, like you said, as well. You're not going to win that with a sheriff in hand in that way.
No. Nearly made it, to be fair. Speaking of near misses, Levi nearly, just barely missing. Oh, Levi, did he not hear? No! Did not hear the audio cue. Brutal way to lose out to Wolf.
It's a tough spot with an operator in hand, dealing with all these dark covers. Everything's close quarters. You know you're in backside with a showstopper. It won't even matter. The vandals are good enough. Makes it 4v3. Alpha trying to answer back. Popped off on Fracture. Can they do it again in a similar situation? But it's Chad Tones popping up harder. Getting a 2K and tying up the game.
And MDims losing out on the flank there as well. I thought it was a good position for Westchester to be in, but no, denial. Perfect. And yes, a huge clutch from Chad as well. Stepping up big time in that moment now, 11-6. Walking that fine line, 5-5.
1 second,
And
peeps. I gotta visit the
an interesting time for a timeout. I don't hate it. I just think it's been so close all of these rounds, even the eco.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the success from Westchester so far has been just Wolf giving pop-off moments. I mean, Sofa, Fresh Prince, Alpha, MDIM's like... MDIM's not having the most success, but you're also Cypher on attack, so it feels Badman anyway.
Yeah.
I think they, for the most part, have done a really good job. Maybe not so eagerly looking for those post-plant flank options, because that's been getting shut down by players like Nar and Chad Holmes a lot. But
last round as well.
Yeah, I mean, still get the utility up. So I don't think there's anything really that Westchester's doing like glaringly wrong. I think it's just more of just the macro reads, the setup right there with Wolf in the back site with an operator when there's two dark covers covering your links. So you're not really going to have much success in this scenario. So it would be better if he got off site. Things like that, or like little changes, could be said, but there's no like glaring like. Obviously, they're all just sitting there in a lobby and just dying, getting swarmed. Like that's not really nothing really that major is happening here.
Yeah, yeah. These guys a little bit above that by every measurable margin here. Very careful amount of investment from Westchester as well, making sure they can bind to the next, but getting the maximum that they can invest upon here. Another look towards B. Levi with a nice shot though. That tour de force ringing out. Difficult to move forward. Never mind. It's easy. Just blast back in. This is Saga. Well, underhand. Levi will take the actual duel there. Simdim's victory. And Levi, a big round to come alive.
Being forced to dry peek an operator. You know the tour de force is holding an angle too. Like, well, I kind of have to do this. There's no time otherwise. They're diffusing.
Last round.
Here we go. Tough spot for MDIM's BN. Did win that flank duel though in Garage this time around, which is huge. So coming off that timeout, not the greatest of looks, and it does feel like if Wolf falls early, doesn't get 1 or 2 kills before dying off, then it does seem to be tragedy for Suffolk.
Timeout into a save round though as well.
Yeah, for sure.
So say what you will, whether that's the good or not good thing to do, but expected outcome nonetheless. Soba. Opening pick firmly in their grasp, and Levi, the individual who really popped off in the last round, is now down, marked up. Snar tagged down heavily through the box in the nightfall. It's time.
Planted. Westchester at the very least very consistent getting the spike planted every round. No flank to deal with in Garage. Saga down in Dims. Trade's underway, but it's going to be Westchester forced off the site yet again, and now have to fight through a cosmic divide. This will not pull off Nara. They might think that it does, but they'll be able to just stick it. The cosmic divide will last long enough.
That's brutal. They really thought that seize was enough, but it was not. Does not catch the diffuser, and well, Suffolk have somehow got their way into a 7-5. And I say somehow, I mean no disrespect. I'm just thinking, you know, those first 6-7 rounds were all very, very much in one direction.
And this kind of feels a lot like the first game too, where Westchester starts off very strong, and then Suffolk figures out a lot on defensive side and makes a really strong half, and makes actually that they're in the lead at 7-5, just like they were on Fracture. But we know the story of how Fracture went. It was Westchester making a comeback from being down 5-7 and having an incredibly dominant defensive half of their own. And a lot of the same players here, very similar agents in their hands. So we'll see if that's going to be the same case.
And all of those plants as well, as you mentioned. MDIM's play defense. Falling back. I like that. I like that they're prioritizing living in that situation rather than taking that fight. Suffolk going to be able to plant spike. Westchester ready and willing
Out
to
of
go
the
for this
charges.
retake ASAP.
I'm looking at Nara, the flank of the sides. We'll be able to take down MDIM's post plant already happened as well. It's going to burn so much time. It's Westchester now. Where's Nara? Are they still there? We have to deal with this, but the time's ticking down. What do we do right now? And Fresh Prince needed to find the kill, but Nara's still alive. Being such a nuisance in the backside of this fight. And on the site itself, so many members of Suffolk are still alive and ready to fight. Have the numbers advantage, they use it wisely and well. Suffolk wins the first pistol round of the series.
I mean, yes, Suffolk does win it, but Nar deserves the credit. What a massive timing on that flank. It doesn't matter that, it wouldn't have mattered, I should say, if Nar dies after that, because the job is done. But not only does he find that first kill, but then finds another one as well. Big giveaway from Fresh Prince. A little bit of a flub taking out the pistol. Quickly swapping back and forth. Hands Nar that round on a silver platter. He's eating good tonight.
Indeed. We talked about how the narratives were looking to repeat themselves from the first map, but this was that was that big change. He won the pistol this time around. But Wolf getting a kill on Nar, who admittedly was being a little bit ambitious with the Marshal pushing up front contact for the site, but the trade's still underway and still will be a strong post-plant hold and an anti-eco for Westchester, or for Suffolk.
Oh, another nice name. Fresh Prince this time. When you have the gun out, apparently it's pretty good. Shots connecting. Sasaga in position. Another push forward. Gonna get flanked here in just a second. 2 players left onto the site. There's that flank coming alive. Nice turnaround. 180 headshot. But 3 kills? I mean, I'd call that a win. Westchester doing max damage, really, on that eco.
All things considered, as a good eco. Still, though, the league growing ever so much more for Suffolk. Now 7 rounds in a row.
Wow.
This will be the anti-bonus for Westchester. You have to imagine they'll take this one out and stop that momentum, but if Suffolk wins this one, that might be the map. That might be too much momentum for Westchester to deal with.
Might be, indeed. Very much do or die. I like this aggression, though. Westchester are getting a lot of information. Shot. Continuation. Wolf's gonna go down. Ends up falling. The Fresh Prince and Sopa, meanwhile, take frags of their own. That aggression in towards the grass was just so perfectly timed.
Very spread out is Westchester right now. Mostly just trying to watch long angles. This Marshall went to the body, would take down Sopa here. Evened up with this breach.
That was nearly scary. Sopa, though, will survive. Just 2 HP.
It's one more than you need, baby.
That's exactly right. Don't need to have high health, just a health.
1 enemy remaining.
You also need a flash well placed to take down Levi. That's why you only need 1 health left. Still use utility, still swing and find the headshots, and that's going to be Westchester winning the round, as would be expected and as they almost needed. Be another bite up for Suffolk. A Nightfall available for hate. See which angle they want to go for. Nightfall versus Sea Sights. Coming out of Cubby is pretty good. Coming out of Garage as well.
It's the only early round ultimate available in this entire server right now.
Yeah.
Everybody else, 2 or more kills away. I say that, but I missed Wolf, who apparently was able to grab that orb and was good for the blades. So, scratch that because I'm blind.
And also a very gamble stack by Westchester this round. All BA side. Completely left C open, and that actually worked out. But what doesn't work out is just getting blind sprayed by Nar. It was good for 2 on the site. How could it be so? MDim's finally shutting that tyrant down, but the paint shell is going to be able to shut him down. MDim's not going to find a lot of fun in that scenario.
These Blades, I mean, it's hard to imagine that they're going to be able to be strong enough here with no utility to deny vision. It's about now. Fresh Prince, though. It's that shot. Applying pressure. Wolf hoping to bring this back. Another tap towards the spike. Gravity well. Actually, Nova Pulse. Connecting. Chad's going to shut it down. It's 2 for the man. 10 rounds. And this is very much looking like a exact copy of what we saw from Westchester in the first half, only for Suffolk.
Yeah, we talked about the momentum game before.
Time to go into the
Very awkward scenario for Westchester to determine what do we buy here. MDim's buying up, but the rest of the team starting to sell. They want to play for the next round. Because playing for 11 definitely is a lot more important than playing for a 10. It means I have to force a bad buy at 10, because if you lose that, then you're just going to keep on losing and dealing with the low buy angles.
Yep.
So, but Westchester, if they can win this round, the economy hasn't flourished quite enough by Suffolk yet. They can still get to a scenario where they can cut them down, force them into some bad buys or some ecos this half, make that comeback to reality. But they want to do it, at least do a lot of damage on this eco here.
A requirement for sure. That being said, it is definitely easier to look at it from our point of view. Nar spotted out. He really still finds that connection. And it's clear that Suffolk are not interested in overexerting themselves. They're not interested in overextending. They want to be headed into a site where they have an advantage. A fake towards C, a run towards A. Levi has already found his way on the site.
Oh.
3.
The shots from Levi allow Suffolk or Westchester to know, okay, somebody has pushed up through graffiti all. So nobody, that stopped them from eagerly and recklessly throwing themselves on the site. The spray from long range for MDims wasn't good enough at first. It was later on as the Saga has aimed to back, but still going to be a player advantage for Westchester on this round that could be so massive for them to be able to win it out. Push up front. In center, the judge in hand is good enough. There's no audio, but I can still look on my screen and see your face. So says Alpha, finding the headshot with the sheriff. And Westchester wins the Thrifty.
A Thrifty that comes at the most important time as well. Suffolk on the cusp of 11. Suffolk on the way to run away with the momentum. But Westchester answering, standing tall, and MDims. What a time to come to the forefront. That judge offering full judgment of the Suffolk Community College side, cutting them down one by one.
A lot of ultimates online for Suffolk though. Cosmic Drive for Chad Jones. They have been really good timings. Been finding good options for those.
Pretty much winning a couple of rounds.
Yeah, largely using them in post plants, either for retakes or holds. Really aggressively done. Lockdown's going to be used instead for that. Breach is not in a position to be able to shut that down with an aftershock. Fresh Prince will be able to shut down Hate, but his Saga was able to answer back. Sopa is right there. The numbers evened up. Still fighting, still hungry for more. Nor, I don't know how he got out of that alive. There's a crossfire set as well from all that. Like was planted. Nar wins the fight against Alpha. How is this happening? It's gonna be a 2 versus 2.
Oh, and Nar with another big victory. It's Wolf. Has to do it alone. The shot is not going to be prepared for the close left angle. And Chad clutching out once more. And another big impact with regard to the Cosmic Divide. That was magical. A big moment. And Suffolk on the cusp now of victory. They just need 2 more rounds.
And this is a round where you see the economy not very good for Westchester. And because Suffolk has 11, if you save here, you're almost saying like, okay, we'll give up the round and play for the next. Is like generally the mathematical consensus. You know, every round's winnable, of course.
Right.
But that's why you see a lot of teams force fully on when the enemy team's at 11, because you don't want them to be match point. You don't want to play for overtime. You want to play for the win.
I think overtime, though, I mean, it's only 5 rounds.
Yeah, they did get the first kill in this round. They didn't fully force up, but still like a decent like half buy.
Deadly with these half buys of Westchester men, though.
Yeah. One of Thrifty earlier.
Camera taken out.
Gonna get found out. Yeah, they run away. That is the right decision when you hear a judge. Just don't check. Okay, I guess. Attempt to go for the plant. Stun. Fresh Prince. Not there. Chad with a massive frag. And Sopa.
2 shotguns from the same angle. Oh, this is actually the fall from sight.
That's big.
These 2 members, Westchester, they'll be able to get some rifles now.
30 seconds left.
Rolling Thunder's available. Oh, but Chad Tones had a massive kill onto Wolf at B site and now has a massive position. There's no way Westchester expects this, right?
I mean, it's so obvious, but at the same time, how could you anticipate? Yeah, they have no idea. Soba's gonna walk
going
right
for a
into
save?
No saves allowed.
No wahala.
Oh.
End the trouble.
I think that's game. What a massive moment from Chad. There will be a full buy up here, but 5 rounds. I know you said it's 5 rounds away. Just that's enough time for Suffolk to be able to start stockpiling ultimates. Make sure they have a great buy. Like
Going to Astral to do them
5 rounds at enough time that it feels almost inevitable they'll be able to squeeze out at least 1 more. But I've seen it done. I've seen a 5 streak before, even through ultimate advantages. It's a timeout for Westchester. Talk about it.
In fairness, I mean, Suffolk pulled 5 in a row at the very end of that last half.
True.
So, if they can do it, so can Westchester.
Yeah, thus far, it's been the exact same story for attacker versus defense.
It absolutely has. That's a great point. Literally mirror images as we head into the biggest round of this game. Westchester, as mentioned, they are in a hugely advantageous position with the ultimates that they have, but it is difficult. I feel like, yeah, you're definitely winning a round, potentially out of a Rolling Thunder or a Blade Storm, but it's a neural theft and from the shadows. Those are not high value.
Yeah, especially on defensive side from the shadows, doesn't seem to have as much punch. You can't get a fast rotation at least, so it's still not a terrible ultimate by any means. Neural Theft regarded as the worst in the game, but it still has value.
Neural Theft,
can't deny it.
I call it better than from the shadows.
Really?
Sometimes. We'll get back to that. Fresh Prince. Marked out temporarily. Lots of utility, and it's a saga. That is a nail being driven into the coffins. Westchester for the moment. Wolf trying
Spike planted.
desperately to avoid some detection there. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to matter as Wolf walking into Chad. 2-on-5. Here's the Rolling Thunder finds it, but it's too late maybe.
It's hard. That missed everybody on Suffolk. All 5 strong as well, but they're getting the kills. First 2 entries. We have to deal with Operator from Levi, though. And that's going to be too strong for 1. The Headhunter's too strong for the second. And it's going to be Suffolk answering back after losing the first round, first map. Come back strong in the second. Their own map pick. And these see exactly why. Looking incredibly fierce to be reckoned with.
Yeah, particularly on that offensive side. It was hit or miss at the beginning of the first half when we were just seeing Westchester and Wolf specifically kind of just run it down and win regardless, but it was the backside of that second half. Like 5 straight rounds where Westchester planted the spike, and then Suffolk successfully defused it. That's a crazy run when you think about it.
It's kind of ridiculous. That really just shows the post-plant woes for Westchester there. Like, we point out that one time Wolf was in the backside of B after post-plant, and the links were all smoked off, and he has an operator in hand. Like, what do you really expect to do in that situation? So if you try to position your resources a little bit better, have that operator towards, like, the window covering from mid, something like that would have been such a huge difference of things. So it's those little positional choices were a lot of the changes that could have been made to switch around the results of some of those rounds for Westchester. But Suffolk, they have the better positions. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who plays perfect. What matters is who plays better. Suffolk, they definitely played better on that map.
No doubt about it. That was 100% the case. And, well, Blind, that's coming up next. A third map. Excited to see where this goes. But first, a break. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more.
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. When I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money.
Right.
Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody.
Right.
So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through, being in college and also trying to go pro.
Yeah.
These kids can try to go pro while being in college. It's hand in hand instead of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right? They're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of EU United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed.
Right.
Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like, literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.
Off subject, Smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
Well, my name is Darian Wheeler. I'm a junior at Cornell College, and I play for the Overwatch and Smash Ultimate team there. I also play football, and I enjoy playing Ultimate Frisbee as well.
Wow, how do you have time for all that?
I have no idea.
You just gotta prioritize, right?
Yeah.
So how long have you been playing Overwatch and Smash, you said?
Overwatch, I started playing the summer before I came to Cornell, which was in 2019. And since then, I've gone from bronze to master's ranking just by being on the team. And Smash, I started when the game first came out, but I haven't played the game competitively until around the end of last year.
And what made you want to start competing?
At the time, our esports coach, we just started getting into like big tournaments and stuff. And so we went to a tournament where one of the PGR, one of the top 50 players in the world, was appearing, and we played him, and it was not pretty. It was, we got stomped into the dirt. And so that I didn't like that. So I said, you know what, I'm going to get better. I'm going to play better, and I'm going to figure out how to beat someone like that. Because that was not fun.
And what have you done to get better at the game? Like, what kind of strategies do you use?
We have weekly practices. We have Monday, Thursday, and Friday. We practice. I play by myself, of course. I go to tournaments. And from these tournaments against good players, I take the film that I get and I VOD review it, learn what I could have done better, and figure out things like positioning, usage of abilities, that type of thing.
So, what do you think about your team? How does it feel to be a part of an esports team? And do you guys all get along? Are you guys friends?
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. If we're all in the room together, we're just joking around. Which sometimes makes it hard to practice because it's very hard. It's hard to get serious when it's really goofy like that. But I love being on the team. It's like one of the reasons I stayed on the esports team, because we had a director change. Despite the director change, was because I just love the team.
That's really good. You guys support each other and all that. That's awesome. You said you've gone to competitions and stuff. Well, how often do you think you game a week? How many hours do you think you play a week?
Maybe over 24, maybe 30 hours. It's a lot of time.
You play Smash and Overwatch. Which one do you like better and why?
I like Smash better. One, fighting games have always been my thing before shooters, so that's part of it. And I'm much better at Smash than I am at Overwatch. Overwatch is more of a team-based game, so your individual performance matters a lot less. But Smash, everything that you do, it's all on you, so you can always improve on that.
And I know you've been to competitions and stuff before, but do you still get nervous when you're about to compete, or are you pretty confident?
Oh man, yeah, I get nervous still. It depends though. I usually have music playing, calm my nerves, but especially if I'm going against a player who I know is very high ranked, very well known,
Map number 3 is about to be underway between Westchester and Suffolk. It's been a back and forth battle. A lot of similarities, some deja vu moments, but in map number 2 is Suffolk changing the tides and switching the narrative in their favor.
Yeah, they did a really good job of just taking that game by the horns. It felt like a shift in tide, certainly, but the back end of that first half on Haven was really where things changed, right? Consistently, Suffolk making those retakes happen. Consistently, Westchester struggling in the post plant, and it felt as well that the early stages of Wolf just taking over the game was just no longer having that level of impact, and therefore they were not able to take these rounds. So I think that as we head towards Bind, anything can happen.
Yeah, and Bind, interestingly enough, we've seen a lot of aggression of Fracture, and it was a story of Suffolk shutting them down. On Haven, very similar situation overall, and it was Suffolk playing overall better when it came to slower pace, controlled Valorant, especially when it's on their defensive side of things. Going into this last map of Bind, this is what I consider to be the slowest map in the game right now. It's very claustrophobic, very tight corridors to get through, basically a lot of choke points, I should say. 4 lanes to work with. I mean, you have the teleports for fast rotates, but those are played around and understood well enough that those don't really come to fruition that often these days. And looking at the team compositions, it might be 3 maps in a row of the exact, and it is, of the exact same team composition from Suffolk going into here. And we were questioning it as far as, like, do they really have a variety? Is this really the better call? Are they just playing cover picks? Fracture, it looked like maybe it was a bad call with the Astra and the Killjoy, but those were looking really good going into Haven. And on Bind, I don't know. I honestly, I'm a little indifferent about this composition on Bind.
I have strong feelings, Chad. And let me tell you why. They've broken my cardinal rule. And that is that Killjoy should just never be played on Bind in any world ever, at any time. Like, and if you were going to play Killjoy, why wouldn't you just play Cypher? Or Chamber, for that matter? Like, for me, the lockdown doesn't provide value on this map almost ever. It's very hard. And in addition to that, you whilst the nanoswarms are equally as good as they always are, you tend to struggle to find the same level of value that a Cypher or a Chamber or literally anything else. I mean, put any initiator into that slide, and I think it's better. So I think that, that's not meant to be a conversation on NAR or their performance. Just that the agent in general tends not to be performing well here. And so I am going to be looking to NAR to be doing something incredible to impress me.
Yeah, Nard looked great on Haven especially, and I'm not going to be able to say anything against the player by any means. I would say that I think going to the Viper in this situation for this composition would be better. I think Viper Astra still is a very strong composition for Bind.
Yep.
It used to be the hard meta. You're trolling if you weren't running them. But once the Astra nerf came through and all those changes, all that kind of stuff, then it wasn't really the same. But I still feel like Viper is a good call here. I think Cypher was a good call as well. But yeah, Killjoy, she has places she can find success on Bind, absolutely. I don't think it's a troll pick by any means. But, I mean, especially if you can just land headshots with Classic from long range like that. Everything's going to go great. At the end of the day, it's the shooter first and the ability thing second, right? Is what you try to claim it to be. So, Nard definitely has good shots.
Yeah, exactly. As mentioned, just continue hitting those shots and it won't be a problem. So, opening was nice. All 4 defenders, though, here. And that sees was perfectly placed. Wolf gonna walk away with frag, but it's a trade, actually. And Chad, no, they're up by 1. Westchester, they flubbed that big time. They had the advantage from the C's. They were a little too far forward, a little too aggressive, and they get punished.
Chad rolling the sniper over towards B side as well. A little bit of a late rotation. Chad would be here for the team on top of it all.
I'll find you.
3v2 post plant. The Haunt gone already as well. It does clear out a few corners, so it does save some time, but still has a lot to clear out here. And Dems find the first kill on an R. Both players on both teams engage in 1v1s, but it's going to be Suffolk coming out on top. Win out another pistol round for this match.
Only their second, by the way. I mean, now relatively even, 2-3, but still. Taking 2 in a row is another aspect of that matters in a pretty significant way. Great start, as mentioned by Nar, and you're right. Just shoot heads, and there is no problems. So, I'm happy to eat my words if Nar continues to perform along that same level we have come to expect.
They found my tracks.
Looking through. Shorty in the face doesn't quite find the frag. No headhunter bullets either for Sopa here.
That's tough. Old Shorty gets that kill.
3 games, 3 different agents for Sopa.
Oh, that's a great point. Really solid to have that flexibility. Sopa gotta go down though. Trying to get cheeky. Saga gonna ultimately lose out in finding that kill, but it's all good. Hate had it on lockdown. This is looking like everything you would want from an anti-eco if you're Suffolk.
One enemy remaining.
As we're seeing the end of this anti-eco round go about the way you expect. We talked about Sopa changing to a Chamber was Fade, then Breach, and now Chamber. We also have Alpha going away from Controller to Initiator, and First Prince going away from Initiator to Controller going into this last map. Completely different role changes as well. A lot of agent changes across all of these players.
Yeah, very unusual to see that many role changes. I mean, just look at the opposition on Suffolk's side. Pretty much the same, the whole time, every single time. And whenever they swap people out, it was, like for like, duelist for duelist or such.
Yeah. And perhaps that comfortability can be the difference maker to determine which team is on top of this 3rd and final map of the series. Or if Westchester is mixing it up and keeping things feeling fresh, maybe that could be an X factor for them themselves. So far, so good for the attacking team, though, as Nar and Hate able to find frags. Chad finds 2 over to his A site, completely anchoring away. Catching people trying to go to the teleporter on their way out. And it's a flawless bonus round for Suffolk Community College. 3rd and final map of the series.
Suffolk. That is ridiculous. Doing some suffocating of their opponents into that round. Like, what? In what world is the bonus ever that dominant? I mean, I cannot recall the situation where you just see that sort of domination in this close to series, right? Like, that only happens when a team is just far and above better than the other. But that's not the case here. Just a brilliant round, and I think this is an understandable timeout from Westchester. I would be taking a timeout too.
Yeah, the 2 members of Westchester on B side didn't know how to respond and also didn't seem to predict the utility oppression used onto the site, setting up those kills. The timing by Chad Tones as well. Coming out of showers, the exact moment 2 members of Westchester were trying to just run to the teleporter, catching them out. Everything just went perfectly that round for them.
Yeah, I mean, just lurk timing 101, right? That's what that is. And everybody got upgrades. Not a single player died. Not a single player needs to rebuy. And that's what's so magical about a round like that, is the cash. The money is out of this world for Suffolk at this current moment. And if they can play this anti-eco anywhere close to that well, then they'll be rolling in the dough for not only these rounds, but many more to come.
Trying to be aggressive as Westchester. The timing actually was so good. Is able to find the kill. Got a little scary there, but doesn't feel confident to go and pick up that gun either. Good call, because that is being covered by Sasagi. Saga.
This lockdown could give them entry at least to the site, force 1 player out, but looks like that's not going to be the case. Shot. Wolf. Patience is a virtue, but unfortunately it's just going to be a singular frag taken away. But a trade means that Westchester's still ahead, and that is dangerous. After such a ridiculously strong round from Suffolk, it would be tragic to lose like this.
And a little high from Indians. We do see Saga very weak, though. 11 HP, shares can pack a punch. We can remember like that. Marked out as Nar. Having fall back, but still able to set up a little bit of a post plant thus far. Alarm bot not able to go out just yet.
Lockdown.
This lockdown, yeah. This will reach.
Great creativity here for this lockdown to be very effective. Even spamming down a player through that top screen.
Player standing.
Again, mentioned before how difficult it can be, but Nar getting a lot of value out of that.
A nice post plant setup as well.
Last player standing.
Oh no!
Wait a second.
Wait. There's time. There's time.
Wait. There's no nanoswarms. What have you done?
Who's the old dog now?
Nar? I've just got done giving you all the praises. Ooh, maybe he placed them and somebody destroyed them and didn't realize?
Well, he didn't have any in the post plane. He threw one while the spike was getting planted just to keep people at bay around
you're
truck.
Right. I do recall.
Oh.
I don't know. Maybe mistakenly walked through the teleporter?
I feel like it was. They looked at it and ran in. Like I think
I
thought
agree,
the timer was lower than it really was.
Must have been a massive flub though.
Oh.
After winning that last round, yeah, sure, you survive with a player, but rounds are where the victories do lie.
Yes. Yeah. At the end of the day, that's a W in the column there for Westchester.
Yeah. And lots of damage. I mean, that was an eco round with 4 kills.
Yeah, eco round win. They burned that lockdown off the NAR as well because of it.
Yeah, it's It's worse the more you think about it.
Nice reaction speed.
Great.
Bring them down.
Alpha realizing how difficult it is to defend the side of his spade. The utility does not do a lot of work. Setting up for a plant denial.
Here it comes.
Open up the sky.
And
not the
great
best
little
place.
bait. Well, I think Hate anticipating that or scored, but still gets to kill. 1 HP remain. And a 1 on 3, but there is like 10 health between 2 of these players, so this could definitely go his way. Fresh Prince, first shot, and Haunt as well. The low HP player looking forward. So dangerous. So dangerous to be swinging there. I mean, if you Levi, that is a scary thing to be doing.
Yeah.
Because Hate was 1 health.
Yeah, you'd imagine that Hate would be first contact. You swing off of that.
Yeah. It worked though, so fair enough. 4-1.
Yeah, don't you know, Vincent? There's no successful plays or bad plays. So,
you're right. You're right.
You know.
Outcome-based information.
Funds to spare?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good shot by Levi, regardless.
Every ranked teammate telling me, "No, dude, it was a great play.
It was a great play. It worked, dude." It was a tough 2v1 to really set properly, considering it's a 1 HP member. Nars still finding success, still hitting shots very well. Just want to be on the right side of the teleporters. Oh, a little late on the showstopper. Will it be able to reach just a little bit of damage? The Wolf is back out. Not a great start for this half, or this round, I should say, for Westchester. The half still also. The 1 round they got could be claimed as given to them.
I would claim that. Nice work though by Wolf. At least doing damage to confirm a 1-for-1 trade. Molloy back the other way. Fresh Prince swinging around. These stingers doing big damage.
The rotation is scary too, because that allows Westchester to be able to pick up those guns off the ground. MDims could be rotating faster, so they do have a rifle in hand still. Picked up from the backside of the site. Or grabbed it out of the teleport, I should say, really. And it's going to be 3 rifles versus 2, but no armor for a couple of these members of Westchester. Nightfall available? What timing do you use that for?
Feels like it's in the middle of this retake. That would be the perfect time. Stim Beacon thrown out.
Probably
nice
now,
timing.
But
yeah, they lost that timing. Alpha hits both the shots. Farms up a Nightfall of their own. That feels like a lost opportunity to use that Nightfall and effectively win the round off of it.
At the moment you get the haunts tags, you just pop the Nightfall knowing you get at least 2 of the members. You start running around, realizing you just shoot the bodies and you get the kills.
100%, but not going to happen. And listen, I don't want to be... this is, to me, no disrespect to Westchester, but I think both of their rounds could fairly be placed in the column of handed over.
Right here.
So that round, I will say, is good utility stop from B Long. Very well, wisely done by Westchester. And also, we had the knowledge that the Nightfall had been good there. It's hard to make that call in the exact moment to pop it and just windmill slam your ultimate off the haunt tags. And no way would they know that Alpha was pushed up so far, U-Haul and not tagged right at haunt. Like they just had a slightly off timing read. Fair enough until I guess works. I think Westchester definitely earned that round. Still, games in the hands of Suffolk though. They still have 2-round lead. They have a lot of ultimates to work with here. The economy is still looking really good. Nars still getting first blood basically every round.
I know, both of us thinking the same thing every single time. 6 rounds in, that's the 2nd lockdown.
Wow.
So, I mean, yeah, it's hard to use, but if you get it this often, I mean, hey, I'm not complaining. Not about that.
Sight.
That's right. Oh, here comes that Nightfall. Could be a Nightfall the other way. Hate not deciding to use it. Now it's time. Pushing forward, 2 players. An elbow here. Nova one's forward. Levi gonna take him out. Nar for the triple kill. One player remains, and the HP low as could be. M&M's at single digits. The hunt just not even bothered. Levi swings out and takes the shot. And I mean, Nar literally max value from them in their utility. 12 and 4.
Halfway to another lockdown.
Outrageous.
Just like that. It's crazy. Great job by Hayes as well on timing. Didn't commit to the nightfall immediately because then they'd be caught without a gun out. So they swapped the gun just in time to have a threat back, force back the enemy after hit cover again as well. Do this awkward footsies game until they're able to get into the cover and safety of Elbow and Nar's hands so they can actually get that nightfall off and made that a really good win for the round. So a lot of credit clearly to Nar for getting those kills. Credit to Hayes as well for doing the reads and timing, positioning, things like that a lot better.
I mean, Nar responsible for them getting on the site at all. Both the kills to open it and the lockdown to provide space. Talk about a multifaceted player. In-game leader, by the way.
Yeah, that's even tougher. Being the IGL, you have to call out all this stuff. Presence of mind for all the macro for the team. Yep. And also focusing on the micro positioning and adjustments to get those kills. Speaking of macro, rotation away while it's teleporter. That first kill goes the other way of Westchester. It's chance of winning another Thrifty round for this team.
Would have been an even better chance had that shot connected. Alpha, a little bit of a whiff, but it's all good. Even. Pulled out here for Westchester. It's all going the way of Suffolk. Feeling the pressure mounting, will get tagged down by a tour de force of the opposition, 6-2. Suffolk, I mean, they invested heavily, don't get me wrong, but that was clean as you like.
And the concern I had going into this map for Westchester is we've seen them find a lot more success in fast Valorant. And slow Valorant has been Suffolk's game overall in the series. And Bind is probably the slowest map in the game. So, and it's kind of going in that direction so far, this map as well. Suffolk's been able to control pacing and find explosivity windows after slow inches making miles kind of situations.
Well, it also doesn't hurt that Nar has found... I'm going to go out on a limb and say like 6 or 7 opening picks.
Yeah, at least 5.
It definitely feels that dominant. And,
yeah.
I mean, to put it in perspective, there's 8 rounds that have happened. So, it's an outrageous number of opening pick success rate. Like, Chad, you might know the actual numbers, but, like, do you know the idea of, like, a pro's opening pick success rate? It's like 30 or 40% at best. 30, I mean.
Pros like Ye, considered the best player in the world, will get maybe a third of the rounds.
Yeah, so 30%.
Yeah, if you're having an amazing game, it's like 30%ish. Yeah.
Exactly, and this guy is sitting at like almost like 50 or more potentially. So
still early in the map, we'll see if he can continue that dominance because that is very impressive. Like obviously, and if you're getting that kind of success rate, then it's not crazy to imagine that they're in the lead pretty heavily right now. We're going into a tech pause, as you see on the screen, and you see our lovely faces to indicate that as well. We don't take breaks willy-nilly. There's definitely a good reason for it, one that maybe we'll share to you as soon as we find out. But for right now, it's going to be tech pause. Hopefully that gets resolved very quickly. And hopefully Westchester can figure out how to handle slow Valorant, how they can figure out better explosivity options, because right now they're kind of being squeezed out, it feels like, round after round.
Yeah, it really does. And, you know, whenever the hits do come in, it's just, it doesn't get any better from there because, you know, particularly on the defense on Bind, it's hard to control the pace of play. You're very much, like, the only places you can get aggressive, I mean, there's areas you can get aggressive, but you're giving up a lot by being aggressive in those areas, whether you're going to showers, whether you're going to, mid, or whether you're going towards B long. Those are the options, and I guess A short, a little bit less reasonable, but the point being that you're going to be in a tough spot if you do decide to play that way. And we haven't really seen Westchester decide to do that yet. I'm feeling that that's going to be their next thought.
Yeah, like you said, there's a lot of issues when you're on defense bind because the pace is not really in your hands. Because it's a little claustrophobic, it's also really hard to get away with being aggressive, going for flank angles, things like that as well. Very different than what we saw on Fracture and Haven. But what we will see is ourselves going back into the match. It was just simple audio issues, a Discord crash for one of the players, something of that sort, so they just got rebooted up. Thankfully, TeamSpeak and Discord, both options for audio things for players, get them right back and running pretty quickly. It was like Levi is quickly getting back into a situation where the offensive team has first pick of the round, but Wolf says no more. And I'm going to find 2 kills of my own and not let you get the spike planted at all. That's going to be spike on the ground.
An interaction we really haven't seen. The Showers area not invested heavily by that defense. Another 1-for-1 pick. This Fresh Prince is going to trade Hate out for the advantage. Suffolk. Where's that spike?
I think Sopa heard the steps from Chad Tones.
Oh,
so he
boy.
tucked back away, ready for Chad to push through here. Does Chad clear this angle?
Surely.
Last player standing.
Chad did not want that angle to be there.
No, he cleared
Not
it,
at
but he
all.
mentally didn't want, like, wasn't expecting it.
He was like,
Yeah.
nah.
The double pit take. Wait
Now
a
he knows.
minute. There's a chamber there.
Levi knows 100% where both of these players are, though.
One enemy remaining.
Nice shot.
30 seconds left.
Swing. Potential. 30 seconds. Jumping around the corner. Levi gonna get the plant for 3. And now has his pick of the litter. The positions can go here towards U-Haul. Playing all the way around. Sopa has the idea that this is a possibility, but isn't gonna peek it at the right time. The 1-on-2. Quad feed for Levi.
What a round by Levi. That kill onto Fresh Prince was nuts. And getting that first kill and realizing Sopa does not have utility to be able to checkmate here on the peak. I have freedom to be able to run away. The jump bunny hop around the corner there was a little scary for sure.
I know.
But found the timing for it.
I was scared as well. I was like, oh no, he's about to get headshot whilst he's jumping.
And Levi, only 2 deaths this map. 11-0.
That is almost as impressive as the NAR stat line, in all honesty. Hey, look, he's got another lockdown.
There it is.
Making a liar out of me. I mean, it's not like it's the best, but if you have it every 3 rounds, it's great.
Yeah. I do enjoy having every 3 rounds in ultimate in my hands.
They
no matter what the
traded
ultimate
an
is.
orbital for a lockdown. What a great trade.
And speaking of great trades, is Levi getting 2 kills. Not even a trade, even honestly. He's going and getting cracks. Nar in the face of Alpha. It's all down to just MDems with a single hand running gun action. Right click is available. Can they find another kill? There's another moment to breathe. This turret ruining their plans. Only 6 more bullets. Up against all these rifles. Chad Tones ends the round to be 8-2 for Suffolk.
Yeah, I'd call that winning. Just Levi running it down, finding the double kill there. Brilliant work.
I should probably place some stats in the astral plane.
And I'm trying to think here, you know, like what the way back end, like the avenue for Westchester could be. And I'm just not seeing it currently. I really don't. Sopa not having nearly the game that they were having in those first 2 maps either is not helping things.
Yeah, it seemed like maybe they've been running out of steam a little bit. I personally do feel like switching up roles and agents as much as they are is not beneficial. There's a reason why in competitive play you see people play the same agents all the time. At the very least, stay in the same role, so you can just have that feel, and you can just stay in that zone in that moment, and you can learn all the little intricacies of your agent as well. I understand some people enjoy the mixing things up to keep things fresh, a little more interesting, and some people do thrive in that, but overall I do feel like it's more beneficial to do more of what Suffolk's been doing. I say that as a very long caster curse, just so Sopa could be back online.
Needs a little bit more though. Looking to try and find it here and now. Nar Once again,
Spike
infiltrating
down
the back
A.
lane. Wolf with a good connection.
What spike? Wolf has spike.
Spike indeed. Oh no, that is brutal. Look at how far away this is from literally anyone else. There's 30 seconds. Honestly, a save call should be here.
I don't know. It depends on what Chad can do here. Okay, save. They're going for it. They have the economy for it. They actually don't really need a save because we've been so successful previously. Nar's finding another kill anyway. Hate has 14 seconds to find a frag on a person who's very weak and cornered.
10 seconds.
He doesn't know.
Weak as
oh! That was running. I mean, yeah, he had one health, but still.
Hey, yo! I mean, he had pretty good ideas when he was in that corner and knew he was weak.
Yeah.
But it is closer range, so running gunning isn't as accurate when you just need a battery shot. But man, they are stoked by winning that round, let me tell you.
I mean, they should be. A bit of a giveaway from Westchester. Obviously, they don't have the information we did there, but
right.
You know, when it gets down to that wire, it almost feels like you just shouldn't go for the fights. Play together, but.
Ooh, Nara almost had that angle on time.
Stunned it again. Wolf, another big impact frag.
Okay. All right, Wolf. Chomping away. Finding his prey. They might be able to get another, but Chad Tones, the spray transfer was beautiful. Finding two, making this a near even round. The teleport taken. It's all up to Imdims.
Player standing.
And the Imdims will stand tall. Single player against them all. 1-on-3. Oh my goodness,
what?
Chad! Oh my god!
Imdims won't expect this, surely, right?
No way.
No way.
How could he? Oh, Imdim's gonna turn at the right moment. He got a little bit scared that he hadn't heard the spike and understandably decided that something was up. But oh my goodness, 9-3.
I want to see Imdim's angle for that because I think maybe the elbow or the barrel or something was peeking on the other side there because there was a really tight corner to squeeze in for Chad.
Yeah.
But still, 9-3.5 for Suffolk. And what felt like really dominant fashion is a couple rounds where you can't say that Westchester didn't earn the round, but also really felt like it was in the hands of Suffolk that they let slip by through their fingers.
Yeah, no, 100% Suffolk kind of walked away with that one. And, you know, it definitely is Nar finding that opening success rate. I think he's still hovering around like 50% at this time. This is Saga, though, desperately trying to bring that back to the opposition.
Trying to delay, not let them get the plant off. Does do a little bit of damage to Fresh Prince. This rotation from Nar. Backside does not win it out. Imdims gets the victory there. Keeps the backside cleared. It's going to be a teleportation play, though. Interestingly enough.
Hate was not convinced. Hate is still here. They don't check. No, not at all. 2 for the price of 1. Great deals, great value. And Sopa tries and fails to do anything further.
Wow. I don't think the rotation play was a bad call. Just gotta clear the corners, man. Yeah, it's the 101. Check your corners.
So many times you move into that position and that, you know, nobody's there. It's so easy to fall into that habit, isn't it?
Yeah, but nevertheless, the 3 constants and guarantees in life are death, taxes, and check your corners. You gotta check your corners. And if you don't, then you'll get a fast track to one of those other guarantees.
Quickly, Saga found the opening last round. Damage done on this round as well. And this is the type of aggression that I was talking about that I didn't particularly see all that often from Westchester.
Wow. Great awareness by Wolf, realizing his stuff doesn't there, just like that. Gets out of there, but everything else going the way of Suffolk at this point.
Not a single bullet connected there.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Ready for the rotation play this time around. MDim's pistol, a classic versus a ghost. That is winnable, but feels bad. The pressure's on. It has been for a bit, but it's getting even heavier now. Westchester. They gotta win out here. They gotta win this anti-bonus, something they couldn't do in the first half. And if they don't win it here, then they're fighting for an overtime situation, needing to win 9 in a round, 9 rounds in a row. That's tough.
Yeah, I don't think the comeback will happen if they are not able to come to a victory here. But obviously, possibilities do abound, and another great decision from Suffolk. Right? They know that they're
so aggressive,
and they just take this as a team.
Wow. Nars there as well. Closer angle than they were expecting. That close of an angle. The Spectre's just fine. Mows them down. It's 3 versus 2 situation. Rifles in hand now for Suffolk, and that spike down as well. What can Westchester members do here?
Only problem is health, though. Low health on Chad. Already. Actually, no. Chad was the high health player. Other two are low. And they're going to have to rotate out or find a different avenue back into this round. Westchester might just be able to bring this one back. 2 on 2. Lockdown, though.
I like what Nar's doing. Taking this opportunity, went and grabbed that ult orb. And also taking that opportunity to run all the way into CT, into the defending spawn. In a position that it doesn't seem like Westchester was quite aware of until it's been long enough. It's going to be Wolf checking it just in case. If they're going for a save.
I think they are. That's what it
Low
looks
HP,
like.
I think it's a good call.
Yeah, I agree. They've done massive damage to the economy of Westchester.
Nar does not need to die for the lockdown either now.
No, exactly. And even if they didn't get that orb, they could have fought for an orb early into that next round.
Yep.
You know, the showers orb, often easy to get. Same thing for the B long orb. So, a huge play.
No way.
Oh my, dude, that is so big brain. I've just realized. Did he intend that?
You gotta fight through if you're Wolf there, right? Like, it doesn't matter if the turret's there. You gotta go for it.
I think Nar did that on purpose. I think
of course.
Like, because he was so specific about where to put that turret.
Well, I think the reason why I put it there was just to let him know, like, okay, there's people coming through defenders, so you have to be careful of that when I'm trying to save. I think it was for scouting purposes. I don't think he expected the big payoff of Wolf realizing that and getting, like, a little overly cautious.
Yeah. Didn't want to take the fight.
Yeah. Wow.
That's insane.
New round, lockdown down. I like what they're doing here, though, too. They have the lockdown down, but they're trying to push out, but it's being ready for it by Alpha, but Alpha loses the fight anyway. It's still Nar getting the first blood of the round. Hate pushes through. There's no players detained because they're far enough out. A little too greedy by Hate to continue pushing forward. And that actually leaves B-side widely open, but we do also see Chad way deep in the flank. Will be there a lot sooner than I believe Westchester will be ready for.
Doesn't have the best of weaponry, in fairness.
True.
This toxic screen, though, this is ridiculously good for Levi.
Teleport's ready.
Gonna find the first. Looking to deny, but Fresh Prince gets off that spike plant instantly.
Spike planted.
And, yeah, this flank from Chad, it was required.
Chad was close enough, but MDims didn't give the audio cue notice to the team. They're not looking at belong at all. Until now, when Freshman just goes in, checks it just case.
With blocking vision.
1v2. Steal the crossfire setup now, but the Nebulas will help out a little bit. No Cosmic Divide to work with, and no more stars. Say, but it's going to be Wolf on an off angle anyway.
Oh, man. It felt like Suffolk were right on the cusp there. There was so much that could have gone right. But yeah, you mentioned a little bit overzealous from Hate, trying to get too much done. Wolf does a great job of playing denial. Wolf has, I feel like, done that beautifully in many of these rounds that that Westchester has found success. Is Wolf just playing denial. But another sort of half investment. Interesting that Levi's buying here. Is 3 orbs away from the Tour de Force, so by no means a guarantee that they'll get that.
I think just trying to go for that hero rifle play in case they get a couple kills. I think it's absolutely confidence buy. Wolf is already in heaven.
Well,
wow, swinging through his members. Hate didn't pick up a weapon though, didn't pick the stinger or anything, and now also Levi fell to Nar, so that hero rifle is gonzo.
Ooh, nice recovery. Quick moves from Hate. Nebula set up temporarily. Gonna try and find something. Vandal, nicely done. Chad exits. No more. It is still a very large deficit, but 6 rounds. They are getting closer. It's 3 in a row. The best they've done thus far.
Been looking pretty good. I will say though, a lot of these rounds have kind of felt like a bunch of like weird half buy save things from stuff like that. I feel like this is what feels like their first really big buy.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It definitely feels like to call it mismanagement is probably a bit overkill because they've had such good economy into those rounds where they've done so much damage, but it definitely has not been full straight for Suffolk.
Nightfall and Cosmic Pride are available. We see how good that Cosmic Pride is from Chad. Forward Strike gets nothing because they're not there to follow it up. There's no way they can know if anybody else is in U-Haul at this point, and surely enough, there they are by Hate. Chad Tones, meanwhile, finding the first play on the round, and Alpha trying to maintain control of the showers, but Dim's trying to say something back. The timing, Chad looked, but win the fight. Fresh Prince, meanwhile, finding his Saga as well. It's going to be 2 left on site for Suffolk. No more ultimates to work with this round from them. So the Nightfall was popped early, and nothing really came from it.
No need to continue to invest in that area if you're Chad. Overstaying his welcome, I think, and getting punished. Suffolk. Real chances for them still in this round, though. 3v4.
Welcome to my
Decent crossfire.
30 seconds
on
left.
the site. Nar as well, still alive and kicking. The Viper's Pit comes down. Oh, this haunt can be massive. It's not going to catch anyone. And the Seas as well misses its mark.
Good idea that they took back from showers, but what can they really do to keep them at bay there? The showstopper used very early in this post-plant situation and getting sprayed out. Our members of Westchester is still holding strong nevertheless. Sprayed down by Nar, by Hate, not funding the targets the way that they want them to. And low on utility. In fact, it seems like they're out of utility. Nar goes for the save, goes for extra frags perhaps. Wolf finds Hate, trying to be overzealous yet again, and it's going to be Levi going for a save as well. Suffolk forced out because of the Viper's Pit invested by Westchester.
Yeah, and despite Westchester feeling like they invested pretty heavily into using the utility early, they don't get punished for it. There's no way to get back in there. There's a lot of Viper's Pit utility to wade through, and it's just too much. Another one of these rounds based on those saves where it's like, yeah, an okay buy, but not great from Suffolk.
Yeah.
It's starting to look a little scary for Suffolk here. Maybe that comeback does become a reality. No timeouts just yet, though. Still feel like they might have a good mental about it. And the story, the narrative of Westchester being better at fast Valorant and Suffolk being overall better at slow-paced. Westchester's now on the driver's seat, though. They can dictate the pacing. And we already talked about earlier about how it feels like it's really hard to dictate pacing at all on defensive side. And Suffolk's been trying. A lot of times, like, they push out from B long, things like that. Chad just last round try aggressively hold showers. Only good for one there as well. So it's Westchester being able to dictate when they can explode, when they can make the combat happen, and it's thriving in the midst of it.
Here comes the push.
Face your fear!
Potential ace split. The Nightfall comes down. Right. Yet to get planted. Now Alpha is going to do just that. That is after the paint shell go and denied once again. Saga doing a massive amount of work there with that utility. Nearly getting into position in long range down the showstopper. Oh my goodness, what a shot from Alpha to deny Saga. But still, a 1-for-1, the man advantage now for Suffolk. As the defuse. Hey, holding, and they have it. It's match and series point for free for Suffolk.
Match point.
You got a couple of weapon upgrades as well. Their buy is going to look really good here. The economy suddenly got a resurgence. Still good for Westchester, though. They're still alive. They got 4 in a row. Can't really say they can't do 5 in a row from here on out, but the lockdown is available again for NAR. So that's his 5th for the map, I believe it is. The Cosmic Divide for Chad Tones as well. So the Ultimate Economy definitely in favor. As Levi is nearing this towards the force, but Sopa popping their own this round.
Sopa is really
You
strong.
want to play? Let's play.
Needs to have a moment here. Bad. And there it is. The opening pick, denying Levi on the aggression. NAR continues forward, trying to take advantage of this lockdown. Prowler will confirm the positioning of this player. What? NAR!
Wow.
Are you kidding me? Still commits to the fight, gets away with the frag, but it's a trade. It's a Saga back the other way, and it's Wool doing the hard yards to continue. And Suffolk, their spawn, where you buy guns.
They're going to have a flank hard here. The trademark, though, is kind of ruining their day and determining, do we want to commit a star for this? Yes, we will.
Blocking vision.
Let's not let them know that we're going for this flank play, but
Spike planted.
Westchester, they know Suffolk has gone for this many times before. That's why I see Sopa ready for this, ready for it. Misses the shot, though. An opening given to Suffolk.
Yeah, but an easy rendezvous out is the thing. So it's not so bad, not so big a problem. Nice work with the blunt. Now they know at least where that player is. And the big deal is the tour de force, obviously.
Last player standing.
Tag down. Wolf swings out. Right time. And the paint shell's forced back. Any chance of a retake. Another round taken for Westchester. They are on the comeback trail, but they cannot make any more mistakes.
And it was Sopa recognizing last time NAR popped the lockdown B side, they aggressively pushed and looked for a fight down B long. Sopa, seeing that happen again, went and checked B long, ready for somebody challenging for a fight, and there they found Levi. Shut them down right away. They will not have the operator this time around, but Levi will still be able to buy that up. But just a Marshall for the Saga.
That's
no showstopper to use.
right there.
Levi one off from a tour de force. They have rounds to give, so it's not like a big deal, but like I do feel like Levi should have bought a rifle for Is the Saga and maybe a little buy for themselves, one away from the operator and of the ultimate. And play for an orb.
I'm right there with you. But like you said, small thing, maybe not going to matter, but of course it could always.
We'll see.
That's the scary part. You don't know what will be the. That is not how that's supposed to work.
Call the mechanic. Tech boss.
Somebody, please take a look. Here comes the B hit. It's a Saga. Hey, that's a 1-for-1. So doing at least the damage needed with the pistol. NAR trying to dissuade NAR from this position. Okay, never mind. NAR's just WG.
I respect it. Took site back for themselves, and the Cosmic Divide forced them off the site. They have to fight through Cosmic Divide now. Ooh, Incendiary is so good! But hate shots are better. Good for 3. There's only 1 left alive. It's all down to the Fresh Prince, who's found magic in a 1v3 against the Cosmic Divide in the past, but can't repeat that miracle. Lightning does not strike twice here. It's going to be Suffolk with the victory, the reverse sweep in the series to win it out 13-8 on Bind.
The old reverse sweep. Man, it's been a while since I've seen one of those in the collegiate side of things. I love how close this series was, and the near comeback as well. A storyline for the ages with regard to Westchester. A bit of a tragedy, though, considering that they came out with such aggression at the outset of both Haven and on their own map pick, a Fracture. But I think that there's so much value that needs to be given over to NAR, especially. I stand by my statement in the beginning of this game that you typically don't want to be playing the Killjoy on Bind, but NAR made it work incredibly well. Probably the best Killjoy Bind performance I've ever seen.
Yeah, definitely good performance. I think what helps a lot is that NAR just goes ahead and clicks heads a lot, especially to start off some rounds, but definitely use the utility very well. Definitely, we set up the narrative at the start of this cast of this can be a really exciting match because both these teams going into this undefeated. They're both very local schools to each other as well. So a little bit of a local rivalry going on perhaps. And it really delivered. The Sharks versus the Vikings, also a fantastic classic combat there. Actually, I believe it was two Brazilian teams way back in Valorant history that were the Sharks and the Vikings.
I do remember
play.
that.
Yeah. I believe actually one of them ended up being bought over into Loud. So anyway, tangents aside, this was an exciting match and it delivered the way that we hoped it would. So shout outs to Suffolk and Westchester for putting on such a performance. It was entertaining for sure. And I'm glad that we were able to get that kind of match to end off our casting of the night, at least, Vincent, even though there's one more best of 3 after this.
Yeah, and that best of 3 going to get to be brought through by Flater and Laird, who are coming up next. So don't go too far. We got more coming right at you. It'll just be a couple of minutes while we get things swapped over. Be right back.
In tense situations, I'll always I just get nervous, and it just doesn't go well if that happens. But yeah, I still get nervous.
Yeah, I think that's natural though. Are there any specific teams or schools that your team kind of watches out for or that you really want to beat?
Iowa State, their team is crazy. So they have most of the top ranking players in Iowa. So those guys they have a big target on their backs.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you think about CECC and do you think your team will go to Atlanta?
Currently, our team we're going over a massive overhaul because we're down a lot of players due to transfers and other things, but it's still possible. I think we can do it.
Okay, yeah, we hope to see you there. Backtracking a little bit, what are you studying in school? What's your major?
Biochemistry.
Okay. Jeez, you do it all. What the heck? What do you plan to do with biochemistry? And do you ever see any overlap between what you're learning in school and esports?
My initial plans were to possibly go into medicine, but I'm leaning more towards biochemical research. So I don't know if that overlaps somehow, but if it can, that'd be great.
Would you ever want to be an esports coach?
Of course. It's so fun. It's so fun.
Yeah, when you're not doing medicine and you find time between football and the ultimate frisbee, maybe you can be an esports coach.
I'll find time to do it all, I guess.
Yeah. Are there any players on your team that stick out to you, whether it be a success story, their growth, or even yourself that you want to talk about?
Let's see. Well, of course, myself is a good success story, I guess. Because when I joined the Smash and Overwatch team in 2019, I was garbage. Like, it was bad. Like I said earlier, I was bronze rank in Overwatch, which lowest possible rank. It's terrible down there. And then from there, I went to Masters, which is the second highest rank, which is just ridiculous. And then in Smash, I was also bad. So, and now I'm one of the top ranking players in Iowa. So it's pretty good.
So what has been your proudest moment or specific moment? I know you jumped ranks there, but has there been any specific moments in a game or tournament that really you're proud of?
It was last year during the we had a Smash tournament, Smash Ultimate tournament. It was a Wi-Fi tournament. To qualify for the national national part of it, we needed to beat this one school, and the school had some really good players. Like I think they had a Link player, and I forget the rest of them. But we were losing. I fumbled hard. I lost all 3 stocks, and I didn't take any. It was bad. And then my team rallied, and we beat them, and the whole room exploded. It was fantastic. Everyone was jumping all over the place. It was it was a great time.
Let me imagine the energy. That's really awesome. So my last question for you is, do you have any goals for the rest of this school year that you want to accomplish?
Well, for Overwatch, I do want to rank up again. I want to get GM. And for Smash Ultimate, I want to get a higher rank. I think, so in East Iowa, I'm ranked, I think 4th or 3rd, but I want to be 1st. I want to be the top of the ranking. I don't like being under 2 other people. It doesn't feel right.
Well, I'm sure you can do it. Is there anything that you would like to add about your team or you before we go? Anything you want the world to know about you?
Join our team. We're great people. I don't know.
Good. That's good. Well, thank you again so much for your time and doing this interview with me and fitting me in your schedule of all the stuff you have going on. I really appreciate it.
No problem. No problem.
I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
You too.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to this production here on Esports U of our matchup tonight, our final matchup tonight. It's going to be Molloy University versus the College of Staten Island, also known as CSI, which is just the coolest acronym I've ever heard. I'm Laird. I'm here with my good friend Flater. How are you doing tonight, brother?
I'm doing amazing. You know, we didn't get a chance to stream the first game. It was, I believe, played on Ascent, and they took a long time.
Yes.
13-4 scoreline, and it seems like they were, like we were talking about backstage, they were rotating every single time, maybe 40-second plants, I don't know, but it lasted quite a while. But right now, we're going to be streaming from the second game. We got Haven, and personally, Haven, one of my favorite maps.
I couldn't agree more. I think the fact that there are 3 points that you can play it on is one of the coolest attributes of any of these stages. As you can see down here, here are the map picks. We're going to be going to Haven right now, as we mentioned before. It looks like they weren't on Ascent, they were actually on Bind, so that could be why it ended up taking so long. That's a very rotation heavy map with those teleporters. But going into Haven, you know, having a lot of flexibility to run mid if you need to run to C. There's a lot of variabilities that you can deal with as these characters. Now, in terms of agents, I don't know who favors what generally, but I will say that the top player who fragged out the hardest for CSI was Sano on the Raze last match. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Raze on this map again. That's got some really good versatility with those plants in with those satchels.
Absolutely. You know what? Raze is my main agent, so I will never complain about anybody going for Raze. But I do want to point out in a map like Haven, where there's so many places where people could flank from, both in offense and defense, I want to see at least two chambers. From one from each side, and maybe, you know, agents like Killjoy and Cypher coming in and helping with those alarm bots. But chambers, I believe, on Haven are a must.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Chamber's a character who's really crept up into the meta very much recently. You know, he's a sentinel, but he's got a lot of attributes that people who play duelists or like to frag out can get a lot of benefit off of. Obviously, you got a one-tap sidearm tool that, you know, you could just pay 150 per shot for instead of paying for a whole gun. You got teleport to get you out of scary situations on site. On top of that, your ult is literally an op for free. It's great on eco rounds.
Absolutely, and it all comes down to how both of these teams choose their agents, because, you know, one agent cannot decide the fate of the entire game, so they got to play around their rosters.
Absolutely. So the last match is we're going to talk about that a little bit, even though we didn't get to see any of it. I will say that it looked like a very lopsided victory in favor of Molloy, and I mean the 13-4 on Bind. It's pretty telling for the skill gap in these teams. And, you know, MU currently is going against an undefeated CSI team, so they're looking to prove something here tonight.
They definitely are. 13-4. That is one good statement to get you into game number 2, because we believe Max, Taniki, TN6, all of them are at like 10+ kills from. However, from the CSI side, there's only Sano sitting at 13-13. So things are not looking so great. Molloy might just be looking to close this one out in game number 2.
Absolutely, but you got to keep in mind, you know, who are the big threats for your opponent, and you know that first match is going to be hard to tell because literally every single player on the roster for Molloy went positive that match. Even the supports, even the smokes. But it seems like they like to run a 2 duelist, 1 sentinel with that chamber rounding them out. And then on top of that, Larry was on smokes, and then you have Sasuke who was rocking Sky. But so pretty interesting spread. I imagine they know a lot about their team comp and their diversity. But on Haven, you can use a lot of heroes in very creative ways. I mean, there's a lot of walls, so Breach could be a decent counter pick. On top of that, Omen, really good smokes. You can smoke Heaven pretty easily on that A site, and smoking C is really crucial for whichever side chooses to go for it. So it'll be interesting. I really want to get into the match here. You know, a couple player difficulties going on right now, but nothing substantial. Hopefully we'll be able to get the match going on very soon.
And you know, I do want to point this out. No matter what kind of roster you go for, Haven is a map where you can't judge how a team is going to play. If you haven't seen a team play on Haven before, it's going to be very difficult to predict it, because once again, it's a three-sided map. You don't see that in any other FPS games because it is new, it is unique. So a lot of teams have come up with different strategies to deal with it. So even if this last game was a 13-4, we might see something completely different here in the second game.
Of course, and on top of that, you don't have the entry gap of, who's this team we're going up against. Now you kind of have a vibe for, okay, this is their best player, this is the player we can kind of pick on a little bit and break their line. And, on top of everything, it's a new map. You get to just reset your mental, new strategies coming in. And one of my favorite things about this map, as opposed to, a lot of other FPSs, is there is a lot of diversity within these stages. Not calling any shots here, but on Bind, let's take that for example. You've got a teleporter on Haven, which we're going to. It's got 3 sites. You have a couple basic maps, but they still have their own little intimacies. Like Pearl, for example, one of the longest sea longs, but you got some pretty good natural cover there. So again, there's a lot of various things you got to juggle in each map, and I feel like there's really not a bad map in the bunch, except for Split. But Split's dead right now. We don't talk about it.
Well, I'm sure there are people out there who like Split, me, but I have my doubts against a map like Bind. You don't have mid. Why do you not have mid in a map? Tell me, Lloyd. Why do we not have mid?
Yeah, mid's fun though. Like it's enjoyable, and we might see a little bit of mid depending on what the final map we're going to is. But the decider looks like it will be Icebox, which I won't say mid heavy, but the mid definitely has a lot of various places you could go. So if CSI is able to push us to a game 3, we could be seeing a lot of that going on as well. But I do believe that Haven obviously has one of the most impactful mids in the game, just because you do have a site there. So it's going to be a fun one regardless when we finally get into it. But it seems like most of the players are set. We are just currently waiting on one person. However, before we get into the next map, we are going to be going to a quick little break. But don't go nowhere. Actually, if you're going to go somewhere, grab some popcorn, grab some water, because this is going to be a really fun one when we come back.
First, can you just tell me a little bit about yourself?
Hi, so my name is Caitlin. I'm a part of Farmingdale State College's esports club. I am captain of the Valorant Green team. I am a second semester sophomore at Farmingdale State College, and I'm 19 years old.
Okay. Do you like Farmingdale so far?
Yeah, it's really great. The program I'm in is very specialized, and it's not offered that often in the East Coast, so it's pretty nice. I enjoy it.
And what's your major?
My major is.
Well, guys, we have gotten ourselves a good taste of irony on that break. The split second that we cut to break, everything decided to work perfectly. So we are here finally on the agent select screen. Now, Flater, what's looking impactful here? We already see 4 locked in. Actually, everyone locked in from Molloy, so we do have a full idea of their team comp going into this map of Haven.
And what did I tell you? Chamber on both sides, TN6 and Yon, both on the chambers. We got Jets, and I'm surprised we don't see Cyphers or Sky from Molloy University. Maybe they're feeling confident. They don't need it. They are going for that all-out offense. But I believe Molloy University are going to be starting on the defensive side. We got College at Staten Island, 1 Jet, Seraphic on the SOA. We got a Brim, and they decided to switch to Neon. But so pretty interesting roster. I'm not sure what CSI is going for here. It's basically all over the place. Hopefully they get that decided here in just a second. Okay, we got 2 duelists, and like you said, a chamber to be that equalizer between the duelists and the sentinels. So pretty interesting roster setup from CSI here. But Molloy University, that does seem to be the one that is overall balanced.
Yes, so you for CSI, you do have the bearded bros. You got Breach who goes through walls, and you got Brimstone who can set him up with those smokes. And then on the other side of things, only 1 duelist is going to be rounding out this Molloy team. However, double initiator, 2 of the strongest in the game right now. You got KO, who makes it difficult, actually impossible for your opponents to throw out any of their util, which is a very big game-breaking thing for the most part, because if you can't run or you can't use any of your stuns, it's really easy for you to just get blown over. And on top of that, you got you got Fade to Mark's point, get some intel. On top of that, you got Dogs to really take some gunfire away from your duelist. And Smokes, Omen, very good on this map. And then you obviously like you were talking about before, Flater, you do have that insta-lock chamber as well here. So going to be a fun one for Molloy. Now, on the other side of things, what do you think about their team comp?
If you want to talk about CSI, that's what I was confused about. They were all over the place at the start of that Asian select, but now I believe they decided on Jet and Neon to go for their duelist setup, and I get where they're coming from. On the attacking side, they know they're starting off on the attacking side, so they want to be quick on their rotations, and they chose the fastest of the agents.
Yes, sir. So I'd like to correct myself. We've been saying Molloy all evening. It's actually Molloy. So, bit of a difference from what we were expecting. But it looks like our first map is going to be coming up here pretty soon. I'm excited to see this one. TN6 is down. Part of that first round, and it seems like CSI's have a job pushing on site. Never mind, Max is going to get one there.
Player standing.
Great trade from Sano, looking for that recovery, but Tanagi does catch him out on the rotation. And last 1v1 here, does he recognize the position of the last player? Alright, a bit of a technical glitch there. I guess we'll find out soon enough. Aura at A main, Tanagi just pushing in slow. Is he not moving? Okay.
Well, it might have ourselves a desync pretty early. Yeah. Unfortunate, so we might need to see a quick timeout being taken already by CSI, but hey, defense is going to be eating that one up. They like that, so they're going to be going into their econ round pretty confident here.
Absolutely, getting those Spectres and Marshals, and I was about to say Scouts, too much CSGO these days, but yeah, we got those Spectres coming in from Molloy University, and I'm not sure what CSI's plan was there. The spike wasn't down, Sano was looking for that last trade, could not get it out, and ended up with no opportunity for his team to pick up on that post-plan situation.
Yeah, so CSI did end up calling a pause there, trying to get their breach resynced. So we're going to be coming back. You're going to be looking at our ugly mugs for just a little bit longer, but don't worry about that. We're going to try to keep you entertained. So unfortunately, not able to see a lot of that first round, but getting the spike down on site was pretty impactful for the defensive side of things. Forced a lot of pressure coming in from the offense, as it usually goes in this game. But not able to see a lot of plays out of the breach, obviously because of that desync. And as soon as we get that hammered out, we're probably going to be hopping right back into it.
Absolutely, and I really want to see some amazing, like you said, bearded brother combinations. Those smokes and the suppressions together can be pretty useful, especially in a map like Haven, where there are so many close angles. Where you got those boxes of angles which you could just smoke off, suppress, and maybe throw in a molly there as well.
Right, of course, and throw down the shatter on the ground, make your opponent stunned. They can't move as much. You can stick a molly on them. Not a combination I've really gotten to try out yet, but it sounds very fun as well. But again, with all the tight angles you got to hold on this map and all the walls, especially on that A site, breach is going to be a very big threat depending on how they are being used, if they can be used. Because I really hope they can resync up, because Breach, one of my favorite characters to watch in the game, just because he's such a volatile character.
Absolutely, that man can single-handedly be the duelist, be the sentinel. He can be whatever you want him to be.
One of the most versatile characters in the game for sure, but doesn't automatically make him one of the best. As you see, he's got a number of maps where he is really good on. You got Fracture, you got Haven, where I think he'd be held to a high esteem, but then you got maps like Breeze, where he just really struggles. So, okay, we got word from production. We are going to be replaying round 1. So that win was not for Molloy, but they.
Okay.
I'm sorry, production is giving me different things here, but we are going to be going back into it. So hopefully it will not be a 4v5 right off the bat for this replay of round 1. This will be interesting.
And definitely would be. And I'm really surprised why CSI decided to go for a seaside push there. Maybe we might have missed out the early smokes coming in from Brim. As far as I remember, no smokes from Brim did come in at the start of that round. So Molloy University, well, they will have to take that pistol round again.
Yes. So, I mean, again, if they did it once, they could probably do it again. Maybe a little better, because it was down to the last player on that initial start. So We will see. Now, something we got a little bit of intel from our production.
Oh boy.
Actually, TN6 from Molloy University is really famous on TikTok for their chamber montages. So definitely someone who knows their way around their character.
Well, hopefully we get to see some of that because it seems like one of the players DC'd again and we might have to cut to another break.
All right. Well, I'm almost done with my water anyway. I'm sure you guys are at home as well. So go get some more. Never mind. They're good.
They're good.
All right. Never mind. We're not going to a break. But still get that water, though. Hydration is very important, folks. All right.
All right, tell me something. How do you expect this to go? Do you think they go for the same push here again? It seems to me that MU. All right, we got 0-0 on the clock there. The overlay still needs to be updated, but like you said, TN6, the TikTok chamber guy, will be fun to see him in action. Once again, a push coming in from CSI towards the C site. Yeah. I'm surprised they stuck with the same option here.
I am too, because C's pretty different from what we're used to. But hang on, TN6 is here on this catch. He's waiting for one person to peek, but I will say this is an easy trap to start off the bat here.
Oh
not
my
overextending.
God.
There's that line of sight though. Oh, gets one. Gonna fade away. I like it. I like it. Recognize that the rest of the team is onto him. So that first frag will be the only person to fall at this point. CSI is currently down a player. Okay, he evens that right back up. Yawn, thank God he is able to play again because he's going to take that one.
Tanuki not the only man here towards the A side at the moment, along with the Omen just rotating in, but it seems like they are looking for another B side push here. Rubenis in a pretty good position, Ghost in hand. Does he peek it? Yes, he does, but already down to 13 health. CSI starting off strong here. Apimatic, no smokes yet. And none of the flashes coming in from Breach as well, so I would be very surprised if this just try to dry peek this through. Aeolus just he's sticking around in the smoke, waiting for any flankers, but 13 seconds left on the clock. They gotta do something now, and they're doing it. 10 seconds, the plant will be going down. Yon finds one. 3v4 situation, make it a 3v3 as Larry just walks in, gets two, looking for the third one. Can he get it? The burst not working out in his favor. A 1v1, the Jet versus Jet. Tanuki comes out on top here, and MU still managed to take that first round.
Yep, good stuff from both of them there. Asano, who was also on Jet this time around, was the top fragger of the last match for CSI. Tanuki was actually at the second place position on their team. So went 15-6 on the Jet, still rocking the Jet here on Haven, and they're looking pretty confident with a 2-0 lead on the kill count right now. So the eco round is going to be a big deal for this MU team. Yon, now that he's able to play, was able to drop 2 that round, so might be a sign of different things to come here.
Yeah, and I just want to talk about Larry's play there. He pushed in completely dry, nothing in his favor, no flashes, no smokes. He just went and decided to push in with that classic, ended up getting 2, and that was the round changer here as Larry once again, the man of the day, taking 3 kills just to himself. Molloy University, Alpimatic now finds 1, but already down to a 4v2 situation. It seems like MU will be taking this bonus round with ease.
Yep. Larry's pretty good with these smokes. I'm quite surprised. And on top of that, he's really aggressive on them as well. Yon's going to drop 1 there with that Ghost. It's going to open up the way to A. Do you see a certain KO who is weaving around, going to be going to heaven to make it a little bit difficult for Aquamatic. Yon right now hanging out in sewers, waiting for the flank. Will drop a slam. Aquamatic is going to go for the plant, but no, Yon didn't hit anybody with that. Aquamatic is the last man standing here. Is blind for just a second, but not able to get a frag. He is going to be getting flanked in just a moment, though. Main going to get one. He's going to get a second one here. No, he's not, but falls down from heaven, and yes, Rubentus is going to be able to seal that one out. But again, another 2-man standing situation there for MU. Now, they did have an eco round, but they lost a lot of their players.
CSI definitely has been keeping it very close when it comes to the economy here. MU doesn't have that huge economy to work with anymore because they're still going to have to be sticking with some scrappy buys here. Novas, Marshalls, and FAMAS's, well, you know, like I said, too much CSGO coming through for this team. But however, CSI, on the other hand, they got the big guns in hand, so this might be their very first opportunity to take that one round.
For sure, man. Now, I mean, look at this. You already have 2 ults ready from both teams. You have Upomatic, who has their Hellfire ready, but then you also have Larry, who's got his teleport there with the Omen. But he's waiting around this corner right now, looking to try to smoke up somewhere. He might be having some people push Garage. It looks like that is the direction that CSI is looking to push right now.
Now, if I were Sano, I definitely would have tried to spam that door because that smoke coming in from Omen did reveal a certain amount of his position there, but they're trying to be vigilant, not pushing in. Seraphic down
Oh
one
my gosh!
He's there just surviving on the Phantom. But look at that, Max doing a lot of work for his team on that defensive side. Can he find another tag? Yes, he can. And they're finally going to rotate out. They don't want to go against that scout.
Max is a one-man army on this initiator right now with a Marshall just hanging out saying, you know what? I can hold C-site on my own, guys. Go mid, go cover A. I am taking care of it. Looks like a B push coming in here from MU. Okay, that Neon's going to jump in. Blind TN6 is hiding, doesn't have any visible lines of sight on him. Just going to stay down there with a frenzy, but is going to be falling. Upomatic is going to get some pressure. A has a Vandal to their name right now. Going to go for the plant. It is a 4-on-3 in favor of CSI.
Oh, definitely possible. The push comes in though from Tanuki, who finds one. Max with the shot, he finds another. And when I said it was possible, I think I meant it was for MU because Sano, last man alive on the Vandal, finds one. Gets the second one as well. Down to 9 health. Makes it work. CSI get that very crucial first round victory.
Yeah, absolute good play there from Sano. Going around not where their opponent expected them to. Because when you plant for you plant for mid, you expect people to try to come from mid to pick you off, either from window or from otherwise. No, Sano came around from garage, and that flank was not exactly what the opposing team needed to deal with. So Sano, the savior of that one. It is 2-1 with some very, very good, strong econ from both teams. Both teams have full loadouts.
Absolutely. Just a few light armor coming in from CSI, however, should be paid no attention to, as it's still the start of the round on a map like Haven. That 25 armor can easily be taken care of. We see Tanuki here in a bit of a boosted position with TK6 just holding on some of those close angles, but a bit of a split push here coming in from CSI, trying to play for picks.
Yeah, they're keeping Spike really far back just so they can be flexible on where they go. I do have 2 on A. Okay, yep, the rotation's coming in now. TN6 is going to pick one up through the smoke. It's a trade, though, because Tanuki is actually down for MU, so the garage push is going to be big. Neon's going to dash through there blind. Oh, and TN6 gets picked up.
Great play coming in from Seraphic there. Can he find another one for his team, though? He definitely needs to. No, the Prowler comes in. He will be devastated for a while as Upomatic on the smoke finds one. There it is, Rubenus with the second. Larry finds another. A 1v2 position with the ult in hand. Does he use it or does he go for the save? Alright, teleport onto the box. Maybe towards the side though. Really great positioning there. Can he get the first one? No, he can't. The shot doesn't connect and Yan puts it down.
I do respect that teleport. That's a really good way to scummize your opponent a little bit. You know, draw their eyes away from you. However, Yan was right there and quite ready to hold down that angle. 2-2, and it looks like there will not be that strong of a loadout coming in from MU this time. So the momentum very firmly in the attacker's corner at this moment. They've won 2 straight.
Absolutely, very easily they can take this round against MU. Don't want to be peeking those Marshalls again. And it seems to me that they're looking for another C-long push with Larry holding on Garage with the Stinger. And Laird, I don't know about you, but the Stinger, it's like the PP Bison of CSGO, and that can be pretty devastating in close angles.
Yeah, and Sano already going to pick that one up. Weaving around a little bit too. The very aggressive defensive side already hanging out in window. I like the aggression here. Sano's going to be hanging on to 15 health. Max going to pick one up with a Stinger. Going to get 2. For Initiator doing quite well, but yep, going to actually fall. And, okay, it is a 3v1 in favor of the defensive side. And it looks like Sunaval is hanging out on B, but they do not, or sorry, on C, but they do not have Spike, so they're gonna have to go back and pick that up at some point.
Teleport's ready.
I'll be looking to make this save here because this was an absolutely crushing defeat for CSI. They had the Vandals and the Phantoms, and going down to MU on an eco round has to be pretty devastating. Now, it all comes down to Sunawal to make this round work in his team's favor. Does he go for the push? Yes, he does. Peeking one, but already gets traded out by Rubentus. A huge round win for MU.
Yep, not only do they get to keep the guns that they picked up, but they also have a buy for the rest of their teammates who fell. And not too bad of an economy there from CSI. They might be able to buy some big weapons if they want to. Sano's going to be going for a Marshall. Doesn't look like good eco for the rest of the team. Maybe not able to get one for Sunawal or Up-O-Matic, but it seems like they're trying to figure out what kind. Are they going to do light buys? Are they going to do a full buy? You know, what's the play here? Doesn't look like it, but they're just going to go for armor, a couple marshals. Okay, interesting.
We'll see what they do with this, because as of right now, maybe Seraphic's ult might be the only way to go, as TN6 with the ult of his own finds one. And if he finds Seraphic here, that might just be GG's for this round. Seraphic playing it patiently, doesn't want to push in too early. But great peeking position coming in from TN6 here, just holding down a short. While on the other side of the map, we see CSI just holding out, just hanging out over at top mid. Nobody pushing through, just waiting for somebody to flank into that position, get traded out, and they can decide to push into a different side.
Yeah, considering you're already down a player, not a bad idea to play for picks in this situation. Seraphic can ult if they want to. However, TN6 has that hard angle. I would advise against it.
We see that impatient coming in, and there it is. There it is. You're absolutely right. We saw them just shoulder peeking in that position, and we could just see it coming. TN6 patience for 60 seconds there over at A-Long. You know, you'd think that they have already rotated, but no, this man held out his ground. Does he check the corner though? But look at that. He just walks in. Sano with the save. Finds the kill, and CSI, they're in for the site.
Nice. Heaven double smoke though. Oh, and one's gonna get picked up. Double ults could come in if they so choose. Up-O-Matic and Yon both have one. Tanuki's got blinded. Hang on, they only have 11 seconds left to plant though. Can they do it? Up-O-Matic is down. Yon just has a Marshall. And gonna get picked off by Rubentus with another one. What? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that guns could do that. Never seen that finisher before.
I believe it is from the... Okay, you know what? I'm not going to guess it, because if I'm wrong, then I'd probably get smashed in the chat. But, you know, it's fine. Yeah, guns do that, Larry. Did you not know that? Do you not know the collection, Baldwin? Because I sure do.
Man, I've had this game for not very long. I don't know how many finishers there are. That one's cool, though. I do like unicorns. National animal of Scotland, by the way.
A fictitious animal is a national animal of Scotland?
Dude, Scotland's a funny place. I'm just saying. But this time, Sunawal is going to be popping their ult, so a bit of a difference in the chamber this time. However, TN6 has an operator of their own, and it looks like a hard push on site, courtesy of that Neon. Everyone is going to get hit by the Nightball, though. 2 picks from Max, looking for another one. Guess going to get Yon and the hard angle. Okay, 2 players stuck in Cubby right now. Really nice ult from Max to stop that push.
Bring them down. Take hold.
Absolutely. Now in a 3v2 position here, CSI, what do? They're just holding down that cubicle angle. Max just checking out all these corners. MU in a really great position. Already a man advantage. The reveal comes in from Max, and that's probably going to end up right on their faces. There it is, the reveal, and MU has all the information they need to go for this push or just hold down this angle. Up-O-Matic on the Spectre. The ult could work in his favor, but he's gotta have it positioned right. And no, he goes for the smoke. Already down to Sunawal on that ult. Does anybody peek him?
Well, I'm sure Max definitely will in the moment, because they are looking for that ace here. Max gonna be walking through the smokes. Sunawal is gonna be holding there. As soon as that smoke dissipates, though, Max might be in for it. Wait. Oh, he was in there, but a nice teleport out is going to be safe for Sunawal. He's gonna get the snipe and stop the ace.
10 seconds left.
Might not win the round, but hey, you do damage the ego of one of the other team's players, so that's a win in my book.
Absolutely, CSI denying MU that ace. You know, it helps, and hopefully they don't go down here. Larry does find him. Not such a crucial kill as you'd want to save that Phantom here. Don't have a huge lead yet. Only 5-2 is the current scoreline. Economy not booming, but still on a pretty good standards. Over to CSI right now. We might just be in a bit of a state of Great Depression because only one person sitting on the Vandal and the others are still deciding what kind of scrappy buy they should go for. But I believe an eco might be in the works here.
Hey man, the dollar is crashing as we speak, and it is very easy to see the intimacies of that going on in this match right now. Now, a couple buys coming in from CSI, but not too many. TN6 holding down Garage with an operator, but it looks like they might have to go through 3 players in order to do so. Sees Yawn. Okay, now they know there's an op, so they're going to scatter from that.
Doesn't push again. Yes, he does. Seraphic. However, both of them end up surviving here. Tanuki finds one. Seraphic pushes in, and he's not gonna have more than one life here. TN6 puts him down. Rubenus with another. Max with a 4th. Down to the last man there who's already flashed. There's nothing else he can do except for just going down and accept that fate as Larry ends up putting him to the ground. He's looking for the knife there, you know, right? He's like, boys, 5v1 position. You gotta give me some credit. You just leave me alone. No mercy coming in from MU.
He got down and dirty with it. I'm not gonna lie. He was blinded too. He's trying to swing through it. But again, that deficit gets a little bit worse for them. However, they do have a full buy on the loadouts. And Yawn and Appomattox still holding on to their ults. They've had them for a couple rounds now. Eventually, you gotta let them go and see if you can give your team an opportunity here.
Absolutely. Now we see both of these teams having a pretty decent gun, right? So one operator from the MU side can be pretty devastating. Depends on where it has been placed on the map currently. However, we see CSI pushing in slowly towards from a long. Yawn with that ult needs to be pretty useful with that one, and yes, he is. The play comes in from Sano, who finds 2. TN6 puts down the trade. CSI down to a 3v3 position here, and it is just gonna be a lot of back and forth. Shots going left, right, and center, and the plant from Appomattox will finally come down.
Keep in mind, there are 2 ults in favor of CSI. If this thing goes sour, they can go for one right now, but a nice pick there from Sano is going to give them the numbers advantage. KO knife gonna come in, it's not gonna hit anybody. Might have hit Yawn actually, now that I think about it, but Max gonna peek that corner. Sano was blinded. Just the initiators left standing here for MU, and they're trying to weave around. Okay, yep, nice Molly. Gonna pick Sano in the corner. Appomattox is gonna have a little bit of help there. Yawn gets caught down, and yes, the double play is going to be giving CSI an opportunity to get this. However, that thing is mollied, so they gotta pay a little bit of extra time to it. And yeah, okay. Rubentus is going to be there with the defuse. So this round is going to be all battened up. MU is going to take yet another one and continue their onslaught. And this will be a save round, presumably, for CSI.
One of the best rounds I've seen from MU this entire game. The 2 Sentinels, like you said, managed to take that round win against Tool. It just goes to show how well calibrated these people, how well cohesive this roster is with each other. Absolutely phenomenal plays coming in from Repentance, and I believe that was Larry at the end there. Great plays. 72 now is the scoreline.
Man, well, keep up the momentum if you are MU. Sano is going to go for an ult, try to get a pick, and they do! Excellent play with a double updraft from Spawn. Is going to pick one up.
And, you know, that is a pretty risky play. They're using both of your updrafts to go for an angle that is not usually normally peaked. CSI, they got to be feeling pretty good about that angle.
That's one of those things you can only do once for a match, my friend. But, I mean, wait. Didn't Max Nightfall like 3 rounds ago? How do they have another one so quickly?
Oh, okay, alright. I think this might just be a pretty uncommon. It's called being good at the game.
True. Actually, not something I have much experience with, so that's why I'm a little confused. Now,
but I mean, definitely, this guy has been. Yeah, I'm really sorry, but this guy has been dominant this entire game. We see him picking players off left, right, and center, both on the flanking position and offensive position. We see that coming in. Tanuki finding 1, 2, 3. TN6 puts another one to the ground, and MU on their way to make it 8-2. Tanuki absolutely relentless with that final.
Yep, Tanuki only going to get 3. Actually, TM6 was actually able to pick one of the other ones up. So, you know, nice, a little bit of assist there. But Tanuki hold a very, very good angle to help out their team. And now this will be a buy round, full armor, full guns for the team of CSI. But, you know, we've only got a couple rounds left here. But yeah, take a look at this replay. You know, even though they're losing, I mean, come on. That's cool. You got to admit.
Absolutely. I mean, Rubentus, he could not have seen this coming in a million years. Not an angle that you normally peek, and you know he decided to peek one of the weirdest angles and gets eliminated like that. Well, that is Valorant for you.
Yep, that is Valorant. People be farming for clips, and sometimes it just works. So, you know, win or lose, CSI's got to be proud of that one and hold on to it. But Yon right now trying to maintain his team's chances to get back in here. Peeks a hard angle, TM6, or excuse me, TN6. Gonna be picking that one up. That's one for the montage. Gonna switch right over to that headhunter, get a pick there. And that is going to help him out immensely because it is only one man left standing, and they are a control player.
Not much you can do there. 150 health to his name. Not the best timing. I don't know why he was looking towards the wall there. Maybe he would have heard a player and it could have been involuntary. But 9-2 is the scoreline. CSI, if you want to make the curse happen, you gotta take one round here. But look at that buy. We got Seraphic on the operator, a Vandal, a shotgun, and this is just the most random guns that I'm seeing here from CSI.
Not a lot of cohesion here. You got a couple people who could play up close. You got a Judge there. 2 Vandals, a Phantom. A lot of light armor, though. But so it's going to be a very risk versus reward style. And then you got Seraphic, who is a Neon playing up. So this will be a very fun one, too. But they are 1 away from their ultimate. And you also have access to Hellfire from your Brim. And Seraphic's going to pick one up early with the op. Going to give them a numbers advantage, which Tanuki evens up in a moment's notice. It looks like a fast push coming on A. Tanuki is going to fall back, go to heaven, rally the troops. Seraphic is going to try to push on, try to see if they can waste a lot of youth, though. There is the Hellfire. Is it going to hit anybody? No. Everyone able to get out dodge in a moment's notice. Tanuki there with their knives, throws down 2 smokes, goes up, Nightfall comes down. 2 people caught Hell. Going to be a nice trade there. Appomatic making that one easy. A blind from Max from his own teammate. All right, Hell being held down by Yon is going to get 1. Trades again. 1 player left standing for CSI, and they are stuck in sewers, and they have to go through Molloy.
And I don't think they'll be coming in anytime soon. Never mind. How does he do it? Sano, what? Max, one round you'd absolutely dominate the competition, and the other one you'd just be caught with your pants down as this curse is true. 9-3 being the scoreline. MU still up 6 rounds, but what a way to take that last round in your favor. Just putting in that last final glimmer of hope before going into the second half.
No, that was the dagger. What an excellent play there from Sano, though. Now, again, that wasn't just Sano's victory. That was the rest of their team's victory as well. Because those trades were actually quite good. It looked like a very, very even fight for the most part, despite the fact that they were at a util disadvantage and an econ disadvantage and an ultimate disadvantage. So, you know, very good scrappy play from CSI. They're not out of this thing yet. The scoreboard says only 4 more wins for MU, but I think CSI on this defensive side I think is going to make it a little bit more difficult than that.
I mean, I hope so, because we are here for a close matchup here. 9-3 being the current scoreline with MU now trying to push in towards B. TN6 finds 2. And, you know, these are the kind of plays that makes you wonder, is it close there? Was it ever close?
I mean, it's looking pretty good. Sano's going to pick up 2 with their own frenzy. Going to grab 1. Oh, almost gets 1 on Rubentus. But Sunawal recognizes that nobody is on site right now, so they are going to go up to A. Interesting clear, actually going through B, having to clear 2 sites in order to get the plant down. I very much respect that. That's a really nice heads-up play there from MU.
Teleport's ready.
Sunawal is going to get seen, though. Tanuki not going to peek. They're just going to play defensively. Gonna need to clear that corner where Rubentus is waiting. Picks up 1 with the headhunter, but doesn't clear the corner and is gonna fall down. Rubentus holds strong. 3 more rounds, and that was a pistol round win for MU. They're gonna be having to buy some eco right now.
I really did not expect Tanuki to push in through that angle. He knew his teammate was at 20 health. I mean, by the grace of that team cohesion, he was still in such a great position, even at 20 health. Was able to catch them. Was able to catch him on the off guard. Was able to catch him off guard there. Sorry, having a little bit of tough time talking. But Sano really making it work for his team. We see him 15. We see him having 15 kills, and you know it's a repeat of what we saw last game. One man a positive KD, and the rest struggling to keep it to even 1.
Right. Okay, I like that. I like that. Proccing the team a little bit, getting a pick on C, making the rest of the unit rotate around. And now you're going to be going a different way. Going to be covering mid, saying, okay, you know what? Let's make it look like we're going through garage now. Throw down that dog. And Seraphic going to hold garage. Max leading the charge, going to A. And will Sano get there in time to actually make a difference? You got 5 coming out of sewers. Larry going to be smoking heaven, it looks like. And, yep, Sano going to be walking around with a pistol. See what they can do on the site. Oh, and they're going to walk right into a dog and a very angry MU team.
They want to just take it, and they want to just brute force into the side to take it and never let go. Just abilities coming in left, right, and center. No opportunity for them to push in, even have a chance to push in towards the A side here as Max finds one. 5v3. You see one of the players pushing in with his shorty. Not much you can do. They pick them off one by one. Seraphic will find one, however, it's not going to be enough to even put a dent on MU's economy. 11-3 being the scoreline, and MU once again 2 rounds away from taking this clean sweep.
Only player from MU to fall there was TN6, so they might be getting a subpar weapon. They're going to be going for a Bulldog. Okay, actually I quite like the Bulldog here. But full gun loadout from CSI. They need to be convincing because if they lose 2 rounds, it is over.
Really just could be, and you know this is something that we saw last round as well. Looking at the scoreboard, a pretty similar scoreline here in MU. No matter what map they went for, it has been the exact same case. 11-3. We see a bit of a split push once again coming in from MU here, playing for picks. The Spike alone over at C main. Now finally decides to come to his senses. Gonna push back mid. Tanuki and Max is trying to push into garage here. Will get that first prowler and realize the side is there for the taking. And here it is, a push towards C now beginning.
The spread push looking real nice, but I feel like MU is going to decide, you know, play a little bit slow, but we are going to be going to C. That is our main objective. Only 1 hit left for Sano. There's not Sano for TN6. Larry's going to pick that one up, getting a gun there for his teammate. Very even game. It's a 4v4. Trade's coming in. Sano holding it down on C.
Can't use that.
Picked off from Suna Wall. He's going to get hit by a chamber mirror. Sano's going to pick one up on TN6. Tanuki's the last man standing. Yon comes in. Okay, it is a 1v1, but Tanuki at 5 health remaining. They do have Spike, though, so Sano's going to need to go in hot pursuit.
And he should be running straight towards A side. Yes, that is exactly what he's going to be doing. Playing the long con here. Tanuki gets that plan down. Has the updraft and the dash to work with. So, and we have already seen what kind of aim this man has pretty much. I'm pretty sure he's sitting at like 17. Okay. 17 kills. He does decide to use that updraft there pretty quickly. Sano now on the long rotation. He could just catch him off guard here.
Yeah, they're not. Neither one of them are expecting to see the other person there, except for Tanuki definitely was trying to cover that flank. Because they said, you know what, if Sano hasn't come through CT or from heaven at this point, they're going to be going around the other way. So excellent way to hold that angle. Excellent plays there. And MU on match point. Actually, set point.
How does he do it? Tanuki, in the most perfect timing possible, finds the last man, takes his head off, takes the game score to 12-3 in his team's favor. 1 round away from taking it all home here, and it's Vandals all the way through. Sano on the shotgun. Let's see if he can do something with it. Decides to go for the kunais here as the push comes in from MU towards A side.
Yep, Sano holding a nice elevated position. Only going to get 2 knives in. He's going to drop the rest of them. That Prowler is going to expire right in their face, so a little bit of a scare. They do have a judge, though, going to pick nothing up on Larry. Larry's actually going to win that trade. Larry gets another one, too. This controller, man, are they doing well. Only 2 players left standing for CSI. The last one is Heaven. It is Yon. Needs to withstand a 4v1 in order to come out on top.
And with the Guardian in hand, I'm not sure whether even if this were Scream, they'd be able to get out on top here. Max going for a bit of an ambitious play with that knife, does go down, making it a little more easier for Yon to take this round back. Here's another kill coming in from Yon. Can he get the second one? Rebentis already spotted 1v1. Look at what he's doing with Max in such a great position. Rather TN6 in such a great position. He's going to be putting him down to the ground. 13-3 is the scoreline. MU take this in a 2-0 fashion.
Excellent plays there. They got wins on both Bind as well as Haven. And 13-4 for the first map. I believe it was also a 13-3 for the second one. So not
Mm-hmm.
even allowing the opposing team to get to 5. Both sets, that is quite impressive. Normally see a momentum swing in between games, but excellent stuff for MU. They are going to be taking this one, continuing a very dominant season. They are currently moving to 3-1 in terms of their wins to losses. And I think CSI, that is their first loss on the season. They are 2-1 right now in conference play. Flater, what are you thinking, man?
They were pretty. CSI, they definitely had the strats down. It all just came down to the raw strength that we saw coming in from MU. CSI being overrun by the kind of strats that they were going for, and it was a lot of unfortunate timings as well. Because just like in that second last round, there we saw the long rotation coming in from the Jet, however, being caught in the most unfortunate timing. And Tanuki does. I do give him credit where credit is due. Amazing positioning, but you got to give some credit to the timing of that play.
Yeah, but I will say CSI, they are a team with a lot of big play potential. You had some really strong stands for a couple of their players, just not quite enough to finish out any of those rounds. Just so close, but so far, especially right at the end there with Jan nearly clutching up for the rest of his team. But that's how the cookie crumbles. Molloy University is going to be winning this one. We are going to be looking for an interview. So while we go to break, you don't want to miss this next one, so don't go nowhere. Don't touch that dial. We're going to be having a hard-hitting interview when we come back.
Professional pilot degree.
Oh, wow. That's really cool.
Thank you.
So, is this your first time on an esports team?
No, so I've been a part of the Valorant team for 2 semesters, and this is my third semester, and it's my first time ever being a captain.
Okay. Oh, that's awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like being a captain?
So a lot of times I'm organizing the team, making sure everyone is properly set for upcoming games, um, getting scrims for our team, and kind of just making sure everyone is there, present, and possible, and able to play the games that we're gonna, you know, be participating in. We're participating in 2 leagues this semester, so it's kind of hectic.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, definitely. I can see that. How is it different for you as a player versus as a captain? Do you feel a lot of responsibility?
I basically have the responsibility of choosing who, really plays, what type of characters everyone's playing, and what positions and roles we are all doing, as well as being there not only as a team member, but also being seen as in a leadership role and having that sort of respect there, and being able to delegate everyone's role in the team. So it's definitely a lot more different, and my voice is most definitely heard. So I like it. I like being a captain.
Yeah, that's really good. What games do you play, or what is your main game? I know you mentioned Valorant.
Right. So I play Valorant, but I started off with Counter Strike, and I really always have been interested in FPSs. So that background has always been there. So my transfer onto Valorant was pretty easy.
That's cool. What have you done to improve yourself in game over time?
So one thing, for my teams especially, I have open communication where we're able to really give our constructive criticism without taking offense. And me as a captain, especially it being my first semester, I find it really important that everyone is able to come to me and communicate like, "Hey, Kate, I don't know how I feel about doing this," or "I want my voice to be heard about this specific thing." And just basically taking into consideration everyone's voice and having that open line of communication is really helpful, and that's something I find really important.
Okay. Do you carry that strategy into your everyday life as well, would you say?
Yeah, communication is really important to me, especially in aviation with crew members. You're always trying to communicate properly and efficiently to get the assigned goal completed, and that works in video games as well as in aviation. So I feel like it transfers very well, and I put my 100% effort in everything I do. I put 100% in the team, the leagues that we're participating in, communicating with opposing teams that we might be going against. All those things, I take it really important and can transfer it very well into everyday life.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you think about CECC and just competing in general?
It's a lot of fun, and we're so grateful for the opportunity to participate. And this is something that every single member of our team has said. We've never had the opportunity to really compete in a fashion where it's not only fun, we're able to make friends, talk to other people from different schools. It's just an amazing opportunity and something we would love to participate in the future as well.
Yeah, we're really happy you feel that way. When your team is competing with other teams, are there any specific teams or schools that your team kind of looks out for?
I think we all have the mentality of it doesn't matter who the other team is. We're gonna put 100% effort, and we're going to maintain our mental, even if the other team is full of radiance. It's not something we're gonna keep in mind because we will be able to beat them. Fingers crossed.
Definitely. Yeah, that's a really good mindset. As you probably know, March is Women's History Month, and you, being a woman in esports, how do you think that has an effect on esports? What does it mean to you to be a woman in esports and as a captain? Just could you talk about that for a little bit?
Coming into being a woman in aviation, which is already really a niche type of thing, especially women in video games, things like that. It's just we're kind of the minority, and keeping that in mind, a lot of times you have to represent yourself properly because you are representing such a small community. So I feel proud and honored to be a part of the women's in aviation as well as being a woman in esports, and it's a lot of fun, and just understanding that us girls are here too, and we're as good as everyone else, and that we have the opportunity to be a leader in esports, and that we're equal to everyone. It's really important to keep that in mind because we're here even though you might not see us too often.
I know you said as captain your voice is heard, but when you first started to be a captain, did
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to this production of Esports U. We have concluded our match between Molloy. I keep saying it wrong. It's Molloy University versus CSI. It's a 2-0 victory for Molloy. And we do actually have the hero of game 2 for them. It is Max, who will be joining us for this hard interview. Max, how are you doing tonight, my friend?
I'm doing good. How about you, man?
I'm good. You gave us a good match to watch.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
Yep. So, let's start off here with, how are you feeling? How's the team? You guys excited to get this win?
Yeah, feeling pretty good. We came off of a pretty bad loss, and it kind of, set us straight, and we got some good practice in, and we're feeling good now.
Yeah, it's always a big deal whenever it comes to teams like that. So CSI was undefeated prior to playing you guys. That's going to be a big relief off of your shoulders. How are you guys feeling? That's going to carry your momentum the rest of the season.
Yeah, we knew coming into this that this would be like a big pressure reliever if we won. Now that we did, I think confidence is high, but we're not going to start practicing. So
true.
Max, I have this one question for you. How was that first game? I know us casters and the stream viewers did miss the first game. How was that first game on mine? 13-3. It was a pretty dominant scoreline. But do you think that momentum carried on forth to the next game, or did you just like build it from the ground up again and absolutely smash through the second game as well?
So honestly, there was a lot of timing out. It was definitely the momentum was like yes, there confidence wise, but in terms of like mechanics, like you definitely tell like after pauses we were kind of a little bit off. But yeah, I mean, I think we felt pretty dominant the entire time. The rounds that we lost was like silly mistakes, but we're gonna work on that and just learn.
And how did the team deal with that first round reset? Because we saw you taking that very first round, but after that DC, you had to play it again, and the next time it was played again, it was down to a 1v1 position. With that, I believe in a 1v3 clutch, we saw your teammate Jet taking it by a very small margin.
Yeah. So after winning that first game, with the reset coming, we were all kind of like, we were confident again going to the next one. We were like, okay, reset. We're just gonna win the next one. Kept the confidence high. Tanuki or Braden had a really good clutch, so he clutched it up. But yeah, we didn't mind. Not that big of a deal. I mean, we had a lot of confidence, so it wasn't really didn't really matter that much.
Yeah.
Do you have a question, or would you like to take one more?
I do have a comment, actually, Flater. I at one point, when you're defending C pretty much single-handedly against a 5-man stack, you had a Nightfall come in, nearly ace the round. I was like, wow, this Max guy, he's pretty good. He starts hitting these, and then like 2 rounds later, you had access to Nightfall again. And I was like, Flater, have you ever seen this before? He's like, yes, Flater, it's called being a good player. So you definitely got some fans out of us. You got a fan in the chat. You got a couple as well, but I just got to ask you one thing, for your team, your university, yourself, do you have anyone who you'd like to shout out tonight?
Shout out to the whole team. We put in the work. Definitely all confident. We hype each other up, even when we're not playing, like between rounds, we're all, we're really hyped up. Shout out you guys. I want to shout out my girlfriend, Eve. She's watching right now. Shout out to her. And
sick.
yeah.
Awesome, man. Oh, you're not gonna plug the YouTube?
Oh yeah. All right. Plug time. YouTube.com/itreallyismax and Twitch.tv/itreallyismax too. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity here, guys.
Of course, man. Well, hey, congratulations on the win tonight on 2 top fragging rounds for you. I'm sure you're gonna go celebrate, but just make sure you stay safe while you do it. All right, man.
Of course, bro. Thank you very much.
Take care. Have a good one, my friend.
You too, man.
But Flater, that's actually gonna do it for us here tonight.
And I do want to point out something that I did want to point out to him. One of the scout plays that one of the martial plays that we were talking about over at C-Long here, when we saw MU on an eco, and this man just smashed through the entire team, damaging everybody down to 20 health, and they were like, all right, boys, we can't take C. We got Max there on the martial. We don't know what he's doing, but we gotta go away. And that just goes to show how crucial of a role he was to that team.
Yeah, Max, the one-man army, who has led his team to 2 straight wins here tonight. So Molloy University is going to be advancing on, well, I mean, to a pretty good standing 3-1. Definitely not something to sneeze at. But hey, for us here, Flater, that's going to do it. We're going to be heading to bed. It is a little bit late for us, so we got to get our good night beauty sleep. But for all of you guys out there, thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed our production here of Game 2 of the set between MU versus CSI. Go drop a follow to the Esports U Twitch as well as Esports U 2 so you can stay up to date on all of the matches that we have going on. For Flater, for everyone else here at Esports U, I'd also like to shout out our production team, Leighton, who has been on production, and Cool Scoots, who was our not producer, our observer this evening. But thank you all so much for tuning in. Until next time, I'm Laird. He's Flater. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Take you seriously being a girl? Was that respect there, or did you struggle with that?
So I would say initially when I first got on the team, I was put onto a support role, and everyone knows that women normally play healer when it comes to going into any game, and now I'm playing more of a controller based or a sentinel, which is very crucial for holding down sites. So by playing that now and then having those semesters in my backpack of experience, everyone has treated me with respect, and I would hope it stays that way. And either way, I demand respect because I reciprocate that respect to everyone else. So it's definitely difficult, especially for girls starting out. That toxicity is there, especially even now whenever I play a game without my team there. That toxicity is there just for being a girl. But as long as you don't have that mindset of them affecting you because you're better than them anyway, it's fine.
Definitely. Well, that's good. I'm happy that you're getting respect that you deserve, and that's awesome. And thank you so much again for your time, and I really appreciate it.
No problem. I just wanted to add that our esports club as well, started only with 13 students and 2 teams in 2019, and now we're up to 19 different teams and over 350 students in to date in 2021. Like, that progress is there, and even if you have such a small, like, if you think that things are so small, realize that a community is there for you, especially being a female in esports. That community is there for you.
Definitely. That's a great way to end it. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for sharing your story. I really appreciate it again and your time. Just thank you overall. That's awesome. Keep
No
doing what
problem.
you're doing.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Of course. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Thanks. Bye.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and just like that, another season of ECAC Esports regular season play has come to a close. Over the last 8 weeks, we saw a crazy amount of hype competition from some of the best collegiate esports has to offer, and as usual, you guys have me one last time to break it all down and to show you guys what we thought were some of the top plays this week. And honestly, guys, I don't have much more to say. Just check it out because I think we've got some really incredible clips here. Let's take a look. In our opening clip, it's Professor Dementium with a straight boot off the stage to kick things off for Bloomfield.
Grabbed himself one. Kicked back off stage, though. Able to air dodge is going to be that Bowser. He'll do it again, and he'll also bring himself that down smash so he gets quickly back before that Falcon's able to take any sort of advantage. But, well, you're gone. The spikes come through. It's a clean kick to wrap things up. And well, he's got one. He's got one stock for his troubles.
Up next, the duel of Donkers and Robeast have some things to say with this beautiful 1-2 combo to close the door on Albany.
Hit the intersection, go straight up in the air for Robeast, who's going to work Central Missouri into the offense. Flip reset's a good one. The pass down to Donkers, and he finds the net. A 3-goal deficit in Game 3.
I gotta say, Curtis, it seems like after these two teams came out of Game 2, right? Again.
In our next play, who needs to be able to see your enemy when you can just take a educated guess?
Great, 1-for-1 over towards Catwalk. There's still more where that came from. Myranium is next up, and he will take a couple too many fights. Solsta as well is going to be able to take a couple of fights, winning them both. It's a 1v3, and Novacorium won't be able to do anything. Johnson, Wales.
At number 5, it's Saltonics with this huge flank onto Cole College to secure Temple of Anubis for his team.
Right now, it's got to be just destroying it straight up. Maybe with the Coalescence, maybe the Supercharger, but that Riptire could just immediately rip through.
Here's that Riptire. It does move Joker, but it could have been a catastrophic play. Now Nightbolt is pulled all the way off the point, and that's an easy one. Tonic's coming in with a triple off of that crucial Rocket Barrage, and that is all of them off the point.
Now it's down to Joker just to get the touch onto the